Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was demigod, and had secret harem with Anabeth Godess? Part 2. Join Patreon for early access exclusive content of Super Op stories, also contents that's too far for YouTube. You will get 400 content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. You're not to be trusted, Seamus said bluntly. Come with us, I accepted abruptly. There was something about him that made me trust him, to a certain extent. Maybe he could be of help. We can always use him as bait. Parvati sighed softly and frowned slightly, while Seamus gave a slight nod. Malfoy seemed unable to force himself to utter the word "thank you," which only earned me a nod of gratitude, but that was enough. It had been proven he was a proud man, someone who didn't like being in debt with the supposed enemy. I have to admit I feel the same way too, but I learned to swallow my pride. After a few seconds of silence, Seamus hurriedly said, "Well, we gotta keep going, right?" I suppose, they murmured in unison. I lit the torch to light the tunnel, but let's be real, it didn't really shine much. The passage was so long, and with spiral stairs at the end of the corridor, it made visibility even trickier. We were startled by a loud noise. Parvati immediately jumped toward Seamus, while Malfoy and I only jumped in our seats. I looked around, but being in a narrow spiral staircase corridor, there wasn't much to see. Would it be too cliché to ask, "What was that?" Parvati asked softly. "I don't know," Seamus replied to both questions. It was surprising how they both understood. Parvati delivered her sarcastic remark while posing a serious question, and Seamus grasped both, responding with the same phrase for each. They were truly meant to be each other's soulmates. We kept walking, but our steps grew more cautious. The stairs were carved from a large light beige stone, which took on a subtle golden hue under the torchlight. I went first, holding the torch, followed by Parvati and Malfoy, then Seamus with another torch. I had no clue how many stairs were left to climb. I wasn't sure whether we should take some detours to secret doors halfway through the journey or head straight for those 13 steps. The only thing that I was certain, I had to keep going, and that at some point we'd get a signal telling us where to go. Well, at least that's what I was hoping for. As we descended the stairs, the steps grew slightly larger now that they had been small before, and the bricks on the walls developed a more uniform pattern and size. Every time we found another torch holder with a torch, we lit it, which, when you look closely, was every 7 steps. We'd been descending for 8 to 10 minutes when the noise came again. It was a thunderous roar like a storm's clap, yet also sounded like a growl. My mind instinctively wondered if it was the dragon. If that were the dragon, it certainly didn't sound small. I took a deep breath to calm the urge to dash toward the sound. To the best of my knowledge, that might be the monster's magic. A trap to keep me from eating. I wasn't planning on becoming monster food anytime soon, so I had to keep my cool. What are we doing? Should we keep climbing the stairs until something happens? Seamus asked. Maybe we should look for another secret door in the walls, suggested Malfoy. Parvati and Seamus looked at me, asking in silence if that was what we should do. I shrugged. That's the only thing we can do besides going down the stairs, I told them. It was the rational thing to do, right? To look for clues. But I thought that would delay us and we should keep descending as fast as possible. Though I didn't say it out loud. We needed to give Malfoy a chance. As we descended, I could feel the walls growing tighter, the corridor shrinking in space. The steps grew wider, making it harder to keep moving forward. The confined environment was driving me crazy. Maybe I had claustrophobia. To make matters worse, we moved slowly as Malfoy, Seamus, and Parvati were meticulously examining the walls. I figured they wouldn't say anything. The secret was locked tight, sealed up tight. The sound repeated for the 3rd time, and I gave in. My shoulders tightened at the dragon's roar. What I thought was the dragon's growl. I lifted my head and let the torch tip drop slightly. It didn't touch the ground. My grip had loosened just enough. My gaze immediately fell on Malfoy, Parvati, and Seamus, and I locked eyes with them with serious determination. "Stay here," I commanded firmly, then bolted out into the darkness of the tunnel. At least he had the torch. I raced down the stairs, The steps were so massive that, instead of taking two at a time, I had to climb one at a time. But I figured each step was actually 2.5 times bigger than the original ones. Every now and then I would light one of the torches that passed by, but not all of them. I kept running and couldn't switch hands to light them. I kept descending the stairs, sprinting as fast as I could remember. Not exactly tired, maybe just a bit out of breath, so I could drag myself along for ages. But truth be told, I'm never good at estimating time. Suddenly, the stairs were gone. The corridor was incredibly narrow and led nowhere. I looked around, but there was nothing, no door anywhere. I sighed and, with no better option, began inspecting the walls. I examined them carefully. I stayed close to the end of the corridor, waiting there until some door magically opened. When my close inspection revealed nothing, I started tapping. I probed the space but found nothing, until I touched a specific spot. At the corner near my nose was a tiny gap. I lifted my arm and began dragging my finger downward along the edge, until I discovered that opening. I couldn't recall being blinded by any light, but I also couldn't remember much else. There might have been a kiss underwater that I didn't remember. That last thought startled me. If there had been a kiss underwater, a little voice in my head whispered with Anabeth. I was still slightly blinded by the light green, if I remember correctly, but that didn't stop me from feeling the frustration brought on by the damn little voice's comment, or even giving the wall a good slap. I clenched my fist to keep from whining about the pain, especially since I'd already hit the wall earlier that morning. But I couldn't hold back. The frustration was too much to handle. Arg, I groaned in a low voice. Then another light came on, still green, but fainter, and swallowed me whole. I was no longer in the hallway. Parvati POV. When Percy left, neither Malfoy nor Seamus moved. Okay, Percy's gone, I exclaimed. Let's go after him. Agitated, he turned toward the tunnel. Malfoy and Seamus hesitated and stayed put. What are you waiting for? I asked, teeth clenched. Percy told us to stay and wait for him, Seamus explained. I rolled my eyes and raced down the stairs. Behind me, I heard Seamus and Malfoy following me. I had no clue where to go. The stairs were all the same height at first, but soon became uneven. Thankfully, there were occasional lit torches around. When I spotted one nearby, I grabbed it. The moment the corridor walls started closing in, making the space feel more cramped, I began to feel a bit claustrophobic. I felt even more claustrophobic when the stairwell reached its end. After a few seconds, I heard footsteps behind me, signaling that Seamus and Malfoy had arrived. None of us were accustomed to sports. Hogwarts hadn't taught any other disciplines besides Quidditch, which not everyone participated in, and swimming, where only Percy was good at it. As soon as there were no more stairs to descend, Malfoy braced his hands on his knees, Seamus leaned against the wall, and I settled into the floor. All of us gasped, struggling to catch our breath. Here, on the wall where the stairs ended, the bricks were darker and reddish than before. As I mentioned earlier, the corridor became narrower, and the steps grew larger, making movement more difficult here. Of course, it wasn't that there was much to do. One would reach this point after countless staircases through a hidden passage in Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Not very accessible. What do we do now? I whispered to Seamus, but loud enough for Malfoy to hear me. Percy should be here. I was worried. Percy should have been here at least 5 minutes ago. He was supposed to be here, but there was no sign of him anywhere. I turned my head to look for him, but as expected, he wasn't there. If he had been with the three of us in such a small space, we would have noticed him. With some effort, I got up from the floor, propping my hands on my knees and leaning my back against the wall. I don't know why Percy isn't here, Seamus admitted. There must be another secret passage somewhere, suggested Malfoy. Underground passage, I whispered. Where would I place a secret passage? It might be activated in some part of the wall, accessible only to those I want to have access to. Maybe through pressure. The person I choose should press the wall, and then only that person could open the passage. Let's say by some miracle I was among the chosen ones. Where was I supposed to press? I took a deep breath. All right, folks. Keep probing the walls until you find something that could lead to a secret passage. Percy must have vanished somewhere along the way. ordered, and so we started playing with the walls. Just for fun, I touched every single brick on the wall assigned to me. Unfortunately, it didn't help much. I ran my fingers over the wall tiles. After finishing my section, I glanced toward the hallway where the stairs led up. My heart sank. I had no idea how long it would take to climb those stairs. Check every single brick on your walls? Not even close. My patience was running out. Look at this, Malfoy exclaimed, slightly dazed. Voltimos, just in time to be blinded by a light. It looked like the flash of a Muggle camera, but it was more intense after all. As far as I knew, camera flashes don't blind you. He blinked frantically until only a few faint spots remained visible, revealing what was truly there. Then, as if just to annoy me, another light came on green. Thankfully this time it didn't blind me. I looked around and realized we weren't in the hallway anymore. And then there was Percy. Percy's perspective. He had been watching the man in front of me cautiously for 5 minutes. After Dumbledore, the man standing before me, vanished during this crisis. He couldn't tell which team the wizard belonged to. A green light flashed behind me, making me turn around to see what was happening. The flash revealed Malfoy, Seamus, and Parvati. Though Malfoy was unconscious, Parvati and Seamus remained fully conscious. I shouldn't have been surprised they went against my request, right? I told them they'd stay, I said, frowning at him. Seamus instinctively raised his hand and pointed at Parvati, who kept glancing around as if distracted. I rolled my eyes and, now backed by my team, turned to Dumbledore. What are you doing here? I asked gently. Shouldn't you be upstairs? Dumbledore smiled. No, my place is down here. What's he going to do? Parvati asked. I'll lead you to the dragon. Dumbledore replied cheerfully. Does he know where the dragon is? Seamus asked. Sip. Dumbledore responded, making a popping sound with his pee. 2 years before becoming headmaster of Hogwarts, I conducted research on the Dragon of Memories. The legend had always circulated around Hogwarts, but no one had ever published it in any Hogwarts section dedicated to legends. Whenever people shared the story, they'd make minor adjustments to the plot. The original legend had been lost. I wrote the legend report mainly because applying for Hogwarts directorship required including a Hogwarts-related report in the application. But the more I delved into the memory dragon, the more fascinated I became by the legend itself. After 3 months of investigation and applying for directorship, I forgot about the dragon. When they accepted me as director and I returned to Hogwarts, I started searching for the dragon. 10 months later I found it. Then didn't the dragon eat it? Seamus muttered. No. Dumbledore exclaimed cheerfully. Malfoy glanced at his own side once before disappearing into the hallway, walking and waiting for us to catch up. The corridor we were walking through was elegant. The ceiling featured an arched design with gray steel-colored stone. The walls matched the same color and material, appearing smooth and glossy. The floor was white marble and, surprisingly, there were trees spanning the space 3 meters apart each, all positioned in the center of the corridor. These were colossal trees. Their trunks measured about 1 meter in diameter, towering at 2.5 meters. The branches were thick and sturdy, while the leaves remained lush and vibrant green. How do trees grow here? Seamus asked, brushing past a tree as he walked by. Dumbledore glanced over his shoulder without slowing his pace, hands clasped behind his back. This is the dragon's domain. Anything can happen here, even if Muggle science or wizarding magic can't comprehend it. This is a neutral zone. Both wizards and Muggles will be caught off guard here. Out of nowhere, butterflies of various colors appeared. Dragonflies and fireflies swarmed around us, and all of them, though not just the fireflies, seemed to have their own unique glow. Parvati stretched out her arm, and a dragonfly settled on her raised finger. Each tree was dotted with hundreds of fireflies, dragonflies, and butterflies. At least they had Christmas lights now. Only the pine remained unlit. The pine tree itself, that was another story altogether. But isn't this the Hogwarts grounds? Parvati argued. It would be the wizards' territory, at least not the Muggles. Dumbledore gave Parvati a playful glance. We're 10 kilometers outside Hogwarts grounds, Dumbledore told Parvati with a smile. But how? Parvati said. I shrugged. The magic of the place, I thought. The staircase is designed to create the illusion of descending in circles, using Muggle architecture and spells, maintaining neutrality, and leads you out of Hogwarts. If they start digging upward now, about 100 meters up, they'll find themselves in a Muggle city by the sea. It's absolutely stunning, Dumbledore admitted. The key point is that the spells and architecture guide the passage through the dragon's lair near Hogwarts, but it's actually located in a Muggle city. It's a perfect blend. I looked around. The deeper we went, the stranger the scene became. We were underground, with moss and vines clinging to the walls. Trees too were covered in vines, growing more consistently and abundantly. Grass carpeted the floor, dotted with flowers and insects. Thick vines hung from the ceiling, though it was barely visible, obscured by the towering, lush trees above. On the branches of certain trees I even thought I saw animals. There was a purple tiger with black stripes and another black one with white stripes. A black lion and a white panther. Cats were darting about here and there. Some bears and flamingos were also present. Later, there was also an underground spring. Though I couldn't tell where the light came from, the water was crystal clear and shimmered with turquoise hues. Some fluorescent fish swam at the bottom of the pool, which was only 2 meters deep. Precious. Parvati POV. It was magnificent. Exotic. Though those words couldn't fully capture its essence, they remained the most fitting descriptors. It made me realize how limited the vocabulary of an average person can be. Percy stared at the spring as if he could jump in at any moment. Honestly, I wouldn't mind either. The water was crystal clear and shimmered with such intensity. Unfortunately, I couldn't. The spring required at least 2 meters of depth, and my swimming lessons hadn't made much headway yet. Percy POV. It's here, Dumbledore declared, raising his arm toward a pair of oak doors. Resistant. They're double doors, each about 5 meters high and 1 meter wide. I must leave, he warned. Then, mimicking a vampire, he lifted the hem of his robe and vanished with a swish. Take a deep breath. It's time to go in, I told them. Then I opened the doors. And a tail, which in my opinion could well be a whip, attacked me, intent on cutting me in two. Library. Chapter 29. Library. Miranda POV. This room was as white as the first one, but it also had more light. It featured floor-to-ceiling glass windows with white cotton curtains. At the far end stood a white-painted wooden wardrobe, with a slender column carved from white wood in the center. In the center of the column sat a vase. The vase held a liquid that shimmered with a slightly greenish tint. Should we take it? Harry asked. Talia rolled her eyes. That's a lie. The real ether is different. You can't possibly confuse them, he said with a bored tone. Erato seemed to hold back from teaching his sister the language. It's not true, Erato corrected, defending Harry. The ether and the fluorescent paint don't look very different in appearance. Euterpe looked at us and added, but when it comes to benefits, she whispered, continuing what Erato had said. The three of us and the muses followed Terpsichore's lead. He led us to the wardrobe's opening where jackets and blouses hung, without ordering us to stuff ourselves into the space. It felt awkward for me, but as soon as I wondered how uncomfortable it would be for Ian or Harry, I felt better. On the other hand, though the muses didn't seem comfortable, they didn't appear to have any issues with being close to us. Calliope, would you do us the honor? Terpsichore asked. Calliope looked at her with surprise and irritation. I'm not going? She asked, surprised. Terpsichore shrugged, or tried to. It wasn't easy in the position we were in. You're the one most annoyed by these three being here. Terpsichore smiled at us affectionately, and you know that would interfere with the selection of ether. Calliope, being the last to settle in, had no trouble getting out of the ball of arms, legs, and torsos. Calliope headed toward. He grabbed the fluorescent paintbrush and flipped the lid, grinning sarcastically. The lid wouldn't budge when we tried to turn it. Turns out the wall had swallowed us whole. Everything was dark for a few seconds, but then everything lit up, and we were in the most beautiful place I'd ever seen. I looked around and found not a single beam of light, only a cascade of ether. I saw the difference from what Talia had described. The ether resembled fluorescent paint in appearance, but it emitted green glows instead of the white ones floating in the bottle's liquid. The muses must have put those glows in the paint. The cave's rock was steel gray in color, yet the hue carried a hint of blue. Embedded within its stone lay solid ethereal energy. The cave's torches emitted ethereal flames, while the air itself shimmered with an ethereal glow. All right, we can't stay here much longer. You guys might get hooked and become addicted. That wouldn't be ideal, commented Cleo. What should we do? Ian asked. You must choose ether. Though it may seem strange, every fire, stone, water or air section of ether serves a purpose. Carefully select where to source your ether. You'll feel right when you pick the proper type, Urania replied. Everyone will pick one, Cleo explained. Harry will choose fire, Ian the rock, and Miranda water. Is that all there is to it? What if we didn't make the right choice? Harry asked. Cleo winked at him. Everything has its purpose, Harry. You initiated the search, Ian helps them stay on track, and Miranda keeps them from giving up. Each of you possesses these abilities. I simply chose which element to focus on based on what they demonstrated most clearly, Clivia replied, slightly shrugging her shoulders. Wait, I called out, the air's gone. The gaze of all the muses had pierced through me. It was something intimidating. The gas, I murmured. Clivia's eyes lit up as she exchanged glances with Urania and Terpsichore. From what she had noticed, along with Calypso, the four of them were in charge. Terpsichore approached Erito and Talia, the three of them looking like close siblings. At least, Erito and Talia acted like sisters. Terpsichore pulled off a stunt on Talia. Gas will be the choice, she announced with a smile. Talia looked at her sister in confusion, then widened her eyes as she understood what Terpsichore had said. She pulled her arm free from the grip of Terpsichore's hand. What? He muttered. Can't you do it next time? I can wait 500 years. Terpsichore erased her smile. No, Talia, you know the rules. You take it or leave it. You can't swap places in the circle, just jump, said Terpsichore. Erito came closer to us. Every time someone comes, a muse helps pick one of the elements, she whispered while Terpsichore and Talia kept arguing. There's a wheel. This time it's Talia's turn, but she refuses because when a muse chooses one of the different forms of ether with others, a bond is formed. At least 3 people in that bond die, and you guys don't seem to be particularly fond of him. Then why does he want the ether? I mean, can't you just give it to someone else? I asked. Erito vacillo. It's possible, but the next time she can access ether would be 400 years from now, and that's just an estimate. Specifically, each muse would have to choose ether with the next group that comes along. Talia would need to wait, but she needs the ether. Why would you need that? Ian asked. Erito shrugged his shoulders. She needs it if she wants to regain control over her age. Apollo imposed very specific conditions on her curse. She can only regain control of her age until she reaches the age at which she lost control. In other words, she must return to looking 20 years old, the appearance she had when the curse was first placed on her. How will he achieve that? I wondered. Every time she accesses ether, she ages by 1 year. When she returns to 20 years old, she won't age another year. Actually, it's not bad. Ether senses that what she needs is aging, but she can't do much about it since her only option is to choose it, which means she only gets 1 year. Each, I counted on my fingers. 4,500 years? I exclaimed. Erito nodded gravely. Talia sighed resignedly and deeply. All right, I accept. He then looked at us, Harry, Ian, and me coldly. A year of maturity is worth more than my displeasure toward you. Cease fire? He suggested, raising his hand toward us. Truce, we murmured as each of us shook Talia's hand. Very well, Euterpe exclaimed, dragging her words as an uncomfortable silence lingered. She clapped once. Hands clashing, why don't we choose ether? Harry, she called out. You can handle the fire, as I said before. Pick one of these torches here. Harry glanced at the wall. There were about 50 torches scattered across the cave. Their flames spread along the walls. Just pick the one that catches your eye. Harry's POV. I paused for a moment to count the torches. There were 53 of them, evenly spaced along the wall. The flames from the torches glowed white, but their tips turned green, and the flames themselves often emitted green sparks. I scrutinized them intently, waiting for one to catch my eye or feel more special than the others. Maybe the perfect one would glow with a brighter intensity. That's what sets it apart from the rest of the torches. When none of them moved, I began to doubt. To my surprise, I noticed the muses were all patient. Each had her own, their hands clasped before them, as if there was still much time left. But time was running out. Within days, an attack would strike. Maybe the mestizo camp, maybe my own home. This couldn't be allowed to happen. My eyes scanned every torch, yet they kept circling back to the fourth one like magnetic poles, just as they were positioned from right to left. That one, I said, pointing at the fire torch of ether with my index finger. Euterpe applauded once again. That'll be it, he decided, gesturing to Melpomene. The woman rolled her eyes but followed Euterpe's request toward the torch. Terpsichore locked eyes with Ian in a knowing exchange. Though it might have been my imagination, I caught her stealing a flirtatious wink at him. I tried to hide my smile, but my gaze immediately fell on Parvati, who was now glaring at Terpsichore. Meanwhile, Ian struggled to keep his blush from showing, though unfortunately for him and my amusement, he couldn't pull it off. Your turn, Ian, Terpsichore said in a sweet voice, brushing aside Parvati's murderous gaze. He snorted and nudged Ian's ribs before the man started walking toward her. You've got to pick one of those ethereal stones embedded in the floor, ceiling, or any part of the cave. Ian took a deep breath and nodded. Ian POV. Harry's decision was tough because, with fewer ether fire options than others, he had to cover a quarter of the search area. But it wasn't as personalized as the rock, and especially not as versatile as water and air, which offer more diverse choices, explained Terpsichore. Then I pick a rock? I stammered. I was already feeling a bit nervous before Terpsichore winked at me. Take a sip, Erato replied. Many will dazzle before your eyes and only yours. But you must choose the brightest one. That's the chosen one. The one that appeals to you most. I looked around me. It seemed almost incomprehensible to choose just one ethereal stone as the muse demanded. The entire cave was covered with ethereal stone inlays. White stones shimmering with a greenish glow. As I watched them, I imagined a competition among the rocks. Each one tried to outshine the others, yet none succeeded. They all looked identical, yet each yearned for uniqueness. How ironic. The stones gleamed before me, and I glanced up at the ceiling. But what truly captured my attention was the floor. The stones reminded me of stars. One sparkled intensely, then faded, while another glowed as brightly as its predecessor. They twinkled. What caught my eye most was a square-shaped stone. Not exactly square, since it was an ethereal, whatever you want to call it, natural rock, but that's the best way to describe its shape. That's it, I muttered, gesturing at the pseudo-square-shaped rock. Urania nodded slightly and moved closer to pull it out of its crevice. Noted that they had also taken away Harry's torch. Specifically, Cleo's. Urania squatted before the stone and reached out her hand. She placed it in front of herself, as if expecting the stone to leap onto her palm. To her surprise, that's exactly what happened. The stenino, the tiny pebble, suddenly sprang onto her palm. As soon as Urania made the gesture, the pebble leaped into her hand. Her fingers coiled around the stone like a snake around its prey. It's Miranda's turn, Melpomene said, his voice tinged with sarcasm, though if anyone else had noticed, they'd have ignored it. Miranda picks water. Miranda POV. I bit my lower lip. How should I choose the water? Was there just one body of water? Should I pick a specific area and draw water from there? But it didn't swirl around. It was like a waterfall. The water kept flowing nonstop. And besides, there wasn't any real division between different bodies of water. What should I do? He stammered. Terpsichore looked at me calmly, but he couldn't bring himself to swallow it. He just winked at my almost boyfriend. I made a slight face. He wasn't actually my boyfriend. You just need to pick the area where you'll draw water from, Terpsichore explained, then conjured up a transparent sphere out of thin air. It opens when you press a button. He added, once you've got the coordinates and depth, just reach in and pull the sphere open when it lands in your target zone. It's that simple. Terpsichore handed me the sphere, and I reluctantly took it. With a sigh, I fixed my gaze on the waterfall. I wondered where the water came from, It was a cave and, to the best of my knowledge, the only place where you could extract ether of any kind. I looked down into the waterfall's depths, the lake or river, whatever you called it. The waterfall couldn't have been deeper than a meter. The first time I saw it, the cascade had been crystal clear white, with flashes of white and green light dancing off its surface. Now it was different. It retained the same color, and the sparks still danced. But some sections now glowed brighter like a concentrated ether while others remained faint. The most intense part, as I saw it, was a section of the waterfall. Behind the cascade stood a wall, but part of it was hollow with stairs leading to that spot. The water at this height along the wall shone brightest, urging me to take the sphere there. Can I? I pointed to the gap in the wall, its front covered by water, while gazing at the muses and gesturing with my hands. My mind was scattered, my thoughts drifting, and I couldn't find the words to ask the question I wanted. Cleo raised her eyebrows slightly and looked in the direction she had been pointing, then turned her gaze back to me and nodded enthusiastically. Of course, he affirmed with a gentle smile. Melpomene silently kept me company. We were almost side by side, except she was just a few centimeters behind me. Watch your step, he warned. His tone betrayed his reluctance to do so, but his sisters insisted. From the third step onward, the stairs get slippery, he explained dryly, water splashing onto them. I nodded, letting it be clear I understood, then carefully climbed the stone steps. Like the rest of the cave, they had a steel-gray hue with a faint dark blue tint like indigo. Some spots were darker, as the stone got stained when wetted by water. I felt oddly uneasy in the crevice of the wall, with that persistent dread that the stone might collapse on me at any moment. The crack was so unstable it seemed like the whole structure could give way. I took a deep breath and carefully approached the waterfall. It was breathtakingly beautiful. The water, though not actually water, remained crystal clear. Even when illuminated by torches, the liquid ether took on a sun-kissed hue, like oil slicking the surface of water, creating a rainbow-like spectrum. I stretched out my arm, holding the sphere with my fingers, my index finger poised over the button ready to open it. With a swift motion, I snapped it open. But as soon as I saw it was completely covered in waterfall water, I closed the sphere. I brought it close to my face and saw it was soaked in liquid ethyl ether. Very well, Melpomene murmured as she approached me to remove the sphere containing liquid ether. I might have gotten angry, but I knew it was necessary. If I had held onto it longer, it would have fallen into the water, and we'd have delayed our search for it since only the sphere contained the ether we needed. It's your turn, Erito encouraged Talia. She seemed more like a sister to me than the other muses. It was clear they were trying every possible way to upset each other. Yet at the same time, they cared for and protected one another from others. Talia took a deep breath before scanning the room, just as the rest of us had done before. I really don't know how she felt when making her choice, but I imagine it must have been different from ours. Partly because everyone chose different elements, but mainly because she was a muse. A force, if not as powerful as gods, infinitely so, to the best of her knowledge. What did this bring her? Well, for her, a year of maturation for her body. But what about the other muses? What good was ether to them? Personally, I believed finding ambrosia or nectar would be infinitely easier. Also, you have to consider that they were waiting for ether. It would have been simpler for them to seek out ether. Before I even realized it had started, Talia had a bottle of ether-like liquid in her hand after climbing a set of stairs leading to a platform on the wall. This is yours, Cleo said as she handed me a flask of liquid ether. To my surprise, the liquid was curling up right in the middle of the bottle. Cleo distributed the flasks to everyone containing their respective elements. Harry's flask had a flame of ether floating in the center, just like mine. Ian's flask contained the solid ether stone, which floated mid-bottle like it was spinning around. They'll know what to do with the ether when the time comes. My gaze shifted to Talia. Her appearance had undergone a subtle yet noticeable transformation, as if the change had happened in an instant. She stood slightly taller, her features more mature, and her hair longer. The smile on her face was a real accomplishment. Good luck, he casually wished. With that, Ian, Harry and I left the museum, passing through each door one by one, embarking on our first reverse journey. To my surprise, I realized it was already 6 in the morning. How long had we been with the Muses? It didn't feel like more than 12 hours, but it had been. We were planning to return by plane when an iridescent message suddenly appeared before us, forcing us to take a step back. I hope they're watching this without any interference. If there was any, the message will be replayed as soon as it stops. Iris's favor to Chiron, Anabeth explained. Her lips curved in a half-smile and shoulders slightly drawn back. She left, the mouth opened for a second, trying to find words to explain something difficult. We moved. The entire camp. All the campers, those who had left for school and the year-round campers, have gone. The barriers are failing, making the camp too vulnerable to attacks to be habitable. Calypso offered her island as temporary shelter. I'll stay with the cabin chiefs in the camp to wait for the few campers who didn't make it past midnight, but the rest have already left. We'll be here until noon, but I doubt you'll be here by that time anyway, so you'll have to make your way to the island on your own. Annabeth's image froze, and I felt panic until it came back a second later. I can't continue talking that I'm not entirely sure if they're there, since the island only allows sending messages or transmissions, but not receiving them. To reach Calypso Island, you'll need to. The image cut out. And what better moment? The Dragon of Memories, Chapter 30. The Dragon of Memories, Percy POV. Lucky for May always had good reflexes, at least as far as I could remember. So when I saw the dragon's tail coming my way, ready to tear me apart, I dodged. I threw myself to the right and sprang up from the floor as soon as I fell. Parvati and Seamus hadn't even had time to recognize the assassination attempt by the dragon's tail. I did it myself, so I blamed my ADHD. The dragon's tail hadn't fallen yet. Though my surroundings didn't slow down like in movie scenes, my mind was racing faster. My body followed suit, as evident when I sprang up from the floor and flung Parvati and Seamus out of the dragon's wake. Suddenly, he threw Parvati and Seamus to the floor, me partially positioned between them, as the sound of the dragon's tail striking the ground rang out. You might have imagined it, but I thought I heard concrete, or in this case the rock cracking. I already pictured the Moiras. They probably laughed at me. Don't you think it's time to give Percy Jackson a break? I asked myself, only to have another question follow. Of course not. How else would we keep ourselves entertained every day? For some reason, it never occurred to me that someone was tormenting me day after day. Wait a moment. 2. Moiras? Quick, what did you know about the Moiras? What were they exactly? Why would the Moiras have the power to manipulate my life? Unfortunately, the spark of knowledge had vanished, and all access to information about my life before the memory loss had disappeared. Without warning, it struck the wall. I didn't pause to think. Like this morning, I felt utterly frustrated, but even worse because it concerned Anabeth. If she could capture just a fragment, a small part of where she lived, couldn't she remember the rest? Could she cast a spell to locate the place? To find Anabeth? I didn't know that, and given how things were going, it seemed like I'd never find out. What's going on? Parvati screamed as she was dragged by Seamus, who kept chasing after me. I was running desperately, trying to get away from the dragon's tail. The tail came crashing down again, this time right in front of us, but something felt off. Let me be clear, I wouldn't have protested if I'd seen that same move during some bizarre Dumbledore's dragon training session. But here was something fishy going on. Still, there was no time to think about that. The dragon had lifted its tail and lashed it down to our knees, covering our ankles and hips with the width of its tail. Stop racing and do your best to jump as high as you can. Vocifer. In an instant, they stopped running and jumped. I leaped as the tail passed under me, otherwise I would have fallen, then drew my sword. Without a second thought, as soon as the dragon's tail came within reach of my sword, I swung it. To my surprise and bad luck, the dragon didn't flinch. Striking the dragon's tail felt like swinging against a metal bar. No reaction. I couldn't believe the dragon even noticed until he lunged again. I was forced to stay there, though all my instincts screamed otherwise, and at the last moment I veered off course. As if everything were rewinding in slow motion, the dragon's tail hit the ground and paused for a second, regaining its strength. This gave me enough time to climb onto its back using its tail and thrust my sword into an area where the armor didn't cover. The dragon roared, but even if I was mistaken, it sounded like a roar of joy. The river dragon. Strangely, the laughter reminded me of Santa Claus. You know, that deep, gut-wrenching kind of laugh. I'm glad to see you in action, Percy Jackson. The dragon growled furiously. What? I exclaimed. I fell backward, but the Minotaur's energy surged back, pulling me back down to my feet. The Minotaur? Remember, right? The dragon asked softly. Well, yes, I stammered, I think. How was I supposed to react? Just moments ago, the dragon was attacking me. Then suddenly says cheerfully that it's glad to see me in action. Then I remember something from a fight I had, and finally, the dragon asks a question that makes me realize he's actually worried about me. What the hell? The memories are fading away, aren't they? Sighed the dragon of memories with a trace of sadness. Don't worry, they'll return gradually, but they'll vanish as swiftly as they came. It'll be easier if you sleep. Then how do you plan to get him to sleep? I snapped out of my shell. My adrenaline is pumping non-stop. Then the dragon raised its face to Percy's level and blew. Percy fell to the ground like a sack of potatoes. Seamus POV. What did you do? Parvati sobbed, throwing herself toward Percy and collapsing beside him. He reacted swiftly, checking her pulse in his left wrist, the part closest to her body. The dragon rolled its eyes. Just sleeping, he reassured me with reluctance. Once awake, your memories will return. Why did you do that? Parvati demanded, her eyes scanning the dragon with suspicion, yet he remained rooted to his spot. It was clear that running into a dragon fight without Percy's side would be utterly pointless. The dragon rolled its eyes. It was starting to look suspiciously like a moody teenager. I told you before, he snapped irritably. Percy will recover his memories with less pain and more peace if he's asleep during the procedure. What if I stayed awake? I asked. He would be trapped in this cycle. One moment he might recall something, the next his memory vanishes, leaving behind a bittersweet aftertaste and an unbearable sense of powerlessness. In the early stages, he'd vent his rage by smashing things, like the wall moments ago. But later his sudden mood swings would take over, causing constant vomiting. The worst part is that I wouldn't just have to witness it, I'd have to remember it too, said the dragon. We fell silent for a few seconds. So you're the dragon of memories? I casually asked, trying to sound casual. Or at least that's what I was going for. The dragon, if it were even possible for a dragon, gave me a playful glance. Yes, but my name is Hassan. It's an Irish name, but in Arabic it means handsome. He said this as if he didn't want to get involved. Parvati rolled her eyes, but a mischievous grin still played on her lips. What does the dragon of memories do? What are you doing, Hassan? Parvati asked with curiosity and a smile. Hassan shrugged his shoulders again. If a dragon could ever shrug its shoulders. When someone is near me, remember, it happens differently in each case, but there are categories that cover it all. Partially. First come the ordinary people. When they're close to me and have no trouble remembering what they need or want, it's different from others. They'll recall any memory they try to access. It might even be something from their mother's womb that they don't remember. But when they try to recall it while near me, they'll remember it for the rest of their lives. Before they do anything, he warned. Don't even try, the dragon grunted. It's not pleasant. Then there are those who forget something. The most common occurrence at Hogwarts, and, in my opinion, the most embarrassing, is when wizards and witches lose their wands. Don't look at me with that incredulous gaze. It happens all the time. The point is, if any of those wizards or witches approaches me while they can't remember where they left their wand and urgently need to recall it, I'll remember. Then there's the case of amnesia. This has 3 subcategories. The first is when a chunk of memories gets erased, whether by magic or excessive drinking. In the latter case, it wasn't actually erased but rather obstructed during storage by alcohol. Here's the thing. When you don't recall something in this scenario, just like with others, you can simply come to me to remember it. The next subcategory of amnesia involves erasing an extended period of memories through any means. Unlike the previous instance where it's brief or temporary, this process can span an entire lifetime. A highly skilled individual using magic might perform this erasure, typically because memories are stolen rather than erased. Those who stole them can reclaim them at any time. The last case is the strangest, followed by the first, as everyone forgets something. The final scenario occurs when memories are erased. Completely erased, all memories. Not through a wizard's magic or a witch's spell. Not with alcohol. Alcohol doesn't erase entire lives. And when it does, it never truly vanishes. There's only one thing that can achieve that effect, and very few have access to that place or thing. As I'll learn from his memoirs, Parvati suspects Percy is a demigod. Let me tell you, gods do exist. That's all they need to know right now. After all, that's how they erased Percy's memories. And what about Percy? A Greek goddess stole his memories. Can you recover them, right? Parvati asked tentatively. The dragon shrugged its shoulders again. If the goddess so desires it, yes. Who is the goddess? I asked without a second thought. It was odd. I might not analyze every word before speaking, but I usually kept my tongue in check most of the time. Only after opening my mouth did it dawn on me that maybe the dragoner Hassan didn't want us to know the name. She's a Greek goddess. Usually underestimated, Hassan said softly, but she's incredibly powerful. She'll take the initiative when no one else will, and if the situation demands it. She keeps the family united, but also gets hated by the heroes. Of course, the feelings are mutual. If you ask me, that's such a ridiculous notion. If they tried to see things from the other person's perspective, everything would be sorted out. But let's face it, that behavior is just part of their nature. It's simply how it should be. Parvati POV, known as Hassan the Dragon of Memorish, had carefully left behind names. He didn't explain what he'd said either. So there were two possibilities. Either he genuinely didn't want us to know anything, or he wanted us to ask him questions. Still, won't you tell me the name of the goddess? Seamus said foolishly. The dragon shrugged and said nothing. And by heroes, do you mean the demigods? I asked at the same time. Hassan made a face and hesitated to respond. When the realms of magic and gods intertwine, it's never a good sign. The last time this happened made Muggles believe both gods and magic didn't exist. In the end, everything just settled into place. Both worlds agreed it was the best outcome. Future generations from both sides learned about the other world through myths, and over time only a few people from each realm, usually the most prominent figures, knew anything about the other world. The world of the gods presents more complex challenges in certain aspects. It's also far riskier. With so many distinct deities coexisting within this realm, there are small civilizations that remain unaware of the rest: the Greeks and Romans, the Egyptians. Each culture with its own gods continues to thrive, completely oblivious to what lies beyond. In any case, when their worlds collide, the consequences are utterly catastrophic. Being warriors by nature is what keeps them alive, but nothing compares to the chaos when magic and divine realms clash. Semi-divine beings often team up with other gods-aligned allies, while mages face a real dilemma: they can't form alliances since there's only one type of mage out there. I fear we'd lose in a war with their world. But this time it's less critical. Right now, only the Greeks are aware of the possibility of the magical realm. But if there's significant disorder, the other allies with the gods will send people to investigate. Then it will be the destruction of the magical world. Seamus and I stood there staring at Hassan, both slightly horrified. I said, Seamus, fortunately, all indications suggest this won't happen anytime soon. Even if they ever destroy the magical world, some wizards and witches will survive, and will manage to keep going. Okay, I sighed, feeling relieved. I wondered if Hassan could foresee the future or how I could be certain of what might happen. Well, when you can peek into the minds of everyone around you, I suppose there's nothing that can really stay hidden. I have a question, I began. In the river Leto, if memories are erased, how could you possibly restore them? Hassan faltered again. It seemed he did this every time we asked a question about the god side, but I figured it was reasonable. If there were a battle between the mages and the gods' allies, we'd all die. I'm connected to the river Leto. It's something powerful on the side of the gods, and I balance the scales, he replied. So you can erase our memories too? She asked, slightly startled. Through the corner of my eye, I saw Seamus quietly pulling away from Hassan. No, I just return memories, he asserted. Oh, exhaled Seamus with relief. You must leave now, Hassan said abruptly. The dragon we encountered had originally been black, but now its scales displayed a spectrum of reddish hues. Roses, rose orange, orange, red, rosy red, and orange, countless shades of crimson. What? I asked. When Percy starts to regain consciousness, he'll begin experiencing muscle spasms. At first, they'll be sporadic with long intervals between episodes, but eventually become more frequent. Eventually, the intervals between them will grow longer, until they completely disappear. But they don't want to see this, so they should leave. Why? Seamus whined, his voice tinged with childish innocence. Hassan frowned deeply. I told you why. Why? Seamus repeated in the same tone. Hassan looked at him, irritated. Up, he ordered, his tail pointing toward the door. Will you call us if Percy wakes up? Hassan looked at us with innocent eyes. Of course I would. I wouldn't even consider doing the opposite, he said cheerfully. Unfortunately, his tone didn't convince me. Once again, I had no choice but to climb the stairs, as Seamus and I had already passed through the door when Hassan slammed it shut in our faces. I sighed. I immersed myself in the breathtaking scenery. How could I not? This was a whole new world below, specifically crafted by Hassan to equally astonish both wizards and muggles. There was something I couldn't grasp. If he were our counterweight, the one on the magical side, why was he fair to muggles? Does this mean that if the gods' world attacks the magical realm, the mortal world and muggle society would stand with us? Could there be so many people siding with the gods? The more I thought about it, the more convinced I became. Now we only dealt with Greek gods, but most civilizations had their own deities too. There were Roman gods, Egyptian gods, Norse gods, Mayan gods. Hardly any ancient civilization didn't have its own gods, if they even had any at all. What kind of mess did we get ourselves into? Fortunately, we found that Malfoy was still in the spot where we left him, and the door remained wide open. We woke up to find Malfoy disappointed that he hadn't met Hassan. But following the dragon's orders, he climbed the stairs with us. To my surprise, he didn't go to fetch the dragon as I'd expected. The bad news is, did we even get out of the passageway before it collapsed? Hassan's perspective, third person. Hassan tried to avoid thinking about Percy. Thinking of Percy would bring back memories, and he couldn't do that right now. The closest memories, those he'd see first, would be the sensations the boy felt during his convulsions. The last one it was 5 minutes ago, but if Percy tried to summon the memory, he would recall it, making it a memory Hassan could access. The dragon figured the Gryffindor boy and girl who'd been here just moments ago would only take 3/4 of the staircase. That was fine. The sooner they climbed up, the better. The dragon of memories surveyed its surroundings. The cavern that had once been, at his whim, had transformed into a palace. This was where he found amusement. Well, his memories, though those weren't entirely his own. Upon closer inspection, they were indeed his memories. It was based on copies of others' memories. That's how Hassan would describe them. Hassan could access the memories of any person, animal, or plant within 100 kilometers around him, though unfortunately for him, or at least that's how he felt. Why did he need to know when someone's first kiss happened? Or their best friend's favorite song? He didn't need to know. He sighed. One of the memories was about the first wine cup of an English king. The king had recounted this story to a close friend, who was heard by a servant arriving within 100 kilometers of the dragon's lair. This is why Hassan held a twisted and vague recollection of that anecdote. Hassan despised memories built on anecdotes. They were twisted, disorganized, and unclear, so prone to errors. Few could articulate a memory accurately, and the same number of people Hassan calculated could properly process the information. But Hassan preferred not to dwell on it. From this underground prison, there was little he could do about it anyway. It's not a prison, Dumbledore would declare whenever he saw him visiting. The dragon came every 5 years, a schedule that would have been considered rare for its age. To wizards, that might seem like a short span of time, but to the dragon itself it meant more than just time. It's a form of protection, the creature explained, and Hassan understood. He had taken a look into Dumbledore's mind, not intentionally, and grasped the logic behind it. The world above, the Muggle realm, was chaotic enough that a dragon couldn't just appear out of nowhere. Even if the fog could help, though it couldn't, since it wasn't part of the Greek world, the Muggles would still have been up in arms. So I had to stay underground at least until he became necessary. Dust began to settle from the cave ceiling. Soon it turned into pebbles, then stones. Hassan lifted his head. If the cave were to collapse, he had to get out. So Hassan needed to be outside. Hassan looked at Percy. Then what about the boy? He mused. Hassan lunged toward Percy and swiftly curled up, completely pinning Percy beneath him. With his body and wings shielding them, he protected them from the falling rocks that came crashing down. Calypso, Chapter 31. Calypso, in POV. To say we didn't know what to do would be an understatement. We had absolutely zero clue. How on earth were we supposed to reach Calypso Island? I couldn't even remember that damned name of the island, not to mention the road to get there. Could be anywhere in the world. Does anyone know how to get to Calypso Island? Harry asked, echoing my thoughts. Or what's the name of Calypso Island? He grumbled, sounding irritated. Miranda looked at us with playful amusement and despite everything that had happened smiled. I think she was trying not to laugh at us. The name is Ogygia, she said, but I can't remember how we're supposed to get there. Do you know what that means? Miranda asked. We growled in response, but she waved her hand to silence our grunts and ignored our lack of enthusiasm. To the library. Harry and I grumbled again. Miranda's perspective. We were lucky to find an open library at 6:30 a.m. Had I had more time to complete the mission, I would have stopped to admire the library. I never really enjoyed libraries. Being no Athena's daughter, I never felt compelled to read books I couldn't handle or even those I could manage. The libraries were packed with books that would have given me a headache trying to read them. So I had every reason to dislike them. But this library, it was beautiful. I didn't even bother noticing the architecture. I knew nothing about that. It was just that the library looked good. The carpet was emerald green. The tables and shelves were made of solid oak. The ceiling was made of thick plastic, letting in light, but it had cleverly designed curtains that could cover the roof if someone wanted to. Seeing the pulley system, I wondered how long it would take before one of us tried to move the curtains. Which of us would be the first, and whether the librarian would try to stop us. I glanced at the librarian, a blonde with glasses and a pixie cut, around 30 years old. Beside her, following the librarian's instructions, stood a girl 14 or 15 at most. She had chestnut hair and striking emerald green eyes. He carried books from the desk and placed them in the cart. Apart from them, there were only 4 other people in the library, university students who seemed to be working hard to finish their assignments before class. I leaned against the desk, while Ian and Harry did the same on my sides. Could you tell me where the Greek mythology section is? I cleared my throat before forcing the words out. She wasn't sure if I'd understood her. After all, we were in France. But the blonde kept staring at the computer screen where she was typing the numeric and letter codes the girl had given her, and gave us a gentle smile. Down here. The left corner, he said with a thick French accent, raising an arm to indicate the direction. Not everyone speaks English. Thank you, I said, giving the librarian and her assistant a small smile before heading toward the direction she had indicated, with the boys following me. Ian, who was the worst ADHD controller between us two, went all out to touch every item we found along the way. The assistant's car, tables, chairs, and shelves. If he missed something, he'd go back to his steps and make sure to touch it. So I mustered up some willpower to give him a firm pat on the back of his hand to stop him moving. Partly because that would be hypocritical, I was practically slapping myself on the leg. Blame the hyperactivity. We arrived at the left corner of the library's rear wall viewed from the front. There was a display case holding a Spanish manuscript. I'm not sure why the French had it, but the shelves had a dedicated section for Greek mythology. 2 shelves, exactly. Though pale compared to the Library of Athena's collection, it still held more than other mythologies. Roman mythology had its own shelf, Egyptian mythology another, while Norse and Chinese mythology shared a single shelf, and the list continued. Now, find some book by Calypso. There probably isn't one available. I admitted. We know very little about Calypso. Even the demigods were left in the dark about it. I told them, moving along the shelves while glancing at the books. After all, I couldn't read the titles myself. I instructed Harry to search, since he was the only non-dyslexic member of our group, mainly because Calypso couldn't leave her island. And those who did reach it, when they left, it was hard to talk about Calypso, and they didn't pay attention to the place. How do we know everyone's leaving? Ian asked while Harry kept staring at the books. The Moiras carefully select those who can't stay long, I said softly. They're the ones who come to Ogygiathos destined to depart. But didn't they release the prisoners at Percy's request after the second Titanomacy? Harry pressed. Only those who posed no threat to the gods and had behaved well, I told Harry. They let Calypso go, and she hasn't left. I realized, intrigued. I wonder why. I murmured under my breath. Does this look good to you? Harry asked, gesturing for me to check out the book cover. Ian and I locked eyes with the book, then turned back to Harry's face, staring at him with a piercing gaze. I don't read, Ian grumbled.
Ah, Harry understood.
He glanced at the book and read the title. It's called The Complete Encyclopedia of Greek Mythology. It completes my foot, Ian quipped with a smirk, but he followed us to the table. There, Harry sat in the middle, Ian on his left and me on his right, and we all stared straight at the book. What are you waiting for? I snapped at Harry. Open the book, I demanded. Harry exchanged glances with Ian before cautiously meeting my eyes, then turned back to the book. The cover was a coffee-colored fabric with embroidered golden thread Minotaur figures. The text above the Minotaur design was also embroidered with the same thread. 2 lines were featured. La Encyclopedia Completa, Complete Encyclopedia, on the first line, and de la Mythologia Griesa, from Greek mythology, on the second. Due to the length of the text, the second line's letter was slightly smaller than the first. When Harry opened the book, the pages made a sound. It was as if they were trying to slip away. On one of the first pages was an index. To me, it looked something like this.
Le Ilopmo OLS Dosi.
I'm not a fan of the USS Arpancy. And the list went on. Olympus, Harry read aloud, the gods, titans and their kin, along with some monstrous beings. Wait, I exclaimed. Calypso is the daughter of a titan. Go to titans and their kin. Harry started searching for the page while Ian stared at me. One glance into his eyes and you could tell he had a question. That was his predictable way of being. Yet, he never managed to predict what he'd say when I made a comment. What? I asked. Why would Calypso help us if her father was a titan? He snapped. The smile. I don't know. It's a bit suspicious. In the first Titanomia, she allied with her father simply because he was her father. Maybe this time it'll help us, I sighed. Calypso didn't convince me either. The last time anyone knew she had contact with someone outside her island was with Odysseus, but everyone knew that from Odysseus to the present day, Calypso had had several other visitors. Could one of them have convinced her to help? This came to mind when Percy vanished in the labyrinth. Could he have somehow made it to the sea? Could he have persuaded Calypso to join him? I shook my head. If I had already reached this conclusion, Anabeth would have been thinking about it hours ago. With a bit of luck, she might have solved the problem too. Go to the Calypso section. I gestured at Harry, trying to read his shoulder. It was pointless. Thuff was reading way faster than me and kept flipping through the pages. Harry flipped through the pages and, upon finding the Calypso section, he slid his finger until it reached the name of Calypso. Harry cleared his throat and began reading. In Greek mythology, Calypso, meaning the hidden one in Greek, was the daughter of Titan Atlas and ruler of the beautiful island of Ogygia, as told in the Odyssey. During the Titanomachy, when the Titans lost the war, the Olympians punished Calypso for being Atlas' daughter by banishing her to Ogygia. Legend has it that every millennium, the gods would send a hero to make her fall in love, only for fate to force her to abandon him. Something like that, I whispered to Harry and Ian. Every 500 years, not every 1,000. When Odysseus, stranded after his shipwreck, reached this island, Calypso welcomed him into her cave, offering him delicacies, wine, and her own bed. She kept him there for 7 long years, during which she bore him 4 children: Nausido, Nausinu, Latinus, and Telegon. Calypso tried to make Odysseus forget his past life, promising immortality and eternal youth if he stayed with her in Ogygia. But the hero soon grew weary of her hospitality and began to miss his wife, Penelope. Did he cheat on his wife but later missed her? Ian asked, his face twisted with bitterness. Antiquity Greece was remarkably laid back about that, I explained, feeling a bit uneasy at the idea. Harry cleared his throat, annoyed by the interruption. Ian cleared his throat and returned, but fell silent as Harry began reading again. Faced with this situation, Athena intervened and pleaded with Zeus to send Calypso to let Odysseus continue his journey. Zeus dispatched his messenger Hermes, and seeing she had no choice but to comply, Calypso provided Odysseus with materials and provisions to build a raft for his voyage. Odysseus bid her farewell, though harboring suspicions that it might be a trap, before setting sail. Some legends say Calypso ultimately died of grief. But Calypso didn't die, Ian mused. Harry shot him a glare, clearly annoyed. No. But she's been trapped on an island for hundreds of years, completely alone. However, I've heard that sometimes the gods visit her. Calypso actually didn't do anything wrong, I said. Then why were they locked up? I told you, he said, rolling his eyes. Her father was a titan, and she supported him because he was her son. So he did something wrong, Ian remarked. No, did not do it. Why is she still stuck? Anyway? Ian asked. I figured he wasn't in the mood for a vicious cycle. That's what this conversation was turning into. Or maybe he just wanted answers. She's no longer trapped. And she had luck. Her situation was a house arrest, better than many other cells. Still a cell. I stared blankly. In any case, she's no longer locked up. She can leave at any moment. And why doesn't he do it? I thought I'd respond to what I believed. That she wasn't fully on our side. As if getting out of her house arrest would mean being on the other side. Against her father. I just hoped it wasn't true. That Calypso wouldn't betray us. I sighed. Can I read already? Harry asked sarcastically. Sure, Ian quipped, brushing off the sarcasm. Harry sighed but kept reading. There are later legends following the Odyssey that attribute to Odysseus and Calypso a son named Latino, though this is generally considered more accurately linked to Circe. Other traditions, they speak of Nausicaa and Nausinu as children of Calypso and Odysseus. It is also said that he was the son of the couple Auson, who would later give rise to Ausonia. Unfortunately, there's not much information about this legend or Calypso herself. However, we have reason to believe that Calypso received more visits than Odysseus did. She fell in love with some of these visitors and had to bid them farewell. Harry scanned the page with his eyes before locking eyes with us. There's nothing more, he declared, slamming the book shut with a thump. I shook my head. He doesn't tell us where Calypso Island is. He says it's somewhere in the ocean, but it's an island. There can't be a more vague answer, I muttered. I think we should check out the camp library, Ian said. Vassal. Yes, we should do that, Harry agreed. He was still hesitating. They don't understand. I sighed with weariness. None of the three greats' cabins, Hera's and Artemisa's, entered by humans alongside Athena's cabin. The three greats' cabins have high security because they're rarely accessed. The gods themselves keep watch over them. As for Hera's cabin, its high security means no one should ever be able to enter it. And the reason for Artemis is that no boy should enter there unless they're Apollo, a major deity, or have Artemis' special permission. I have no idea what will happen if we enter Athena's cabin, or even if she actually exists. Security. Nobody's stupid enough to sneak into Athena's cabin without permission. Why? Harry asked. You don't want to mess with Athena, right? I chuckled. She's the goddess of strategy, battle, and wisdom. She'll predict your every move and you'll end up falling. You can't beat her. With her children, maybe, but you'll need to be careful. Throughout this, I was surprised to notice that Ian nodded in understanding at my explanation. He turned out to be smarter than I had imagined. I figured he must have been like that since his father was Momo. Ian opened his mouth, then seemed to falter and close it, but after that he reopened it again, this time speaking with firmness. I think we should head to the camp first. To reach Calypso Island, we need to find the way. If we don't know where it's located, we can't possibly locate it, he reasoned. I let my horsehair loose and ran my fingers through my hair, untangling a nervous habit I'd had for years since I started styling my own hair. I ran my bangs sideways behind my ear and sighed. This is the best we can do, Harry concluded, looking at me as he tried to convince me. We don't have enough information, and without information we can't do much. All right then, I decided. Let's put the book back on the shelf later. My gaze met the librarian's assistant's. She was watching me with a cautious half-smile, but I couldn't get close enough to hear us, and though there was a lot of echo, it wasn't enough for her to hear us. And yet, I still had this feeling that she knew exactly what we were doing here, and that she understood every word of what we said. I squinted my eyes toward her and discreetly gestured with my hand for her to come closer. The girl looked at us through her lashes, then slowly moved closer slowly, but she did. She placed her hands clasped in front of her and walked straight up to us. You don't know your language, he said, then exhaled and repeated with a heavy French accent. I don't know his language. He opened his mouth hesitantly before speaking. I can write and read in his language. I understand it too, but I don't speak it well. Ian nodded and pulled out a notebook from his backpack, its pages lined with black ink. Here you go, he murmured, extending the notebook and pen to the girl. Name is Alex, he told us. Are they a demigod? Alex exhaled and waved his hands, struggling to find the right word. Are they semi-divine beings? Ah, Dude said, glancing at Harry and Ian. Yeah. We're demigods, right? I was chatting with a French girl when I casually asked if she was a demigod. What had the world become of? But what? Well, my mom is Aphrodite. Aphrodite? I asked. Yes. Harry's POV. The air was thick with awkward silence. After exchanging glances with Miranda and Ian, I turned my attention back to Alex. She was stunning, her hair cascaded down her neck in a raven-black hue, framed by jade-green eyes. Her delicate features made it easy to imagine she was the daughter of Aphrodite herself. Any news on Calypso? I asked. Alex let out a sigh of relief. Yes, Alex smiled. Ogygia, the island of Calypso. It's lost. He shook his hands again. The island is gone. I assumed the isle referred to an island, but when she told us that Calypso's island was lost, it didn't help at all. And? Ian seemed to find no meaning in it either. To find Calypso's lost island, you must lose yourself. Alex explained with all his might. He grabbed the notebook and pen Ian had given him, starting to write while occasionally pausing to recall forgotten words or correcting misspelled phrases. After a couple of minutes, he handed the notebook back to us and set it on the table. Without bangs, the notebook read something like this. The island of Calypso is lost. To find it, you must lose yourself. Those who seek it won't find it, for it's already within the island. The island of Calypso exists throughout the ocean, yet nowhere in that realm, which is why it's so hard to locate. You're already on the island the moment you're in the sea. Ian looked at Alex. You took the hole to find the lost island. You have to lose yourself, line straight from Pirates of the Caribbean, he quipped playfully. Alex gave him a mysterious half-smile. I didn't get it, Miranda grunted, glaring at Ian and Alex as she crossed her arms. It means the island doesn't actually exist, Ian clarified. But once we're lost at sea, if we're loved on the island, we can enter it. The island will appear for us. That's not in the paper, Miranda retorted skeptically. Ian shrugged his shoulders. Most of what I said were deductions, he said, then turned to Alex. But I'm on the right track, aren't I? Alex smiled. Yes. Alex cleared his throat and opened his mouth as if to speak. But in the end he grabbed the notebook and started writing again, this time more hastily than before. After just a few seconds, he handed us the notebook once more. All they need to do is plunge into the Seine River. Dive in and spin around, let them lose their way. All the lakes, water bodies are connected to the sea. Miranda bit her lip and glanced at Ian. I wasn't entirely convinced about taking a shower in Siena either. We only had 2 or 3 more outfits to change into, but it made sense. Sort of. Ian nodded in agreement. When Miranda turned to me, trying to convince me not to do it, I gave her the same nod. Miranda whimpered, but didn't protest when Ian asked Alex if he could take us to Siena. Alex smiled as if he'd been waiting, and he walked out of the library, us right behind him. I'm going to take a break, too, Alex exclaimed to the librarian before leaving. Isn't it still too early, my dear? 3. The librarian retorted. No, for he replied. A few minutes of walking brought us to Siena. Thankfully, we didn't have to jump off a bridge. Alex led us to a spot where the ground level was at the lake's level. Inside, Alex said, so I figured it meant inside or something like that. Ian and Miranda looked at me. Why me first? I muttered. You're the leader, Miranda said, innocently. I rolled my eyes. They must all go together. Alex shouted. Ian sighed resignedly, while Miranda shot Alex a glare that made him flinch. We didn't hold hands and plunged into the water. But I wasn't feeling lost. I knew exactly where the shore was on this side, which way we needed to go to enter the lake, and I knew perfectly well that it was up and down. I jumped out of the water when I couldn't hold my breath any longer, just 1 second before Ian and Miranda. We couldn't, Miranda said. Alex rolled his eyes. They weren't lost, he moaned. That's because they weren't lost at all. He ordered, close your eyes. Hold your breath. When you submerge, you must spin around in the water until you can't tell which side is shore and which is lake, until you can't even tell up from down. And don't let go of your hands under any circumstances. Alex was crystal clear. It was the first time I'd heard her speak our language without any French influence, more than just her accent. So I figured she meant business. Miranda bit her lip. Ian pursed his lips, and I froze in place. Then I released his hands to secure my glasses. Everything told me they'd be gone if I didn't watch out. Just before we dove in, Alex kissed Ian. Then we started spinning around. It was chaotic. The only sign that Miranda and Ian were still with me was his hands. I couldn't open my eyes, fearing water might get in. But Alex was right. At first I didn't believe him, but if it's possible to lose all sense of up and down. When my lungs burned so fiercely that I thought they were about to explode, I emerged from the water, crying for air. And we weren't in France anymore. 1. The first 3 bold paragraphs? Straight from Wikipedia. 2. I'll take my rest. 3. Isn't it too early, darling? 4. No. The Battle of Hogwarts Part 1. Chapter 32. The Battle of Hogwarts Part 1. Parvati POV. Seamus lunged to try to enter the cave, which forced me and Malfoy to hold him back. What are you doing? I shouted over the sound of rocks closing the stairs. Along with her, the entrance to the dragon's cave. We gotta go after Percy. Let's free up. I saw him. It wasn't just the dragon. Percy was still there. Probably unconscious or in his final moments, paralyzed as he regained his powers. His jaw was clenched and his legs cramped, if Hassan's words were true. We had to get him out of there. I freed Seamus and, together with him, we swung toward the cave. Draco's perspective. I saw Parvati's expression shift. I could almost hear the gears whirring in her head as she tried to process Percy still being trapped there unresponsive. As they told me. Parvati nodded toward Seamus, and without a word, they agreed to head to the cave. Before anyone could react, I raised my wand. Totally petrified, I shouted, the syllables clashing like train wheels. I was grateful I'd been practicing wordless spells, otherwise, with my terrible pronunciation, Parvati and Seamus would have been covered in green phlegm or some other disgusting stuff. Instead, Seamus and Parvati just froze solid, completely petrified by the spell's effect. With a grimace, I thought how lucky I was that only the cave had collapsed instead of the entire school, which would have left us in serious trouble since those two couldn't be moved. At the end of the corridor, 2 Ravenclaws walked by. They wore Greek armor and awkwardly held their swords, unable to hold them properly in their hands. Hey, can you help me out? I called out. I made a small gesture. It wasn't the Malfoy way to ask for help. We'd blackmail and threaten for assistance, but never actually ask for it. I suppose that's part of what got the Malfoys into Voldemort's mess. The Ravenclaw siblings, a petite blonde girl our age and a darker-haired boy a year older, stared at me suspiciously but eventually came closer. What do you want, Malfoy? The boy asked. I didn't stop to wonder how the boy knew my name. Most people recognized me as the school's notorious scapegoat. That title? You'd be surprised. I had to petrify them or they'd fall into a cave. Believe it or not, we need to take them to the infirmary, I said calmly. Why? The girl asked. I rolled my eyes. All I needed was to get them out of the cave and into reason. The location didn't matter, the infirmary was just where I could most easily convince people to help me. With a swift motion, I cast a spell in color without words. In Seamus and Parvati, on the back of their arms a shapeless mark. With a concerned look on my face, I pointed out the Ravenclaw section to them. Look, I said, gesturing at the stains on Parvati and Seamus's arms. They've been poisoned with barbed spikes. It's not fatal, but once they turn completely blue, they'll die. I dramatically explained, rolling my eyes inward. I didn't know either of them well, but I figured Parvati would have rolled her eyes if she hadn't been frozen in place, and Seamus would have sneezed if he hadn't been frozen too. Fortunately, none of them could reveal their reactions to my blatant and utterly ridiculous lie, as I knew they would have been obvious. The boy hesitated but lifted Parvati, while the girl grabbed Seamus's head and I took his feet. Georgia McPherson called me. The girl sighed after an awkward silence. I wrestled with how to respond. Ignoring her would be rude, but giving a harsh answer felt equally inappropriate. I couldn't introduce myself either, they already knew who I was. I couldn't be rude either, that's what my father taught me, and his teachings often proved wrong, like supporting Voldemort, but I needed his help to take Parvati and Seamus to the infirmary, and there wouldn't be many willing to assist me. There was a crisis going on. I decided to give a response that wasn't really a response. Wasn't Georgia a state in the United States? I casually asked, glancing around mainly backward to avoid bumping into something, since I was walking with my back to the ground. Well, yeah, I think so, the girl mumbled, clearly unsure how to respond either. Another uncomfortable silence hung in the air. I sighed inwardly. Throughout the year we had been through, I had only received uncomfortable silences, insults, and murderous glances. I can't expect more, I thought with a slight grimace. Several people had died because of my fault, and hundreds of families had perished under the orders of the man I worked for. It's not like it's easy to talk to me. It didn't take long for me to get used to the uncomfortable silence. The boy carrying Parvati seemed unbothered by the silence, so the only one affected by the tense atmosphere was Georgia. I wasn't exactly comfortable either, but it wasn't nearly as awkward as when it first happened to me. The boy left Parvati in a hospital bed with a thump. The girl took her time adjusting Seamus's head before laying him down on the bed, which really annoyed me since I still had to keep carrying his feet. Like the guy, I carelessly dropped Seamus's feet onto the bed without a second thought. Thanks, I murmured, loud enough for the boy and Georgia to hear. The boy kept silent, but the girl tilted her head back slightly, gave a half-smile and whispered, "It's nothing." In just a few seconds they left the infirmary. I looked at Parvati and Seamus. They were motionless, but they should have been able to hear me. Unless Seamus had fallen asleep, which I found hard to believe given how we carried him to the infirmary, though honestly, swaying like that? I don't think it's easy to sleep like that. I studied them. Maybe it's better to speak now that they're frozen in place. I'm sorry to have frozen them, I began, and without intending it, added, but they left me no other choice. Parvati shot me a dirty look, which I translated as, "Go find someone else with that story." I made a face and grabbed a chair, positioned it between the beds, then sat down. I propped my elbows on my thighs and let my hands dangle in front of me. I never thought of anything else to do, I continued. You were going into the cave to save Percy. But you couldn't. Took us an hour just counting the round-trip path in the cave. Not the same route you took with the dragon. How did they plan to take Percy in 5 minutes? Because that's exactly how long it took for the cave to collapse. I looked at Seamus and Parvati. Parvati could only move her eyes, just like any other victim of the totalist petrification spell after 10 minutes had passed. Seamus was in the same boat. I knew that with their eyes moving now, it was just minutes before they could fully move again, so I spoke even faster. I know that if you hadn't been there, you'd have entered the cave and died crushed by a rock. I looked at Seamus, whose eyes told the truth. In his place, only Percy died. I hesitated to continue speaking. I wasn't certain Percy was alive, but I also wasn't sure he was dead, damn. Even if the boy had fallen on me hard, I'd still hoped he was alive. His entire stay here showed how crucial he was to our survival. I had the dragon protecting him, didn't I? But as I said earlier, Percy might be dead. If hopes were to rise again, it would feel like he was dying once more. Better avoid it. I don't know if Percy is dead, I told them honestly. I noticed Parvati's eyes filled with tears, while Seamus' face turned slightly flushed. But I know he wouldn't want you guys to die trying to save him from a situation they couldn't handle. Your lives would have been wasted for nothing. After summarizing my speech, I made a face at my poor public speaking skills when it came to inspirational talks. My job was to give orders, not to gently persuade others to comply. I exhaled and approached Parvati. I aimed my wand at her arm, casting the color counterspell on the blue blot on her forearm. Then I repeated the same technique on Seamus's arm. I sat down again and let out the breath I'd been holding. I was about to tell them, at least part of it. The fact that they were paralyzed somehow gave me confidence. I'm truly sorry about the you-knows incident. I know there's no reason to apologize, but I wanted to let you know. In a way, I feel indebted to Harry for giving me a second chance. For a moment, I wished I'd let myself rot in Azkaban, but I know if I had to choose, I'd pick this. I just wanted to say it, I murmured finally. I turned around and stepped out of the room. Parvati POV. To be honest, I couldn't bring myself to trust Malfoy. When he started rambling about his thoughts out of nowhere just a minute ago, it felt like some random act. I couldn't help wondering if he thought this was a good way to pressure us. He'd never done that before. He lied, but I never really thought manipulating people was his thing. Focusing intently, I tried moving my fingers. I could move them. I managed to part my lips slightly, letting out a soft sigh. Through the corner of my eye, I saw Seamus also moving his fingers. With determination, I tried sitting down in my seat. Though unsuccessful, the effort made me move my own fingers. It had been about 20 minutes since Malfoy brought us here with 2 Ravenclaw * students, so there were still 5 minutes left before the spell expired. Seamus, I managed to murmur, keeping my lips barely moving. Huh? She moaned. Apparently, he still hadn't fully absorbed the spell's effects by that point. There wasn't much time left, as the one Malfoy cast on him came shortly after the one I was hit with. I breathed with newfound freedom when I finally regained control over my hands and facial expressions. Though I still couldn't move my torso, arms, legs, or neck, I could speak freely. What do you think of what he said? Seamus asked, in the same situation I was in. I think he's lying, I snorted. Seamus vacillated. I don't know, Parvati. I found it convincing. Besides, I suspect even if he'd given a sincere apology, you wouldn't have believed him, he told me. I tried to straighten my shoulders, but they only moved by an imperceptible millimeter. There's no way to verify if he gave a sincere response. You see Seamus opening his mouth, but I cut him off with rolling eyes. Save your comments. I know there are ways to verify it, but, I sighed. Is it wrong to suspect someone who betrayed an entire race? I asked, turning my head as far as I could. I don't know, Seamus replied. I imagined he'd shrug right now if he could. Trusting people isn't a bad idea, you know. My eyes rolled. I wasn't damaged and definitely had no issues trusting people. It was just that I preferred getting to know them before placing my trust in them. And I didn't know about Malfoy. I know I complained. There was a silence. Do you think the spell has already been cast? Seamus asked. I suppose so. It's been 10 minutes since Malfoy brought us here. He only took 5 minutes to convince the Ravenclaw * students to help us. And, ugh yeah, Seamus grunted. Venomous fences, of all things.
I'm picking venomous fences.
I coughed forcefully in irritation. Seamus looked at me with an innocent smile. Oh yes, I was slightly taken aback by the look and continued. The Ravenclaw team took about 10 minutes to bring us back. The spell takes 15 minutes to wear off, so technically speaking, yes, the spell must have passed. Seamus was staring at me blankly. You know, you could have just said the spell had worn off, he remarked. I was annoyed. Seamus' perspective. When we both felt comfortable moving around, we left the infirmary. We agreed it would be better to avoid seeing Malfoy again until we clarified our thoughts, something we hadn't done yet. Without needing words, we understood we needed to head upstairs. The lower floor's corridors weren't crowded. In fact, it would be an exaggeration to say we saw more than 10 people. Shockingly few. considering that during a regular class change we'd normally see 200 people per hour. But that was because we hadn't seen it from above. I won't say there were many people. 300, at most 350. They weren't even half of Hogwarts' population, which would total 1,300. 1,000 of those people were in Hogwarts' underground fortress. If I remember correctly from the history class, the last time they used the underground fortress was, well, never. The only reason we knew about the fortress was for security reasons. Upstairs in Hogwarts' main floor, chaos reigned. Every student from the final 3 years of Hogwarts, 5th, 6th, and 7th years, the 7th year was up there. Everyone was focused on the entrance, their wands raised and ready. A few had minor panic attacks, and their friends were comforting them. I felt a hand on my shoulder, and the body of that hand colliding with mine. "I'm sorry," Hermione murmured before turning to leave, but she paused. Relief flickered across her face as she recognized us, her eyes scanning the room around us. What a relief they're here. Percy's explanation about these creatures would be super helpful. They're all around Hogwarts, neither showing any signs of approaching nor backing away. We tried. "Where's Percy?" I felt my face turn pale. I tried to hold back the tears. This was Parvati. After Allie could feel something tickling my nose, and I knew it wouldn't be long before I started crying. Recognition flashed across Hermione's face, but Ron beside her looked somewhat confused about what was happening. "What's going on?" he asked. Percy. Parvati tried to say, but began sobbing. I quickly wrapped my arms around her and pressed her against my chest. I could feel her sobs, her tears soaking my cloak. I started to sob softly against her hair. How could we survive without Percy? Without him, the other side probably wouldn't cooperate. They didn't know us and might see us as enemies. We also lacked Harry to guide us. And who said we wouldn't attack Percy's allies ourselves? Without Percy to lead us and trust the other teamer ourselves, cooperation or war would be impossible. We'd be lost. We turned to the Ministry, but what did they really know? Did Percy die? Hermione asked, her voice breaking when she said Percy's name. Parvati let out a trembling sigh against me, but she seemed to regain her composure. I did too and stepped back. Parvati glanced at Hermione, discreetly wiping her cheeks again. I did the same. We believe that. It's the most likely scenario. He was still in the cave when it collapsed, he explained, his voice trembling slightly. Then what about the dragon? Ron asked. Is he with him? I murmured, suggesting they might have met the same fate. But, the dragon was supposed to help us when we needed it most, Hermione stammered. Now is the time we need it most. Hermione, Ron called her, giving her a gentle shake. We're going to die. Whoever dares to be our enemy will attack us, and we'll all die. Hermione, Ron called out with renewed vigor, pulling Hermione into his arms. Hermione sobbed against Ron's chest, while Parvati beside me tried to hold back her own tears. Both of us watched the couple. The people around us were watching us as Hermione exploded. Every face showed fear and worry, though some also held determination. I knew none of us would fall without fighting, and for the first time I realized we were all on the same side. The lines between houses had blurred. I understood that Malfoy wasn't the only one, the movers in Hogwarts, but also the lines between movers and non-movers had blurred. For the first time, the magical world, and the gods' realm most people knew nothing of, had a common enemy, and to defeat it, all signs pointed to unity. I looked at them. I had no clue who should give orders, not even they knew. Everyone was bowing to McGonagall, but she seemed reluctant to command. She was our teacher, not our leader, yet someone had to take charge. 3 months ago it would have been Harry. He did. 3 months ago. A week ago, yesterday, it would have been Percy. I held back a dry sob, but everything pointed to him being dead right now. The mere thought numbed me. But today, who would have done it when McGonagall decided to tell us she'd stop giving orders? Could have been Hermione, but she was the type who did her own research. She worked behind the scenes. Ron? He didn't seem like much of a leader. Maybe strategy? Parvati? Parvati would have been a good choice, I thought. But right now she was too emotional. Me? Ni de broma. I was a timid kid, hardly the type to be called a Gryffindor. Sometimes I wondered if I'd only chosen this hat because it didn't fit anywhere else. Sure, I excelled at everything, but nothing was truly exceptional. My only standout was in herbology. And even that wasn't the best. Neville was the real star of that game. However, despite how much it sounded like a disaster at the time, he was actually the most qualified candidate for the position. Before I could find excuses to avoid it, I walked straight up to McGonagall. She didn't seem surprised to see me there. In fact, when she glanced over my shoulder and spotted Parvati, her expression was almost pleased. They did what they had to do, he asked with a look in his eyes. I avoided his gaze. I would have told everyone Percy was dead when everything happened. But now I couldn't. I couldn't say it out loud without breaking my voice. What's going on here, Professor McGonagall? I asked, before losing my nerve. What a Gryffindor I am. A glint of understanding flashed in his eyes. Then he looked at me with serious determination. The monsters seem to be keeping watch. They neither approach nor attack, but they don't leave either. We found our spells don't work on them. That's a major problem. Our only defense will be the swordsmanship skills Sextus taught us, who disappeared. And if our spells don't work, we doubt swords can do anything against them. If they decide to attack, we'll be finished, he explained. I looked around and shouted at the cacophony. Everyone, to the dining room, for their swords. Surprisingly, they obeyed me. The Battle of Ogygia Part 1. Chapter 33. The Battle of Ogygia Part 1. Anabeth POV. After broadcasting the Iris message into the air, I hoped they might actually catch it. Honestly, I didn't want to know what kind of place they needed to be in for the messages to reach them, though I did have an idea. It was supposed to be a secret location, a safe space. It was probably where the muses kept the ether. In a way, the fact that the message hadn't reached them was reassuring. It meant they'd made it to their destination. Now they should be back. According to the accounts, 33 campers were still missing. With only 3 boats and 3 rafts left, everything should be in order.
11 campers per raft.
2 of the rafts were at Camp Mestizo, so I'd take one from Calypso's island, Ogygia. It didn't take long to reach. The island was nowhere and everywhere at once, so it only took a couple minutes to get to Camp Mestizo's lake. With some difficulty, I got off the raft and secured it to the harbor with a thick rope. I made sure to remove all emergency maps from the raft, those Athena's children, though I couldn't bring myself to admit it, who were eager to take charge of the situation, and for this scenario, maps were essential. What? They probably wouldn't understand that to keep things under control, they'd have to disappear. Honestly, that logic didn't make sense, but my mother's books always said it, so I just avoided thinking about it. I arrived at the armory cabin. The barriers couldn't be repaired with any Hecate's magic, so this became the best place to stay. Few monsters would stop to pick up weapons. Most already had their own gear or simply didn't use them. Eventually the campers arrived. 24 campers showed up, but only 22 ended up in the rafting boats. The other 2 were Apollo's children, so they stayed behind to train together while I read a book. It was eerily quiet, with not a single monster having attacked. I held out hope that we could leave here unscathed. After all, there was no real focus, not much of it. When the stench might have attracted too many creatures, the demigods would vanish. Of course, we didn't have a clean exit. It all began when the last few demigods arrived. There were 3 of them, 2 sons of Hermes and a 3rd son of Apollo. These 2 gods had always gotten along well, just as their children did, so it came as no surprise that the 3 of them would come together. It was a surprise that they arrived being followed by 5 hounds from hell. I had come out to check on the cabin door. We needed fresh air with 8 people inside, and found them. The cabin was on the hill, so we had perfect visibility of what was happening. Campers, bring your weapons, I ordered. Everyone had their armor on for emergencies, but only Apollo's 2 sons were practicing with their swords, so it took them a few seconds to follow my orders. You selected, pointing at Apollo's children, the boy of Hermes, and Drew, daughter of Aphrodite. Come with me. I want the rest to prepare the raft. Everything could have gone smoothly. We were 8 demigods against 3 hellhounds with the numbers on our side. That is, unless they weren't ordinary dogs. The first sign came when they breezed through the barriers without a hitch. Any other monster or mortal would have at least fought their way in despite those weak defenses, but the dogs didn't. They just walked right through. The second and final indicator that these weren't ordinary dogs came when one of Apollo's pursued children thrust his sword into one of the dogs, unable to use his bow since it was apparently securely stashed in his backpack. The sword pierced the dog. Those weren't our enemies. We could defeat them with celestial bronze or, though rarer imperial gold. But to the dogs, it was as if the sword had never pierced their flesh. I understood. No matter where they came from, those weren't ordinary dogs or even from our world. They were from Harry's world. I want them to bring the practice weapons. The wooden ones. The dogs don't care about celestial bronze, I shouted. Fortunately, we were close to the cabin, so finding the practice weapons wasn't too hard. The wooden swords, being lightweight and less balanced than celestial bronze ones, had to do with it. We charged toward the dogs to find the 3 demigods. We gave them wooden weapons and attacked. The practice swords, unfortunately, weren't as sharp as the real ones. This meant we had to strike the dogs. If they died, their bodies would stay there since we needed to escape. If a dog got injured, it would cry. Fighting those dogs wasn't like battling a monster, it felt more like fighting a demigod. But this was a matter of life or death. It was different from the war. In the Battle of Manhattan, not many demigods died. Those who did perish were slain by monsters. Not even in the war had there been a single instance where a demigod killed another demigod. The training at Camp Mestizo taught us to kill monsters, not people who would react well as living beings. We exchanged glances. We couldn't kill the dogs cold-bloodedly. I doubted they felt the same way about us, but we just couldn't do it. With swift blows, we left them paralyzed. We knocked out everyone except one. The one who had to have his leg broken so he couldn't keep up with us. Quick, we need to get to the raft, I ordered. I don't know what we'll do if there are more of them. We dashed toward the harbor where the rest of the campers were waiting for us in the raft, ready to set sail. The next thing I knew was that the raft had capsized, with the rest of the campers still inside. Get them out of there,
shoutait Hermesson.
In a desperate attempt to rescue the demigods from the capsized raft, what seemed like they were already drowning by the way things were going, we all jumped into the water. We couldn't do anything else. It would take them about 3 days to come for us, since they'd only assumed the rest of the demigods hadn't arrived in time. They wouldn't realize we couldn't make it until 3 days later. The safest spot in the camp was probably the lake. Not many monsters enjoy swimming, and aquatic creatures are confined to the ocean. We were lucky. Even the mermaids would protect us, so we jumped into the water to find them. I dove down. When my lungs felt like they couldn't take it anymore, I swam back up. Most of the demigods were swimming on the surface, keeping themselves afloat. Everyone was panting slightly and pulling their hair off their faces. They're not here, Apollo's son whispered. It's like they've vanished, added another Apollo's son. Although the remains of the balsa are still there, added a son of Hermes. Does anyone have the slightest clue how that went down? Drew snapped irritably, having been struggling to hold her wet hair in place with a hairpin to prevent it from getting tangled up too much. I didn't know Drew very well, but I knew her in a way. Like all daughters of Aphrodite, she hated getting dirty and tried to avoid battlefields as much as possible. Still, she'd do some light exercise out of vanity and was decent with a sword. She wasn't a social butterfly and attended a school in Brooklyn. In a battle, a decent soldier though he might not look like it. No, murmured one of Hermes' sons, scrutinizing Drew intently. Rolled the eyes. We need to search for them. I don't care how long it takes. First, we need to check the lake's bottom, I ordered. No matter how deep it is, I want to see if there were any dead bodies. My voice faltered slightly on that final word. Everyone fell silent except Drew, who snorted irritably but didn't say a word. I was pushed upward, and with the gravitational pull, I shot downward. I opened my eyes. If I had seen them in a mirror, I think they would have looked like a bunch of Vim pens. I couldn't open them any wider, it would be uncomfortable. I swam down. Once Percy told me I was a good swimmer. A compliment from him made me feel a bit proud, until it crossed my mind to challenge Percy to a swimming race. Before I even entered the lake, he had already reached the other side. He was waiting for me across the way, his smile blending a touch of mischief with a mix of pride and sweetness. I returned the smile, a bit shyly, a bit sarcastically. I don't think I need to say it, but I felt way more humble at that moment. Not exactly my best moment, to be honest. Percy. His name was what kept me swimming. Deeper, deeper. I could feel my lungs burning for air, and I tried to rise, but I closed my eyes. Suddenly, I couldn't tell up from bottom and had lost myself in the lake. At that moment I lost consciousness. I shook my head slightly and blinked to clear my vision. Everything looked hazy, only a dark-skinned boy and a blonde guy looming over me. My eyes weren't sharp enough to make out their features. My gaze instinctively followed the boy with dark hair. Percy, he murmured from a corner of my mind, with nostalgia. Move, the boy with the black hair whispered. Yes, he does, the blonde boy replied with a smile. I guessed he was relieved. Harry.
No, Percy.
Harry. I felt like crying, but given the situation, I'd already fainted. I couldn't shed tears in front of people I had to protect. That job had been Percy's, and now, the absence fell on my shoulders. A heavy burden, but someone had to carry it. I silently wiped away my tears. I seriously doubted they'd noticed, but still kept my eyes wide open, trying to look strong and healthy. Still, I discreetly pulled my hair down to cover my face, just in case my eyes were actually watery. We had to give you a little ambrosia, Will explained with a relieved smile. I was right. Harry was now in a corner, looking at me with concern. My heart twisted. It wasn't Percy. Percy hadn't been here. I hadn't realized it until those few seconds when I truly believed Percy had been here. Even after Will called Harry the dark boy, I'd clung to hope. But that hope crumbled like an insect when I saw Harry. Maybe we should dye his hair, so he doesn't get confused with Percy when our vision's blurry. I nearly rolled my eyes. That sounded like Percy's kind of thinking, not mine. What happened to me? I asked, my voice tinged with a slight rasp. I cleared my throat and repeated. What happened to me? You lost me. Dear Harry did the same thing. By letting you go, you allowed the island to find you, and now the island accepts you. Well, Calypso, Will said. Harry explained that to find the island you have to get lost. That's totally from Pirates of the Caribbean. I whispered under my breath, then blurted out loud. It makes sense. In a twisted way. What's the last thing you remember? Will asked kindly. It was driving me up the wall. Since I knew it wasn't made of porcelain. Couldn't break so easily. I need to make sure you don't have amnesia. I gasped and remembered. I was waiting for the demigods then the strange dogs attacked, and we couldn't defend ourselves. The raft capsized with some demigods inside. They're still missing. I shouted. We need to find them. 7 demigods are still at Camp Mestizo and completely unprotected. I cried out. All arrived on time, Will assured. They could say whatever they wanted about him, but he was good at calming people down. I sighed again, trying to calm myself. All of them? The 10 people excluding you. And Harry, and Miranda, and Ian. Did they come back? Did they too? I asked, stunned. I hadn't expected them to return so soon. How? A French girl explained to us how to reach the island of Calypso. She saw us investigating. She's the daughter of Aphrodite, Harry told me. Brilliant. The gods are making an international comeback. I muttered sarcastically, my voice too low for Harry or Will to hear. I hoped they wouldn't need to send satyrs to other countries. So they had to go to Paris? I asked louder. Harry Asensio. We didn't get lucky at the Museum of New York, but we found them at the Louvre. Did they bring the ether? I asked, my voice trembling with excitement. I kept wondering what this fifth element would be like. See, I let out a sigh of relief. We could finally return to Camp Mestizo. There was no need to keep relying on Calypso's help. If we left her island, she couldn't betray us, I consoled myself. But perhaps by then, it would be too late. A soft voice murmured in a corner of my mind. I shook my head slightly, trying to clear my mind. My gaze fell on Harry. He was staring into the void before glancing around. Maybe he was looking for Calypso. I snorted under my breath. Everyone's into Calypso. Sighed. I was just jealous. I shouldn't have any prejudices about her, especially since she helped us out. But I couldn't help it. It's my job to keep tabs on anyone who might try to hurt my people. I hadn't had the chance to meet Calypso yet. The event was scheduled for tonight at Calypso's dining hall, where I hoped everyone would show up. Now there were about 300 campers. All those who hadn't arrived during the past 2 weeks had finally shown up. Dizzy, someone shouted from outside, followed by a thump as a body hit the floor. My blood turned to ice. Had Calypso betrayed us? What did Desmaeus mean? And, damn it, what had she done to the body that fell? What's going on out there? I screamed, my voice carrying a barely audible edge of hysteria. I heard campers outside starting to run and shout. One of them, Travis Stoll, stumbled, and his younger brother Connor Stoll made their way to the door of the small cabin where we were staying. By then, I had already put on my gear and was ready to go. He pulled his belt toward the dagger at my hip, and I had already drawn my knife. What's going on, Stoll? There are witches out there, Travis exclaimed. Well, not exactly, Connor remarked. They don't cast spells, Grithon, though there's one who does cast spells. But she also shouts. The others just look like witches and scream. They're not, Connor concluded. How many are there? Besides the witch, there are 3, Travis replied. We need to be careful with those. They shouted at 3 people and all 3 fainted, Connor explained. Are they still alive? All of them, Travis replied. Some are already being brought to the nursing room, Connor added. Without a second thought, I dashed toward where we kept our guns. In Ogygia, and I put on my armor. Around me, many other demigods were doing the same thing. I stepped out, dagger in hand. In the air, 3 women were flying. Their hair flowed long and glossy in jet-black waves. Their skin tinged with a subtle greenish hue. Their legs stretched endlessly until they vanished at the knees. In some way, they were beautiful. Their obsidian eyes burned with desperate sorrow as they screamed. From another perspective, the one through which the rest of the camp viewed them, they were terrifying. I recognized the monster. I was startled to realize it wasn't a Greek monster. I want the House of Ares to split in 2 and attack the Banshees, I demanded. The same goes for the House of Athena. Each half attacks 1 Banshee. Half of Athena's house is meant to be a strategic planning room. I can already sense more people coming. The houses of Phoebus, Deimos, and Aphrodite are tasked with controlling anyone who isn't a monster. I want the House of Hephaestus to forge weapons. Try to avoid the celestial bronze or imperial gold. That won't do against these monsters. The campers had paused to listen.
Urgent.
Move, folks. The camp was back in action. The 4 assigned groups were already at work. Deimos' cabin was causing chaos among non-campers. They couldn't keep it occupied with so many people. So Aphrodite's cabin and Phoebus' cabin prepared to unleash their powers if more unpowered individuals showed up. Clarice led one of the teams against the Banshees. Without weapons, she couldn't kill them herself. But her brothers did an excellent job distracting the Banshees by diverting their shouts from the campers. The other team, led by Mark, Clarice's brother and second-in-command of the Ares cabin, was also succeeding. Though not quite winning, they maintained their pace. My brothers, however, split into 2 groups. More than before, they were divided. Half of the group distracted the Banshee, while the other half devised a plan to silence her. Around me, the campers were getting ready. Some had managed to grab branches and used them as makeshift swords. While they weren't exactly the same thing, they were doing what they could against the people who had appeared. None of the people present seemed to know who those individuals were. I knew that. They were from Harry's world, and we had to work with him. I genuinely hoped they weren't official or something like that in the other world. If they were, it would be obvious that their governance system wouldn't cooperate with us, which would make our collaboration mission way harder. I hoped Percy could convince them to help. Apollo's children were trying to throw stones. They'd discovered that making a slingshot with an arch wasn't easy, but since they couldn't shoot arrows, they kept trying anyway. I couldn't do anything. I couldn't attack. I didn't have a weapon. The only thing I could do was head to the strategy cabin. Maybe I could help out. The thought of helping made me dash toward the cabin. Though we weren't Romans, we had a knack for rebuilding small structures. Since these weren't divine dwellings and time was tight, we were building oversized cabins to accommodate everyone's needs. The moment I stepped in, a girl slipped right behind me. What's going on? I demanded, seeing his anxious face. There's a fire. The infirmary is ablaze with 3 people inside, and some snakes came out. We can't kill them, he gasped. Fix this up, I ordered, and bolted out the door, for the 3rd time in 30 minutes. Seeing the house ablaze, I remembered how useful Percy would be right now. As Poseidon's son who controlled the waters, he could have been a lifesaver. He could easily put out a fire. He had put out a raging forest, and he could handle a small cabin too. I need someone to put out that damn fire. Chilled, rushing toward the fire. Several people from other cottages who were struggling to get rid of 3 fire-breathing snakes approached to help put out the blaze. I sighed. Was he supposed to hold the camp while being attacked by monsters that even celestial bronze and imperial gold couldn't harm? That seemed to be the case. The Battle of Hogwarts, Part 2, Chapter 34. The Battle of Hogwarts, Part 2, Seamus POV. Along with the other 3 final-year students, I went to the cafeteria. I knew Sextus had hidden the swords in a wall-mounted cabinet, camouflaged so nobody could spot it. We'd all seen him do it before. Sextus always locked the door with a bronze-colored padlock, a massive, world-sized lock. I thought he'd forgotten about it yesterday. When I arrived at the cafeteria, the tables were gone and there was a makeshift floor, the same one that had always been in the fencing class. For a moment, I wondered if the cafeteria looked like the Sala del Requirimiento, but I left it alone after a few seconds. I never knew anything about Hogwarts. Not even Dumbledore. To me, Hogwarts was just Dumbledore. I shook my head slightly and moved toward the closet where it was. The boys were huddled around the door. Some tried to open it with magic, while the Weasley twins attempted to use a peculiar devisé, a flat, pointed metal rod that curved slightly at its tip. It's a magic wand, George explained. Muggles use it to open doors when they don't have the key. Sometimes they just slam the doors shut, Fred added with a mischievous grin. Seconds later, as they were trapped in the chain, one of the spells hit Fred and George. But it turned out to be a spell that had been mixed with others. Somehow, their hair had turned purplish. The twins exchanged glances and sighed, as McGonagall cast a meaningful look at them. To the nursing department, he urged. We knew it was coming, the twins sighed. I approached to examine the lock. I wondered if Percy could have managed to open it. Percy was a capable leader who would have found a way. Given his experience, he might have done something foolish like attacking the lock with his sword once he'd been thwarted and the lock would have opened. With frustration, I shoved the door shut with my body while turning the handle, and it opened. I let out a nervous laugh when the spells stopped flying around, feeling my classmates' gazes on the back of my neck. Did I really do that? It wasn't that difficult. I had this feeling that if I just turned the knob gently, the door would have opened on its own. Did someone try to open the handle? Hermione asked, utterly unconvinced that anyone had attempted it. The wizards and witches exchanged glances. A chorus of "No-s" and "Why would they do that?" echoed around them. Hermione rolled her eyes. Parvati did the same thing as she approached the wardrobe. I looked at the wardrobe. In a way, it wasn't what I'd imagined. Armory wasn't the right term, it should have been cellar. At first glance, he knew he was looking at a hallway. On either side of the corridor stood 4 doors, 2 on each side. I took a tentative step forward. I headed toward the nearest door on the left side of the corridor. The door was made of oak. If it couldn't be opened by spell or simply turned with the handle, we'd be in serious trouble. It wouldn't be easy to knock it down. I placed my hand on the frozen handle and turned my wrist. I was expecting to find the swords. I mean, he must have split the team into 3 rooms, right? Though he might have even built one of those gaming rooms. What I didn't expect was finding the entire team in that room. The fact that everything was packed up there, and not easily, made me wonder what was in the other rooms. Here's the team, I announced over my shoulder. I had to push a few people aside to get to the other door, as the boys had gathered around me, trying to see what was in the room from above. When I saw it was just a set of equipment, they sighed in disappointment. Did they think I'd lied to them? Why would I do that? I thought, letting out a sigh. He walked carefully toward the next door on the same side. There was a study there. It looked cozy and welcoming. The walls were covered with bookshelves from floor to ceiling. The floor had a burgundy carpet, and the desk was made of oak. A lamp sat in a corner of the desk, and near the door stood a pair of furniture pieces. One was a two-seater, and the other was a single piece. It was dark burgundy in color, with gray undertones. They were the kind of furniture that practically begged you to sit on them, looking so inviting. I sighed, still nothing. It's a study, I exclaimed over my shoulder. I walked slowly toward the next door on the other side of the corridor. This time it was easier, as they had already made room for me to walk instead of stopping there. I headed straight for the door and tried to open it. Naturally, when I saw all the others were already open, my body lurched forward as I turned my wrist, but only to collide with the door. Parvati suppressed a glance at him, then rolled her eyes and moved closer. Look at this, he pointed, then slapped my forehead with the same finger. I opened my mouth to complain, but saw what he was pointing at. It was an inscription. Click here to listen to the message. Just below that was a circle. The color of the circle was almost imperceptibly darker than the rest of the door, but when viewed up close, it stood out distinctly. The circular pattern slightly protruded against the rest of the door. I shrugged and pressed the circle. Out of nowhere, a message appeared. On the shore it looked like a rainbow, but the effect faded until revealing an image, so no, I could be certain. The image showed Sextus Gladius Lord or Lord Sextus staring back at us. His mouth twisted upward, but the rest of his face betrayed serious concern. Very well, Sextus said. If you're reading this, or they are, then whoever you are, you've walked into my closet. If you're here, it means there's a problem. Whether these are just your personal issues or part of Hogwarts' broader troubles, I don't know. It's just a video. The real Sextus doesn't know we're here, Hermione reassured everyone. Well, if he doesn't know, he must be seriously clueless. All the 5th, 6th, and 7th graders are here, Ron retorted. Hermione nudged Ron's ribs and shot him a piercing stare. It's true, Parvati said. Where's Sextus? He asked. Shoo! Romilda Vane silenced him. Sextus is talking. She whispered. If these are just your own problems, turn away. Come on, do it. I don't want to know what's in this room. It would only lead to endless questions that'll never get answered. Because if you ask, I'll deny this room's existence. You'll go nuts. On the other hand, if Hogwarts problems are real, then you'll get answers. But only after you need the weapons. I can't help you before that. The questions will drive you nuts if you know you'll never get answers. So Hogwarts isn't in trouble, you really should leave. If Hogwarts were in trouble, go ahead. At that moment, the 6th year from the video bowed and pointed to the door. Then the rainbow dissolved. The sound of a door lock being unlocked rang out. I glanced at McGonagall. I didn't know what to do. Questions that'll drive me nuts? The thought didn't sound pleasant. I had this feeling of, McGonagall knew exactly what Sextus was saying. For she looked pale, as if she already understood what awaited them in the chamber and had accepted it. She had accepted that it was necessary. Her hands were clasped tightly, their white knuckles clenched with force. My gaze shifted to Parvati. I noticed she had been observing McGonagall too, and now she was looking back at me. She gave me a slight nod. I sighed softly and placed my hand on the door handle. While sharing the golden hue of its peers, this particular door had a subtle difference. Its tone carried more bronzic undertones than pure gold. Bronze. I turned the door handle. Parvati's perspective. I never knew what I was waiting for. Books? No, that would mean explanations. Maybe a statue? An animal? Maybe an elephant. But I knew I definitely wasn't expecting another team. Sure, this one looked slightly different from the other, which was silver, while this team's color was more bronchi-colored, with warm tones. On one hand, there were the armor plates. They differed in design. Instead of being entirely metal, they featured a leather component. The plates were covered with leather, and the straps were made of leather, making them easier to fit snugly around the body. The greaves were also bronze-colored metal, matching the armor plates, and similarly had a leather coating and straps. Then came the weapons. There were many of them. They weren't limited to swords alone. Nope, there were hibiscus and arches among other things. They were crafted from the intriguing bronze alloy, with leather handles that gave them a distinctive touch. And they seemed dangerous. No one really knew what to do, I mean, what do you do when you walk into a room full of equipment? Especially when that equipment shouldn't even exist. We already have the equipment, right? In the other room, gray, old, and oxidized. That one. There was 5 seconds of silence and appreciation before the whispers and rumors finally began to circulate. 10 seconds later, the first unfamiliar face among the crowd rushed to check out the team. Don't get me wrong. I understood we needed weapons and armor to fight the monsters. But why did that guy feel compelled to run toward the guns? The scene strangely reminded me of a movie scene where 2 people run toward each other with outstretched arms, and when they're close enough, they hug in the air. This time, however, it was one-sided. The boy dashed toward the swords and began testing which one was left for him. The boy looked up and noticed us staring at him with disbelief and curiosity. Some of us even with a hint of suspicion. What? He murmured, lowering his head to hide his flushed cheeks. I always wanted a real sword, but sextuses don't have blades. Everyone accepted his explanation and, following his lead, began carefully approaching the weapons. They were all preparing themselves with swords, daggers, bows, or javelins, while McGonagall looked at us with concern. She was absolutely certain that she was hiding more than she actually knew, and that she had a pretty clear idea about who or what those monsters outside Hogwarts were. I tried to calm myself by telling myself that there was something we weren't sharing, and that it might actually be the best thing. Ultimately, when it came to weapons, a distinct hierarchy emerged. Ravenclaw predominantly carried bows and daggers, Hufflepuff had bows and harpoons, Slytherin wielded swords and daggers, while Gryffindor maintained swords and harpoons. Though each house kept a few swords, most members didn't own them. While practicing, me with my sword, it didn't matter what weapon we used. We discovered that many of the techniques Sextus had taught us also applied to the weapon of our choice. We need to go back up there and wait, Seamus recalled. I knew all too well that if circumstances had been different, these people would have started screaming and protesting. But now there was no time for that. We shouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it myself. This was a serious matter crisis that had already claimed 1 life and endangered thousands more. When we heard the monsters pounding on the castle door, we knew it was the right move to keep watch over the gates again. It was much like in the Disney movie Beauty and the Beast, where peasants try to enter the castle using a log to open the gates. In fact, I was almost certain they used a log to open the door. Parvati, Seamus called out, looking stunned. Call Justin, he said. He's up there. Tell him what those creatures are doing. I nodded. To save time, I went to the lechuceria and picked up one of the student-friendly leeches. I casually wrote a message to Justin Finch-Fletchley asking what he saw from his position, then sent the leech. The lechuceria was nestled in an indoor garden. A cabin with long windows stood there. The windows were left open to let the leeches in and out, but a spell inside kept the cabin warm in winter and cool in summer, perfect temperature for the leeches. Outside the cabin was a corridor about 2 meters wide, and since it was an indoor garden, there was no roof. This was where the leeches would emerge from. With careful care, I approached one of the windows and gently tossed the cat into it. As seen in the small tag on its right paw, its name was Nigeria. The caramel-colored skylark took flight. I kept watching it to make sure it reached its destination. Upstairs on the 2nd floor, Justin was perched on a balcony, eyeing the monsters. The skylark landed on the balcony's edge and chirped, drawing Justin's attention. Justin read the letter quickly before his gaze shifted toward the lechuceria. I mentioned it in my message, he said. I waved my hand dramatically, hoping he'd notice from that distance. He returned the gesture and then turned back to examine the parchment. A few minutes later, his response arrived. Gently stroked Nigeria's head and picked up the message from his paw. There are about 200 monsters down there. One of the ancient oaks was cut down, and now 20 or so are using it. At the front stands a man with a bull's head. He looks particularly furious. The rest of the monsters are just roaming the outskirts of Hogwarts. For some reason, the barriers are working for us. More than at Hogwarts, but I think it's the same thing that causes the sky to go dark. Also, I think you should tell Seamus that the monsters act like someone gave them orders, like an army.
I'm worried.
And it's also important they know they're seeing human figures at the edge of the forest. At first I wasn't sure. But a few minutes ago one of those figures stumbled and walked out of the woods. They're people and I don't think they're on our side. Send me a message if there's more news. I lifted my gaze from the parchment and shook my arm, trying to tell Justin I'd do it. He responded with a gesture, so I figured he'd understood. I rushed over to Seamus. He had strategically placed the wizards with Ron and Hermione's help. I'd never imagined Ron was good at strategy, but since he knew chess well, I figured it made sense. Ron, Hermione, and Seamus had built a Hogwarts model using the Hall of the Muggle Wizards as their blueprint. Currently, for practical reasons, the door was positioned to one side of the dining room doors. Hermione, Seamus, and Ron were gathered around a table. There were small holograms which, from what I could tell, represented 10 wizards in total. Ron and Hermione were arguing while Seamus tried to separate them. I noticed that usually it was me and Ron who argued, and with some amusement, I thought this time it was his turn to stop 2 other people from fighting. And as if the mere audacity of having a moment of fun had caused it, all of Hogwarts trembled. All of them instinctively rose from their seats with tense tension, or remained seated in their chairs, fingers curled around the edge. What's going on? Seamus shouted toward me, trying to make his voice cut through the chaos of the earthquake. An earthquake? Fool! I snapped, completely out of my mind. I knew it was a terrible move to lash out at him like that, but the situation had already been gnawing at my nerves enough that he wouldn't bother asking for explanations I couldn't possibly give. Truth be told, it was more frustration I felt about myself for not knowing what was going on. What were those monsters? What were they doing here? Who led them, besides Hutu Sabes? Was Hassan alive or dead? Wait, Percy? And where the hell was that damn other world supposed to be helping us? I suppressed a frustrated gasp and tried to walk on the trembling floor toward the door. I could sense that, subtly, the vibrations were stronger on the right side of the Minestro's hall. In the dining room. Could it be that the monsters had somehow made their way in? Maybe there were underground creatures like toads that dug tunnels straight into Hogwarts. If that was the case, what on earth happened to the protective barriers? Though let's be real, we never really had protective barriers. It was all part of Dumbledore's intimidating power game, and unfortunately, there wasn't a Dumbledore at the school right now. When I reached the door, an especially violent tremor caused it to collapse onto my knees. I made a face when the impact hit my knees and realized that within minutes, I'd have some pretty nasty bruises. Luckily, before it fell, I managed to grab the door handle. The doorknob hadn't moved against my fall, but I could see through the corner of my eye how the tremor was shaking people on the floor. That's why I grabbed the handle to keep myself from drifting away. With the help of my apple, I slowly pushed myself upward using my arms. Behind me, I heard someone else stumbling to reach my side. A glance over my shoulder confirmed it was Seamus. With a jade-like smile, I reached out to help him along. Though he had been managing fine on his own, the journey was tougher than mine. With a slight breath hitch, Seamus took my hand. We stumbled together, supporting each other as we made our way to the dining hall. While we weren't the only ones noticing the tremor's intensity was higher there, we were among the few who actually made it through, especially considering the difficulty kept increasing the closer we got. What I saw left my knees even weaker than they already were. A gaping hole was forming in the middle of the dining room, with multiple tables collapsing during the work session. Vaguely, I heard the doors of Hogwarts slam shut with a loud noise. Thump. We were completely and utterly lost. The Battle of Ogygia Part 2. Chapter 35. The Battle of Ogygia Part 2. Anabeth POV. When the deadly metal swords were ready, some of the cabins began distributing them among the campers. I had a dagger that, while not as comfortable in my hand as the original, was exquisitely crafted. With a weapon finally ready, I approached one of the banshees battling near my cabin. When my demeanor reminded me of Percy in an uncanny way, I shook my arms over my head, desperately trying to draw the banshee's attention. "What are you doing?" Malcolm hissed. I ignored him. "Hey there, the witch and ghost crossover. Come after me." What a vile insult. I should have come up with something better. Luckily, the curse worked its magic and summoned the banshee. Her hair cascaded down to her waist in jet-black waves. She wore a grayish-blue dress with white trim at the hem. Though missing legs, she floated effortlessly, no problem for her. Her eyes, those were the most terrifying thing there was. I felt as if they were calling my soul. They tried to absorb it. They were of a color, white, empty and absent. As she flew toward me with her hair cascading over her shoulders, I realized how breathtakingly beautiful she was. Like so many creatures, she was nature's masterpiece and the work of the gods. So breathtaking, I had to kill her. Otherwise, she'd kill more people and I couldn't stand that. My friends are in this camp, my family, and this is the camp Percy should return to, not a desolate place. I was certain we could move back to the Mestiza Hill before Percy came back. I raised my dagger right as the banshee appeared, but she effortlessly dodged it by slightly tilting her flight upward. If we waited, neither of us would survive. I turned around to face her, and she mirrored my stance. Once again, she lunged at me, her mouth opening to scream. I pictured what Percy would say. Maybe something like "you have bad breath," but that sounded way too mild for sarcasm. This time, when she screamed, it was my turn to dodge. I knew that whenever she yelled at me, she'd knock me out, leaving my body vulnerable so she could suck the life out of me. I couldn't let that happen. I had to wait for Percy. Percy, his name gave me strength. He gave me something to keep going. First was Thalia. She was like a sister to me until she died. Then came Luke. He was my reason to keep going. He took care of me and I wanted to do the same for him. To do that, I needed to stay alive. When Luke went to the other side, there was no one left. She stood alone with no reason to keep going, caught in a desperate search. It felt like everything had been orchestrated to give me a final push toward death. But Percy was there. For 5 years, he had been a constant in my life. For years, I waited every summer to see Percy, my anchor, and now he wasn't there. But this time I wasn't going to surrender or cling to another person. He wasn't dead. He'd gone to the other side. He was lost and I was going to find him, to care for him as he had cared for me when I had no one else. As I dodged the banshee that had flown toward me, I raised my arm and drew my dagger. Had she been a Greek monster, the banshee would have dissolved. The cut would have been deep enough, even if it had been on her side rather than her chest or head. If I'd had a longer arm, if she'd moved slower, if she hadn't screamed at me, I could have thrust the dagger into her heart. She would have died, and I would have been free to help the rest fight the banshees. But that wasn't what happened. Oh my God, no way. May the gods forbid anything ever go according to plan. Instead, the banshee stumbled. Well, not exactly. Her balance became slightly unsteady, causing her to fall a meter toward the ground, but she regained her footing. She knew it wasn't the dagger that had caused this. Aphrodite's daughter had shot an arrow at her. The arrow merely grazed her, yet momentarily disrupted her sense of direction for a few seconds. The blood flowing from his right side was dark green, a mesmerizing shade. He had never witnessed a monster bleed before. Most creatures avoided contact with weapons, but it was their first and last wounds that killed them. We couldn't toy with monsters. Every strike aimed for a fatal wound. The banshee's arms swiftly coiled around her torso, yet she remained airborne. Though clumsy, she deftly evaded every arrow hurled from the rooftops of nearby cottages by Apollo's sons. Though made of steel, their supply was limited, hence Apollo's cottage had been carefully managing its arrows. At some point, the arrows aimed at my banshee stopped falling. They had run out. The banshee finally managed to stop and catch her breath. Then within seconds, she lunged straight at me. Fortunately, while she dodged the arrows, I had managed to gather more blades. These were smaller than my dagger and were stored in a bag secured to my hip. The blades had double-edged edges, so when I threw them, it didn't matter which side they embedded in, they'd still damage me. When the banshee first appeared, she stretched her hands toward me. The moment I saw the green blood on her palms, I knew it was viscous. As soon as she touched me, she would tear my skin apart like acid. This time the banshee swooped low, forcing me to fall flat on my face. I let out a small sigh of relief when those dreadful hands failed to reach me. With practiced skill, I thrust one of the blades at the banshee. Having honed my craft for 2 years, I'd been inspired by a film showing such techniques and begged Hephaestus' workshop to forge me double-edged blades. When all my fellow craftsmen vanished into the woods, Chiron deemed celestial bronze useless. What a waste. So I switched to iron blades and began my new journey. I've never been happier that all of this happened exactly as it did. I did the math. I had 10 blades in total, counting the one I just threw out, not counting my celestial bronze dagger. All I needed was 6 of them to stay with the witch and inflict moderate wounds. The lack of blood would make her dizzy and knock her out. Then we could finally get rid of her. I took a deep breath. The banshee had to retreat when the arrows were fired at her. So she was now flying toward Menet, rushing toward the wound on her side. I tried convincing myself it was a good thing, since my knives weren't that advanced yet, but couldn't help feeling a bit nervous watching her approach. When the knife I threw finally reached her, she dodged it. It wasn't enough to avoid a cut on her arm, but it grazed it. I felt a mix of disappointment and satisfaction. After all, the dagger hadn't actually pierced her. He thrust the blade forward, intending to strike her head. If it landed on an eye or forehead, the blood would cloud her vision, making it impossible to dodge my attacks effectively. With luck, the wound would be deep enough to kill her. Unfortunately, she saw my knife coming and dodged it effortlessly. Maldage under my breath. Without hesitation, I grabbed another knife and threw it at the banshee. To my relief, it struck its target, the banshee's right shoulder. The blade embedded itself completely, and since the banshee's shoulder was already weakened, it nearly pierced through her entire torso. Had the banshee been smarter, she would have known that removing the blade would cause blood to flow, yet she did exactly that. Get the knife. I let out a tiny sigh of relief when I saw him. 3 knives were simultaneously thrust at him. I aimed 2 at his torso. 2 of them embedded themselves in his chest, while the third exited through the gap between his side and arm. 1 blade lodged in his side, and the other struck his lower abdomen. All right, I threw 6 knives at 10 targets and 3 hit the mark. All I needed was the other 4 to make it work. Being Athena's daughter, I couldn't help but think about the possibilities. I mean, it just had to happen. My mind automatically kicked into gear. But right now, the numbers didn't look good. Only half of the knives I threw actually hit the banshee with satisfaction. My chances were 50-50. If this had continued, there would have been only 5 serious injuries in her. That wasn't enough. Rapid fire. He always outperformed in quick-fire shots. Instinctively, I could try that too. It wasn't as safe, but to me it was the most likely option. That was my only shot at success. I bit my lip, trying to keep my arm from shaking with nervousness. It didn't matter. The rapid gunfire meant my trembling hand wouldn't drastically affect the outcome, unlike with a bow and arrow. But now it wasn't about how much it would impact. It was whether it would impact at all. I had to be absolutely careful. First one, then another more, and finally the last knife. The first blade embedded itself as deeply as the other. The second slipped between his side and arm. Damn. The third plunged into his stomach. Had it been a dagger or sword or even an arrow, it could have killed him, though that would have taken minutes. But this was a small knife. Still, it left a fatal wound. Fine. The fourth, unfortunately, missed her entirely. It passed between his legs without touching her. The banshee froze, but it didn't stay frozen long. Her gaze locked onto me. The banshee lunged at me, her eyes blazing with the certainty of impending death. Not fast enough for the 6-bladed approach, which would have left no time to intercept me. There was an acceptance, as if the monster had come to terms with its own demise, though I didn't know it, but also a resolute determination. My heart tightened when I realized the banshee had accepted her fate, yet would carry me along with her, tripping backward. I couldn't let that happen. But there were no more blades left. Was he going to die? He was going to die, Parpaid. It was something disappointing. I had survived a titanomia. All those years I'd been second in command. I'd battled hundreds of monsters. I'd run away from home at 7, and even with help, I still survived. Would he die for a banshee? Yeah, definitely. His appearance and demeanor bore some resemblance to the Harpies, those tormentors from Hades and creatures of unimaginable power. But it was disappointing. I'd expected something more spectacular, maybe? Or at least dying a struggle. But I wasn't gonna die fighting. There were no more blades left for me. My dagger. The celestial bronze blade. The one Luke gave me. I hesitated. The knife wouldn't help much. The moment the banshee approached, she'd stretch her arms and lift me into the air, then scream in my face until I lost consciousness. After that, she'd tear my throat apart with her teeth until I died. The knife wouldn't help much there. She'd do it swiftly, otherwise I wouldn't have enough time to achieve it. However, he couldn't throw the knife for several reasons. First, if he failed to strike the banshee, there was a high chance the blade would get lost, as the banshee's back would be. I found the ocean. It was the ocean of Ogygia, where the blade could end up anywhere. I would never find it. On the other hand, it could fit into the banshee. In that case, I could kill her, since the blade was large enough to inflict serious damage instantly. I didn't know how the banshee's blood would affect my dagger. It was celestial bronze, and the banshee was from another world. Demons, I moaned. I was dying. Celestial bronze didn't affect anything outside the Greek world or mortal beings. Celestial bronze wouldn't even scratch a banshee, and I'd die without any way to defend myself. I bit my lip and held back the tears. Anabeth, Thalia called out. I had no idea when she arrived, but I was thrilled. Maybe I could see a friend's face before I die. I'd rather it be Percy's, but Thalia was like my sister, and that was enough for me. As I pondered, I barely noticed the sword Thalia had hurled at me. She'd drawn it from her belt. I glanced briefly. It instinctively urged me to look at the banshee. But then I realized this blade was different. It wasn't celestial bronze or imperial gold. Those were warm hues, more Apollonian. Silver was the opposite. Silver belonged to Artemis. This blade was silver, blessed by Artemis. Yet it remained silver, a mortal metal. I forced a twisted grin and, with guilty remorse, thrust my dagger at the banshee. Had it been any other way, she wouldn't have fallen for my sword's trick. Then, as the banshee was distracted by the dagger, I thrust my sword into her torso. Relief swept through my body. The adrenaline drained away, leaving my knees feeling weak. Seconds later, I lost consciousness. He was black. Everything was black. The sky, the earth, and everything around me black except for a small patch. That area was about Percy's size, not like it would normally be on his feet. This Percy, the only color I could see, was mounted on something. If I had to say something, it would be a horse, but after thinking about it, I decided it was something much bigger. Much bigger. Percy lay on his stomach over the creature. He wore a peculiar dark gray robe with a striped red and yellow tie. Beyond that, there was nothing else to see. Everything vanished once more. For the first time, I realized how annoying it was to wake up from unconsciousness. Percy often said he'd lose consciousness, and he'd get upset about letting himself go unconscious, though that makes no sense. I never blamed him. I understood he couldn't help it and never held him accountable. It wasn't reasonable. He could break down too, and few in the camp understood that better than he did. But he never seemed to take it lightly. I always thought he was exaggerating. But now I realized he wasn't. There were few moments in my life when I let others see me vulnerable. When I cried, or when I was unconscious. Personally, I hate being unconscious. It's not like sleeping. You can still sense danger and wake up. No, it was worse. I couldn't wake up when I was unconscious. My own sleep trapped me. So I avoided it whenever possible. And today wasn't just one time I fainted. It happened twice. The frustration bubbled inside me. You're awake, Will remarked, a gentle smile playing on his lips. I shot him a glare that cut through the air like a laser. How long was I unconscious? I demanded. Will rolled his eyes, which made him snap at me even harder. Only 5 minutes. My eyes widened as I recalled my battle with the banshee. Is it my dagger? I asked, my voice trembling with a hint of panic. It wasn't. The Remy confidence had vanished the moment I met Will's gaze. No one in the camp knew about the dagger's history, but I think everyone sensed its uniqueness, the way I'd clutch it sometimes. I pressed my lips together. It doesn't matter. I'm sorry, he whispered. He got lost in the ocean when you threw him. I let out a bitter laugh. Wait, not just the ocean. The knife could be in any body of water given Calypso Island's erratic movements. I snapped. Taking a deep breath, I continued, I know what we need to do. We must get Harry and Ether brought here. Harry's POV. Annabeth wants you to come, said a blonde girl. She grabbed my hand and started screaming at me. What? For what? I asked, trying to let go of my hand. The girl shot me a deathly gaze. Annabeth has an idea to tip the scales in our favor. I knew the girl was talking about the battle. I looked around. Just a second ago, I'd been fighting a 6-meter-tall man. Not doing well, his arm was injured and he had to use a weapon that wasn't mine. A few moments earlier, the giant had snarled at something and bolted into the woods. I thanked him mentally, of course. Not out loud. I could have made him come back. Quicken my pace. The girl led me to a small cabin. About 3 meters by 3 meters, I calculated. Inside stood a small bed and a desk of the same size. Inside, Will, Malcolm, and Annabeth had moved the desk to the center of the cabin. Right in the middle stood 4 bottles of ether, forming a square. In the center of these bottles was a bronze-colored metal vase, technically celestial bronze. Inside the vase lay a blend of various types of ether. Instinctively, I knew that was pure ether in its purest form, and I had to take it. The Battle of Hogwarts Part 3, Chapter 36. The Battle of Hogwarts Part 3, Parvati POV. A figure emerged from the hole. It was a giant of the size of a dragon. Could be. Did they think I was gone? Percy asked, eyebrows raised. He was perched atop the dragona, rather odd sight, given his small stature compared to Hassan. I examined Percy. Apart from a cut on his cheek that was still bleeding, there was nothing to worry about. In fact, in some ways, the boy seemed radiant. He looked stronger and more optimistic than before. There was a mischievous smile on his face, a grin that made me uneasy, and he was pretty sure he'd do the same to the monsters. If I heard right, the gates just fell down. Don't you think we should go check what's going on? He asked, trying to pull us out of our trance. It worked. The mention of a potential invasion of Hogwarts terrified us all. An invasion of Hogwarts? Hogwarts wasn't just the school. Most of our belongings were here, since we lived there year-round except for 2 or 4 months. And I was constantly worried about losing my things. Percy led Hassan to Seamus and me, the only ones left in the cafeteria. The rest had gone to fight the monsters. Percy offered his hand to me. I took his and he lifted me up, positioning me behind him. Then he did the same with Seamus. I thought you'd left, I exclaimed, avoiding the word dead as I wrapped my arms around him. I rose slightly from my seat and kissed his cheek before returning to my seat. This kiss was fraternal, not romantic, I can assure you. I couldn't see Percy as my romantic interest while still harboring mixed feelings for another person. Not considering that Percy was with Annabeth. Percy Hugh. Yes, well, you can't get away from me that easily, he retorted. Trust me, they've tried their best, and I'm still here. Remember something? Seamus asked curiously. Percy gave a mysterious smile before turning his gaze back to Hassan. Hassan, take us to the gates of Hogwarts, he demanded, ignoring Seamus's question. The dragon moved swiftly, not so fast that it blurred our surroundings, but still fast enough. What's more, I had a hunch it would have been even faster if it hadn't been darting up and down trying to dodge the ceiling's chandeliers. In seconds, we were at the gates. Percy leaped over the dragon and landed on his knees, using one hand for support. The damn group of girls he landed on freaked out. Thankfully, not directly above them, just right in the middle. Are you okay? I asked with concern. Seamus also nodded his head. Percy flashed us a smile. Yes, he exclaimed, returning. I saw Percy pull out a quill from his pocket. When he removed the cap, it transformed into a sword. The kind that always appeared out of nowhere. It was bronze, like Sextus's weapons. This made me wonder if Sextus was from another world like Percy, but I dismissed the thought. For another time, Percy joined the fight in seconds. If you've never seen Percy fight, your life isn't complete. Just watching him is an experience in itself. He dodged and blocked with his sword, striking when the moment was right. I briefly wondered if ADHD helped him. Maybe. They say he doesn't pay attention, but maybe he's focusing on too many things at once. I was glad he was on our side. I think we'd be lost if he were on the other side. But he wouldn't be Percy if he were there. Percy POV. I ducked to dodge an attack from a Dracaena. The thought made me want to laugh out loud. You'd think fighting a Dracaena would make me nervous or worried about my life. Maybe I'd even run away. But no. This morning I'd have called the monster the Snake Woman. Now I knew the creature's name. This time I let the laughter bubble out of me, as I jumped to avoid tripping over a dragon's tail that had passed where my feet had been. I was certain that, at that moment, laughing and all, I looked pretty crazy, but I couldn't care less. It reminded me of Anabeth, and though our relationship might seem tough, it's actually pretty easy. We don't hate each other, or she's got a boyfriend like she feared. She's got a boyfriend and a girlfriend, and she's happy about that. I laughed again. I shook my head and forced myself to focus. For the next 10 seconds, I dodged the dragon tree's attacks until she made a mistake lifting her axe too high to gain momentum, leaving her torso exposed as she tried to maintain balance by swinging her shield. With a thrust to its torso, the dragon tree flashed a panicked expression before dissolving into a golden cloud of dust. I laughed again. I was in the middle of a war, and if we didn't play our cards right, it wouldn't just end one world, it would end 3. The magical, the Greek, and the mortal. But I couldn't care less, because I remembered my life, and none of my fears had ever been real. I wasn't evil. Maybe a bit foolish, but not evil. Anabeth and I were on good terms, at least when I left, and I had no reason to think otherwise. My family was safe, and since Anabeth was in charge of the camp, it was easy to assume the camp itself was secure too. Harry was there, and he probably had their backs. I felt the air shift behind me. Following my instincts, I spun around and raised Riptide to stop the attack. My instincts were right. When I turned around, I found myself face to face with the Minotaur, its terrifying breath blowing into my face. The Minotaur growled at me. I wrinkled my nose. I think you should get some breath freshener, I suggested. I wasn't sure if he'd been offended by what I said or if even just hearing my voice was enough to make him fume. The Minotaur roared and swung his axe once more. I ducked and rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the Minotaur's axe that was carving a groove in the floor. Though not particularly large, it was impressive just for being an axe. Is that a no? I let out a sharp whistle and pressed myself against the wall. A part of me refused to believe the Minotaur could be that stupid to fall for this again. But the last time he'd already fallen for it. Hey here! I exclaimed, waving my arms above my head. The Minotaur's gaze locked onto me as I checked my shoulder, making sure there was no one behind me. Testing whether he was as stupid as he looked, the Minotaur charged straight at me. For a split second, I wavered about my plan. I could still pull back at the last moment, or even leap onto his neck like the first time to save myself. But I didn't believe it. I was wearing armor this time, while last time I'd been light. Now I could be stronger, but the armor felt heavy. I exhaled softly. The Achilles curse had its drawbacks, but it also had its merits. I dropped my sword, bracing myself for the worst. My knees buckled, hands clenched into fists. I was ready to dodge left or right, maybe even take the Minotaur's head if that didn't work. Fortunately, it worked. A black brush swept over me. As I leaped to grab the Pegasus's leg, relief flooded through my body. Blackjack relinched. Hey boss, Blackjack sends his regards. Everyone's been searching for you at the camp. We missed you in the stables, he added enthusiastically. Do you have any donors? I rolled my eyes, trying to convince myself he was excited about seeing me. Not because of the gifts I might give him, right? Don't call me boss, he snorted back. Blackjack let out a snort that could have been a laugh. With my arms and a bit of help from Blackjack, I managed to mount the Pegasus. I took a deep breath to calm myself down. Very well, Blackjack. I want you to stay 2 meters away from the Minotaur. Do I have to land near the bullman? He grumbled. No, just fly around there, I replied, adding with a wry smile, I'll handle the rest. Muy bien. Blackjack swiftly descended upon the wizards, who were struggling clumsily against the monsters. I let out a sigh of relief when I realized that while the number of monsters was the same as in the Manhattan War, at least there weren't just 40 people involved, though not all of them were demigods. With a crisp thud and a slight cushioning of the landing, I fell with my knees slightly bent. I pulled Riptide out of my pocket and whistled to summon Minotaur. Hey there, you big shot. I was certain that at this moment, Anabeth would have said something about my lack of ability to create decent insults. The thought stirred up waves of nostalgia, but also a touch of happiness and hope. Damn, I really wanted to see Anabeth. My frustration helped me when the Minotaur approached. I dodged his axe, trying to wear him down before striking. When I realized I couldn't properly load the axe to counterattack, that's when I decided to strike. With lightning speed, I thrust my sword toward his chest. But here's the kicker: underestimated the Minotaur's lightning reflexes, which effortlessly deflected my strike. Before I knew it, the beast had me cornered against the wall. With frustration, I remembered the first time I fought with him. That encounter had always been the one that scared me the most. I didn't know what was happening, and that bull-headed guy had taken my mother. I was terrified my best friend was unconscious, and I was exhausted. Everything pointed to me dying. And this situation felt exactly the same. A new conviction overwhelmed me. I wasn't going to die for the Minotaur, not under any circumstances. And I was determined not to die without seeing Anabeth one last time, without being able to say goodbye before. So I did exactly what I did last time. When the Minotaur charged at me and got close enough, I jumped over his neck. Sitting on his shoulders felt downright uncomfortable, so I focused on removing his horn. Crac. I was about to smile, but I held back, biting my lower lip. At this moment, I knew that shouting victory before being fully certain was a bad sign. I stared into the Minotaur's eyes as he collapsed into dust, having driven his horn into what was supposed to be his heart. I didn't realize when the adrenaline started pumping through my veins, but as soon as the Minotaur left, the adrenaline kicked in and made me stumble backward. I felt something holding me back from falling. I looked back and saw Blackjack, his back blocking my descent. One less, I muttered as I scanned the room. 5,000 left. That's depressing, Blackjack remarked. No, I thought it was a spring afternoon. I snapped back. That's all you could possibly have in mind? Blackjack retorted. I rolled my eyes and, having grown accustomed to my own strength, I leaped off his back. Take me to that group, I demanded, gesturing at a small Ravenclaw squad struggling to keep up with their huffing and puffing. Poor boys, I thought with a wry smile. Blackjack tilted slightly and began flying toward the direction I had indicated. With a loud thud, he landed behind the embankments. Hey there, I greeted. I hope we don't run into each other again, I added as I casually cut the impaza in half without thinking twice or give it a chance to distract me. Parvati's perspective. Wow, I exclaimed, stepping to the right to dodge the sword of the snake-legged woman. I tried to stab her chest clumsily, but it didn't help much since she was wearing armor. The same went for me. The armor's weight wasn't protecting me, but dragging me down instead. Adio, the woman crooned, stretching her S like a snake. I crouched in my spot as the snake woman raised her sword, aiming to strike my head. No! Someone shouted behind me. A wave of relief washed over me when I saw a sword near my head. Unlike the other one, it was shielding me and stopping the serpent woman's blade. He swung his blade outside the woman snake's sword's arc, allowing Seamus, the man wielding the other sword, to rest his arm. The woman's sword didn't hurt me, since I was at least 2 meters away from it. Come after me, the woman hissed through the crowd, but her threat fell on deaf ears. Her voice barely carried through the chaotic scene. Are you okay? Seamus asked, who had been following me. I smiled at him. Yes, he sighed. Thank you. Seamus smiled at me. That's good. I'm glad this didn't happen to you. His voice grew increasingly quiet as he spoke. Will it kill me? I suggested. Si admite. I smiled again. I have to go. Plus I need to replace my weapon, I said, showing him my sword. I think a dagger would be better, I admitted. Okay, all right, he said, waving goodbye with his hand. I gave him a half smile in return. We'll see you later, I promised. Very well, she murmured. I turned around and was about to leave, but at the last moment I turned toward Seamus and wrapped my arms around his neck. I gave him a soft kiss on the cheek and whispered, "Don't die." Then I ran away as if the devil himself were chasing me. I don't regret anything, I thought with a smile. Hermione's perspective. Down, I shouted. Ron quickly ducked as I thrust my sword through the neck of one of the snake-like women attacking us. This was definitely not the best moment or place to smile. Actually, I was pretty down about the situation that left us with only one day left to live. At least now we had Percy and the Dragon of Memories. That should make a difference, right? A difference, but I suppressed a smile. The fact that Ron would trust his life to me so much that he'd kneel in the middle of an attack if I said it made me feel a comforting warmth inside. "Over here," Ron shouted. Following Ron's approach to me, I executed his spell exactly as he had said it. With his wand, Ron cast a light spell. The lights resembled Muggle fireworks but were smaller in size. They appeared directly in front of one of the snakewomen Dracini, as my research confirmed. The blinding lights stunned the Dracini, making it easy for me to thrust my sword through her belly. "We need to help," Ron gasped. Only when I saw him panting from exhaustion did I realize I was also gasping, drained. I could have had an adrenaline shot, but from what I knew about the demigods, even a single shot from them gave them more power. While it left them exhausted when they left, sometimes it helped them defeat the monsters. Sometimes. How could we expect to defeat monsters that could overpower demigods? People who were half divine themselves? I forced myself to breathe to calm down. "We need to help," Ron repeated, gesturing toward a small group of 3. They were our age but somehow seemed younger. The blonde girl in the middle clearly belonged to Gryffindor, her defiant expression telling it all. The boy next to her wore glasses, with light chestnut hair matching the girl's height perhaps a couple centimeters taller too, wore a defiant look. Another Gryffindor. The other girl had strawberry blonde hair in a high ponytail. Her features were delicate, and although she also wore her defiant expression mirrored her own shrewd and calculating nature. Though she might have been mistaken for a Ravenclaw, the subtle cunning in her gaze made it clear she was a Slytherin. I nodded toward Ron and we approached the boys together. I watched them curiously as they hurried along. 2 Gryffindors with a Slytherin. I don't think anyone had ever heard anything like that before. It wasn't exactly a Gryffindor and Slytherin mix, but they seemed united in purpose. The boy shielded both of them, not just the Gryffindor girl. He aimed his wand at the Draco family members, just as the girls tried to slip past him to assist. The Slytherin girl hesitantly reached out and took the boy's hand, causing him to jump in surprise. The other girl followed suit, though her gesture was more friendly than romantic, unlike the previous one. A couple made up of a Gryffindor and a Slytherin? Unlikely, but she was watching. We had to save them. Suddenly, that relationship became more important than anything else. The Slytherin-Gryffindor alliance had been fragile from the start, but it had been on shaky ground ever since we arrived at Hogwarts. Now they'd crossed the line. We should treasure that if we want to evolve. With a daring move, the Gryffindor girl leaped in front of her friends and pointed her wand at the Draco tree. "They won't beat us," declared the Slytherin girl defiantly, wrestling with the boy to do the same thing as the Gryffindor girl. "We have no chance," the trembling dragon tree retorted. "We're stuck here." The dragon tree gave them one last smile before raising its axe above his head and letting it fall onto the boys. "Ah, no?" Ron exclaimed. With that, he thrust his sword through the Dracina's flank, cutting through it completely from side to side. The Dracina instantly turned to dust, and fortunately, its axe dissolved with it. Now before us stood 3 challenging boys, their noses up as they stared at us. They probably expected us to criticize their friendship, especially since one of them was a Slytherin. I stared directly into each of the 3 eyes, one by one. "Keep it up," I muttered before turning back to the fight. I looked at Ron beside me, and for a fleeting moment I thought this would be the last time we fought side by side. That we'd perish in this battle. "It was good fighting with you," I said softly. "Yes, she whispered. With no regrets and only a touch of sadness, we plunge into the battle. Percy POV. The dragon's tail slammed into the wall with such force that it pierced through it. Whether by luck or misfortune, this wasn't Hassan. Nope, it was another Dragona, yellow one with a sullen expression. The girls' group simply called out to it, protecting the boys from the bullies. "I'm getting tired of you throwing me," I grumbled, planting my feet and one hand on the floor while gripping my sword with the other to prevent the blow from knocking me further away. The dragon snorted at me. He wasn't entirely sure he could take on the dragon. While it wasn't nearly as massive or intimidating as a true dragon, the creature still struck terror into his heart. Its yellowish-green scales were razor-sharp, and its body was massive and thick, about the size of Hassan himself. The dragon flew toward me. It wasn't exactly a swift flight, since its body wasn't aerodynamically optimized, but it didn't take more than 10 seconds to reach me. I attacked the dragon with my sword with all my might, but only managed to scratch its scales. I cursed in a low voice. Clearly, that was enough to get the monster to lash out at me. With a swift arm movement I couldn't dodge, the dragon lunged at me again. This time it just sent me sprawling to the floor, but the position left me more vulnerable than before. Well shit. Seamus appeared out of nowhere. His sword clutched to something, and though his face showed slight horror, he stood before me, ready to protect me from the dragon. It made me feel a bit happy knowing I had friends here who were willing to risk their lives for me, however selfish that might sound. Though I wouldn't let them do it under any circumstances, I didn't let my guard down. When I thought about how easily the monster would defeat Seamus, I made a grimace. He wasn't even as skilled with a sword as I was. Though I hadn't been there either during my initial search. I shook my head a bit. Focus, I told myself. No! Exclaim. Unfortunately, before I could remove Seamus from the path, a dragon's swipe sent him sprawling beside me on the ground. I was shaking with rage. Maybe frustration would be a more fitting word. Was the monster throwing us with a single flick of his hand? So easy? If you looked closely at his expression, you'd even see him bored. I was ready to bet that the dragon was just playing with us, that he could kill us in a heartbeat. But again, in many of my battles, that had been the mistake I'd made. Instead of killing me when they could have, they played with me. I gripped my sword with both hands. The lake, conveniently positioned right behind me, yielded to my command effortlessly. Though it was a lake, essentially freshwater, teeming with sireniness, the water twisted and turned to obey my will. I let out a low whistle, then took a deep breath before thrusting the lake toward the dragon. He knew full well the dragon wouldn't be affected by water, especially its neck's gills, but that distraction would throw him off. Moreover, the power over water wasn't the only one Poseidon's son possessed, nor was it the only one I held. I knew my father possessed greater powers than the other three greats. While Zeus held only the sky and lightning, and Hades controlled the earth and the dead, my father governed specific domains. I had heat resistance and could, to some extent, control air, lightning. For a moment I wondered if I could use that ability, but dismissed the idea. Thalia would probably be furious with me, and the earth. I could defeat them, but at the same time I had my doubts. I didn't even know what we were fighting against. Was it another enemy of the gods? That was certain. But since the gods weren't known for being friendly, I didn't exactly have many enemies. I felt the ground tremble slightly, though maybe it was just my imagination. Seconds later, I noticed the air swirling around me, lifting me off the floor by a few centimeters. Lake water merged with tornadoes, and the spinning intensified. It might have been my mind playing tricks, but maybe I saw lightning flash at the corner of my eye. They won't beat us, I told them, but my voice was too weak for anyone to hear, especially with the howling hurricane they were causing. They won't beat us, I repeated, this time louder. We don't plan to do that. A voice behind me retorted, Poseidon's son. Without a second thought, I commanded the air and water of my tornado to turn me toward the source of the voice. I thought I'd seen it coming, but seeing Raven emerge from the bushes still caught me off guard. This time she was riding the lion alone, and I knew full well she was just trying to provoke Gryffindors, the most impulsive crowd I'd ever encountered. I made a face thinking how perfectly suited she looked in that pose, but then I smiled. Now there was another place I belonged. Sort of. Raven. She smiled. This time, curiously, her eyes were orange with a reddish tint. I was taken aback, as I had been every single time I'd seen her, but I hid my reaction. Distracting myself wasn't the right move at this moment. I propose a deal, he said softly, making small hops toward me. Alsaceha. What? I asked. I knew making deals wasn't a good idea. Every time I tried, I'd fulfill my part of the deal only to get betrayed. I'll swear by the Estigio River, he added with an innocent smile. Which one? I pressed. If you fight me and win, we'll retreat. For now. If you don't win, I'm afraid you'll have to become our prisoner, he declared with animated breath. I wasn't sure how much of a chance I had. Let me be clear, I'd never seen this girl fight before, and from what I knew, she wasn't old enough to be a legend. She might be a formidable fighter, this could be some twisted strategy, or maybe she's good enough to beat me. I had no clue, but I didn't think she was playing a trick. She's a solid fighter, and she probably believes she can win. But he had no other choice. Everything could have been going smoothly, but the monsters were overwhelming us, at least 2-1. Most people here didn't know how to fight, and the spells just weren't working on them. In the end, we'd have to rest while they kept attacking. We'd all die. I took a trembling breath. I accept the treatment, I replied. Well, yesterday I was proofreading the chapters for the race. My mom tried to get me away from the computer, but there were some comments I wanted to reply to. Since they were from guest contributors, I couldn't address them. So, yes, the answers are right below. Percy forever. As you read in the chapter, Percy and Hassan have returned laughing face. Percy and Harry. They meet later but don't actually introduce themselves until after their first encounter. Harry will regain his memory, I promise. I'd never forgive myself for doing something like that to a character. There was an attack they couldn't do anything with either. The witches were banshees. And monthly update, don't worry. I'm not leaving the story, I'd feel guilty if I did. Soul? Well, I update 4 chapters every month, 3 if I don't have enough time, which is rare since I get a day off and 0 social life. There was a guest who didn't mention their name, so let's call them guest. I usually update as soon as I realize it's the last 4 days of the month. If they forget, I'll just update 1 chapter per day, with the remaining chapters to make up for by the beginning of the next month. Or maybe multiple chapters per day. The Battle of Ogygia Part 3, Chapter 37. The Battle of Ogygia Part 3, Harry's POV. When I try to recall what I felt when I took ether, not much comes to mind. In some way, the sensation spreading through my chest feels warm yet icy. As I attempt to relive that moment, an incredibly sweet feeling emerges, yet it's accompanied by a piercing pain that's almost unbearable. The twisted and incomprehensible part is that, despite this destructive pain gnawing at me from within, I somehow crave more of that sweet sensation. Even though it came with that terrible pain. And I was terrified. Let me be clear, I never considered myself a masochist. I absolutely never enjoyed Umbridge's punishment sessions with her cursed pencil. I couldn't even come up with an explanation for how that excruciating pain somehow became bearable when paired with that sweet sensation. I pursed my lips and forced myself not to spit out the liquid, savoring it on my tongue. I couldn't recall whether it had any taste beyond the sensations it brought, but I could sense it. The substance burned, yet remained liquid. It felt velvety yet firm when I tried to feel it more intensely. Unexplainable yet undeniably real. My vision was filled with black spots the moment I swallowed the substance, but I forced myself not to succumb to unconsciousness. This battle didn't. It worked out well, and I was determined to help. If what this place needed to help me with, which had become a sort of home for me, was restoring my memories, I'd gladly do it. I squinted to focus, then relaxed my eyes. Slowly lifting my eyelids, I found myself partially leaning against Wilsalis and Anabeth. My knees felt weak, leaving me barely able to bend my arms, struggling futilely to prop myself up with my legs. Then what? Will asked. I don't feel my legs, I whispered under my breath, hoping it was loud enough to be heard. Don't worry, Anabeth reassured me with a touch of coldness. It's just an ether side effect. That drowsy feeling will hit you completely, but once it leaves your body, you'll be in shape like a regular demigod. But I'm no demigod, I whispered in reply. That's why I said average instead of Percy Jackson, Anabeth replied, though with a smile that suggested she was joking. I knew Anabeth didn't usually pull pranks, even though I'd only known her for so long. She never played tricks on anyone except her friends anyway, which made me appreciate her efforts to lighten the mood. Though it was all in vain, because she just reminded me how far away I was from being Percy Jackson. I was taken aback. How was I supposed to match him? That guy had outdone even the legends. I felt like a nobody. But then they traded me for him. Shouldn't that be fair if it was done by a god? I closed my eyes. I had to make sure I met people's expectations just enough to win this battle. But I didn't know how. This world was a battleground. I looked at my arms. To be honest, I hadn't been doing much exercise lately. Let's just say they weren't exactly muscular. Frustration simmered inside me. How could they have expected me to lead a half-divine army into battle in a world I knew nothing about? Surely there must be a reason they placed such immense trust and responsibility in me. But could it be that my memories were withheld from me, making it impossible to grasp this very reason? I'm good now, I announced, my voice so rapid that the syllables clattered together. Then with a swift leap, I sprang from my seat. Wait, Anabeth called out, just before I planted my feet firmly on the ground. This time I managed to get up, but when I tried moving my arms, they felt completely numb. I vaguely remembered what Anabeth had told me about that tingling sensation that would creep over my body. With a frustrated moan, I turned to Anabeth with determination as I heard a scream coming from outside the cabin. I saw her suppress a grimace. I want to go help out, I told him. I do too, he replied monotonously. Why won't you let me go help? I demanded. Anabeth stared at me like I'd sprouted a third eye. I suspect you haven't noticed, Harry, how difficult it is for you to move. You wouldn't last long in the battlefield as a numb warrior. Just a few more minutes to wait for that feeling to fade. Then we can go help, he explained calmly. But I caught a glimpse of her still tapping the tip of her foot against the floor with a steady rhythm. Look at you, I whispered. Anabeth looked at me. Are you okay if I go? He asked, glancing sideways at me. He directed me a half-smile. Yes, I whispered. Anabeth glanced at Will as she trotted toward the cabin exit. Take care of him, he ordered. Sure, Will replied with a smile. We exchanged glances. Then what do we do now? Will asked with a smile. Miranda POV. Miranda, it's your turn, Katie called out over the battle noise. I exclaimed. Oh, I gasped when I saw the Impusa approaching. Just moments ago, we'd spotted some Impusas flirting with our brothers. So Katie and I teamed up. She's got some serious fighting skills. He wielded his sword with masterful precision and moved with lightning speed. I, however, was a bit of a clumsy swordsman. I raised my sword to block the spear thrust aimed at me. By sheer luck, the blade sliced through the spear's back, reducing it to a pile of golden dust on the ground. I let out a sigh of relief. Miranda! Katie screamed. What the hell are you doing? Her piercing cry snapped my attention. My eyes widened as another figure lunged toward Might was the other Impusa. Exhausted, I raised my sword and thrust it through the monster, reducing it to dust that cascaded onto the Impusa's corpse. Katie sighed, feeling slightly more relaxed than before. What's the matter with you? Are you distracted? Maybe you should go to the cabin, he muttered. No, exclaim. Why are you distracted? Katie asked, her gaze suspicious. I hesitated before answering, but decided that if I couldn't trust Katie, I couldn't trust anyone else. Though unlike Anabeth, who arrived at Camp Mestizo at 7, I came at 12, a year earlier than the regular demigods who usually arrive at 13. Katie had joined a year before me and had taken me under her wing. It was trustworthy. I bit my lip. It's nothing. They just decided Harry should take the ether to help us with the war. Anabeth believes the monsters attacking us are from Harry's world, and she needs Harry's memories to defeat them, I explained. Was Harry the kid who got swapped with Percy? Katie asked, squinting her eyes. She probably was trying to remember Harry's aspect. Yes, I replied. Is he as good as him? Katie asked softly. She knew Percy and she weren't close, but she still admired him, especially after the second Titanomia. Yes, he's trustworthy and learned to fight well. For someone who's not a demigod and only had 2 weeks of training, I clarified.
No, su actitud.
Else raised his eyebrows. He's loyal and trustworthy. I don't know Percy well, but I think Harry and he are pretty much the same, I admitted. Katie assented solemnly. I hope so, Katie bit her lip. She tilted her head before glancing at me. You can go see him, Harry, if you want. We can fill in for you, she said with a smile. I directed a smile of gratitude and sighed with relief. Thanks. I exclaimed over my shoulder as I sprinted up the hill. I wondered how I would know ether. In some way, I imagined that drinking ether would feel smooth on the tongue. I don't know why. I wonder if it will hurt. Probably not. Drinking or eating ambrosia or nectar was pleasurable, and it should feel even better to drink ether since you're not risking being burned alive by that substance. I wondered if Anabeth would let me take it. I made a face. I don't believe it. What Harry took over will be for the land of the mestizo camp, whose barriers are crumbling. That's the best part, I thought. I tried to remember how many days remained until the day prophesied. Damn, I couldn't even recall the prophecy clearly. I hoped Anabeth would remember, though she was known for remembering everything she heard. So maybe she did. A heavy sigh. Compared to all the characters involved, I was pretty ordinary. On one side was Anabeth. She was simply astonishing, not just as Percy Jackson's girlfriend, but that only added to her aura of genius. Then there was Percy. For reasons like reclaiming Zeus's lightning, defeating the Minotaur without any training, or being Poseidon's son, and many more, Percy Jackson was the most impressive demigod of our time. Better than many ancient heroes. And Ian might be a sarcastic, grumpy, and annoying jester, but that didn't stop him from being clever and the only son of Momo, the god of mockery. And then there's Harry, the otherworldly boy with a different kind of magic, wickedness, and monsters. How did I somehow end up in the same group as them? What special quality did I have that gave me the privilege of comparing myself to them? I might not have shown it, but I was scared and felt pressured by the campers' expectations, the gods, and my friends. Was this a test of my mother? God, I had hoped it wouldn't happen. I was terrified of letting her down. With hesitation, I opened the door. In POV, I stopped to rant. Are you tired of me already? Gaspard grumbled, giving me a disdainful look. I shot him a disdainful glance. How on earth did I get stuck in the same attack-defense team as Deimos Cabin *? Oh right, they were the smallest group, so they grouped them with Phobos Cabin, same size, and threw me into the mix. I'm new here, I replied. He snorted. I'm the same, and you don't see me panting either, he replied. Your grandfather is Ares, the god of war. I snapped irritably. Gaspard strutted forward with a smug air. We're the best, he whispered under his breath with sufficient confidence. I looked at him strangely, not entirely sure if he was talking to me or himself. I couldn't resist rubbing my face with the palm of my hand, which was dirty and covered in dust from the endless monster battles I kept fighting. To make matters worse, I couldn't balance the sword properly. It had been hastily crafted, and we hadn't had time to find a proper one before the fight even started. The truth was I'd discovered a pattern. On the island's left side, where Demeter's and Miranda's cabin stood, came Greek mythological monsters, while the right side brought creatures we hadn't studied. I made a face thinking Miranda might not know this, but shook my head. She probably already knew and was wielding her celestial bronze sword. I sighed. We were in deep trouble. We didn't know how to defeat the monsters that kept coming, couldn't wield our swords properly, and had dwindling numbers. But then things turned around when Malcolm from Athena's cottage noticed our predicament and started sending reinforcements to help us out. Out of nowhere, a silver arrow pierced the monstrous creature, a woman of peculiar form, before me. With a sigh of relief and lowering my sword, I turned to find Thalia, the hunting squad's lieutenant, perched on the roof's edge, her bow pointing at all the monsters she saw. Beside her, two girls kneeling on the floor with crossbows aimed at the beasts stood ready. I murmured a thank you she hadn't noticed, since I was too far away to hear it and didn't even look at me to realize I'd blurted it out. Goodbye, I shouted over my shoulder as I dashed toward the nurse's cabin. I heard a hey behind me but ignored it. I didn't bother asking permission to check on Harry, since I was absolutely certain Gaspard would refuse. For some reason, neither Harry nor I seemed to be getting along with him. Oh good. I hesitated before heading to the infirmary instead of the other side of the island with Demeter's cabin. Miranda probably went running after Harry too. I made a slight grimace and suppressed my jealousy. There were reasons to worry about Harry, but there was no reason to be jealous of him toward Miranda. It wasn't like I liked Miranda or that I liked him. I suppressed a sneeze and kept running. I quickly climbed the steps when I saw Miranda about to open the door to the nurse's cabin. Gently, I grabbed her hand to turn the steering wheel, and she gave me a startled look before glancing back at me. She had warm chestnut eyes, as bright as summer itself. Her golden hair fluttered freely across her face in the breeze, with green highlights dancing in the air like playful sparks. "Should we go in together?" I asked, noticing the unease in his eyes. Whether it was concern for Harry or just the general situation, I wasn't sure. Harry's POV. I groaned as I tried to sit up in bed. I didn't want to be sitting while there was a war going on, but I knew it was better than just lying in a hospital bed. Unfortunately, my efforts were futile. I only managed to rise about 20 degrees before gravity, and my lack of strength pushed me back onto the mattress. I sighed. At least I had control over my limbs and facial features. I heard the door creak open and turned my head to see who had entered. For a moment, I feared it might be a monster, but dismissed the thought. A creature would have smashed the door shut instead of letting it open so gently. When I finally managed to look through the door, I found Miranda and Ian had entered the nurse's cabin. They were the only people I considered close friends in this grand farce that was my life. I couldn't help but smile when I saw them. "Hello," I murmured. I made a slight grimace. I knew the numbing effect of ether wouldn't last long, but it still felt. "I'm frustrated I can't control your voice as I want." I was hoping the effects would fade away soon. Miranda and Ian smiled at me. "Hello," Miranda whispered. She looked at me with concern before turning to Will and Anabeth. "What's wrong with him?" Ian asked, just as Miranda was about to ask the same question, which made me roll my eyes. They should be worried about themselves, not me. I was perfectly fine here in the infirmary, completely safe and unable to help my friends. I sighed lazily. He directed a soothing smile at you. "It doesn't affect him at all," he assured. According to Annabeth's research on ether, when consumed by any living being, it induces a numbing sensation that scans the body for issues to fix, distributing ether's power evenly. However, when you make a special request, it does the same but focuses most of its energy on the selected area. In this situation, Harry needs to focus on recovering his memory more than healing his wounds, otherwise he won't fully regain his memory. "Did you do that right, Harry?" My eyes widened, and for a moment, my mind went blank. I didn't last long once my consciousness snapped back. It started racing in overdrive. Mierda, what if I hadn't focused specifically on that particular area? Would that be enough to heal all my wounds? I had understood from Will's words that the ether would spread evenly across my body. This meant that if the rest of my body didn't heal, I wouldn't be able to recover my memories. A frustrated growl escaped her lips as Anabeth widened her eyes and fell to her knees. Her hands shielded her face, leaving her uncertain whether she was crying or not. Moments later, she rose, brushed off the dirt from her knees, and acted like nothing had happened. She cleared her throat and looked at us. "It's a shame," he said firmly. "I'm afraid you'll have to deal with the memory that comes back to you, Harry. Let's hope those memories are enough, since the dose of ether we gave you was exactly what it needed. That's as much as we could deliver in one day without needing to repeat it. Unfortunately, if we did, you might risk becoming addicted to ether again, and we can't afford that risk. Besides, the rest of the ether is essential to keep the camp's barriers firmly in place." The moment he finished speaking, he walked toward the cabin door with robotic precision. I made a face. I felt awful. I was the only one left in the camp, and for some reason, whether they hadn't told me or I hadn't heard it, I wasn't sure. The ether wouldn't work as effectively as generally if I'd followed the instructions. Annabeth was trying not to break down. Her shoulders spoke volumes. It was clear she'd just lost both the camp and Percy Jackson. Noticing the numbness had subsided, I got up and set off to follow Annabeth. Only that it didn't happen like that. When Annabeth turned the door handle of the cabin, the door had already swung open, as if someone had pushed it from the other side. "Dizzy," shouted a kid about my age, or so I thought. Without a second thought or even once like a reflex, I raised my hand and pointed at the boy, shouting, "I protect." I don't know how it happened, but a green shield formed around me. "What's this?" Annabeth whispered. Ian, Will, and Miranda stared at me with wide eyes, utterly astonished. I was equally stunned. But that wasn't the reaction that really got under my skin. The boy who had shouted Desmaeus earlier now looked at me with a hint of fear, his dark eyes and feet slowly stumbling outside the cabin.
H. Harry Potter?
He stammered. I looked at him. That's not the worst spell you could have used, right? I asked. My voice was calm, completely at odds with the nervousness inside me. I paid attention to my words. I had no idea how I knew, but I was certain it was true. Why was this guy with the bad guys if he couldn't use the worst spell he had against us? Spell? I shook my head to clear my mind and took a closer look at the boy. His hair was dark brown but not quite black. His eyes were also chestnut-colored, with fair skin featuring a few freckles on the upper cheekbones and along the lower part of his nose. Who do you know? I asked, curious. The boy seemed to have recovered from his shock, though fear still lingered in his eyes. He let out a sarcastic laugh. Who doesn't know you? He sneered. You're in every damn newspaper, even when you were plotting with Voldemort. I was struck by the name Voldemort with a look of fury. It made me rage, and even more so when accused of being his accomplice. I never conspired with Voldemort, she hissed. The boy snorted. That's not what the newspapers say, he muttered. I grabbed the collar of his shirt, slammed him against the wall, and locked eyes with him. Me? No. I have nothing to show. What's there to see? With Voldemort? I snorted. Of course. He spat. Whatever you say, we all know you're guilty. I raised my hand and formed a fist, ready to strike, but a hand around my wrist stopped me. Anabeth was looking at the boy, who had crouched down when he saw me raise my hand in my shoulder and held my fist back from hitting him. He's trying to provoke you, he warned. He's getting it, I muttered as I let the boy slide down to the floor. Oh, exhaled the boy. I looked up when I heard the sharp heel of a shoe striking the floor. There was a woman at the door. She seemed familiar, but not in the right way. She wore a fitted black dress with combat boots, and some items hanging around her body. She showed me a twisted smile. And Duel Potter? He asked with a tone that was thick with bitterness. I shot her a killing gaze. I tried to remember, but couldn't. Still, I knew she wasn't on my side. Why would I do that? I countered. His smile widened. If you win, we all leave immediately. But if you lose, you'll have to accept being our prisoner, he explained. Why didn't you kill me? Or attack me? I asked cautiously. His smile widened even more, something that made me uneasy. Because even though you're a total pain, the damage you caused has been mostly repaired. Plus, I have orders from my superiors. I can't always do what I want. I know, he moaned, using a baby voice and with a puchero, a traditional Spanish slap, on his face. I opened my mouth, but felt a hand on my arm. No, Harry, Miranda protested, blocking my path to announce my response. I have to do this, I said, giving him a pleading look. With that, I stepped forward and locked eyes with the woman standing before me. I accept, the duel declared. She gave me a crooked smile. Then, with a graceful turn, she sought out a secluded spot in the woods, urging me to follow her. I forgot to say that, he shouted over his shoulder. I heard the mischievous grin in his voice. It's a duel of spells.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm really sorry. But since I decided to, I'm trying to join NaNoWriMo. Visit the official.org page if you want to check it out. But I won't be able to make much progress with the story this month. For those who don't know, the challenge is to write a 50,000-word story, setting aside quality and focusing on quantity, starting November 1st until the 30th. So I'm only confident about writing one chapter of this story this month. If I'm lucky, I might even manage to. Hey, if you want to read my NaNoWriMo story, just check out my Wattpad account. Here's my profile, wattpad.commissarrocker-lullaby. That's all there is. I couldn't tell you yesterday because I didn't know I was going to do it, so... Sorry, sad face ***. Desafio, Chapter 38. Desafio, Percy POV. You know how it is. When you see this petite girl about 150 centimeters tall, wearing heels and trendy clothes, at least that's what she claims, though I don't know anything about fashion, and this silver sword of hers waiting for someone vulnerable. The girl's supposed to be weak. Yes, don't fool yourself. It's a lie. With some difficulty, I blocked Raven's punch. Her eyes grew redder, abandoning the orange hue. I wasn't sure if the red meant she was angry. She didn't seem upset, Truth be told, I'd say she was savoring the duel, though that playful orange had vanished. What kind of positive red excitement could there be? I couldn't think of any. Now I was focused on letting her attack. I still didn't feel comfortable or confident enough to strike back, so I decided against it. I gazed at the lake with nostalgic longing. I knew that if I reached the water easily, victory would be assured. My technique paled in comparison to the adrenaline rush, amplified strength, and increased speed that water would provide. Of course, Raven seemed to know this too. She kept blocking my path, preventing me from reaching the lake. She attacked and advanced while I defended. At least she wasn't letting her advance, which only drove me further away from the water. Raven's blade sliced through my arm. Though not deep, it was enough to make blood gush out within seconds. I hissed as the pain from the wound rippled through me. When I cut off, I noticed he was distracted. I couldn't figure out why. Maybe it was because he wasn't attacking, just defending. I pressed my lips into a straight line and started to attack. The swords clattered with a metallic clang. "You surrender, Percy?" Raven asked with a familiar tone. I couldn't understand why she spoke to me this way. Honestly, she was such an oddball. She didn't know me at all. I knew that because she had my memories, so why did she do it? "I don't know who you are, but you talk to me like you know me," I accused. She smiled at me. Like me, she didn't seem to have any issues with the pace of the fight, but she also showed no signs of pressuring me. No, you don't know me. Then why do you speak to me as if you knew me?" Her eyes no longer held orange. They still carried that burgundy huea blend of crimson and dark pink interspersed with quiet blue glimmers. She remained serene. "Because I know you," he replied, still with a smile. "Thanks, I'll take care of that," he snapped. She smiled before saying, "I've been watching you. We've been watching you. I'm just not that noticeable. That's why I'm so useful." As soon as she finished speaking, she thrust a spear at me. This time I blocked it, but realized the thrust was so powerful that I had to exert all my strength to push it away from me.
A. Ravenmutterd.
The push had sent her flying several centimeters into the air, but she landed with expert precision, landing a meter behind her original position. She hadn't taken it so easily, so that same push sent me flying 50 centimeters behind my original spot. I grunted, trying not to fall further behind. I studied Raven. I wondered. I stepped forward and thrust my spear at Raven. She rushed to block it while launching her own attack. From what I'd seen so far, she didn't want me to move more than she did. She attacked, so I had to parry. She preferred attacking over blocking. She could use that against me, probably, with a bit of luck. And if I came up with something, I blocked, took a step forward, and attacked again. She blocked and attacked. Block, attack, block, attack. Trying to do it subtly, I stepped aside. She, almost reflexively reacting to my movement, also stepped aside. I took a long step toward the other side and attacked, and she mirrored my move. I slightly adjusted the angle of my steps, making them more curved so they looked like I was taking side-to-side strides. Now they resembled a semicircle. "This is simple," Raven remarked, blocking with one hand on his waist and raising his sword arm overhead to prevent my blade from completing the strike. I swiftly separated my sword from hers. I shrugged slightly in response to his comment. "Just because you don't push me," I retorted. Honestly, though, I hadn't expected anything this simple either. However, a pathetic insult seemed to slightly bother her. "I've been watching you, Percy. You've defeated those who are hard to defeat and a few who've never been defeated. But every time you try to use your power, you end up exhausted. When you win without expending too much energy, it's due to your cunning. But here you are limited. The lake is far away, and there's nothing around you that you can use. If you decide to use your power, you'll only have one chance. And I'm certain I can neutralize it. So you'd be left completely defenseless. Eventually you'll fall," he explained patiently with a smile. I looked closer. Her eyes no longer had that orange hue she'd noticed earlier. She wasn't having fun. The smile was forced. When I examined her more closely, I could see tiny beads of sweat on her forehead. I began to move forward against the clock. Slowly. Demons, I was hoping she wouldn't notice. When that happens, I'll be in perfect shape. Even if you never meant to keep your promise from the start, though I doubt it since you swore by the Estigio River, you'll be too exhausted to fight back anyway. You sound like the villain from a movie. If you had a beard, you'd be twisting it right now, I remarked. She shot me a nasty look. Is that all you have to say? She asked irritably. Well, I won't give you the upper hand or surrender if that's what you were hoping for, I replied. Raven rolled his eyes. I began spinning the clock hands again. The more I thought about it, the more surprised and thankful I was that Raven hadn't noticed the pattern. All I could hope for was that he wouldn't spot it before I finished. The perfect moment came when I launched my plan. I pushed harder against Raven, delivering faster and more precise strikes than before. She countered with equal force. Though I was too busy dodging her attempts to be cut in half, I could almost sense her fatigue creeping in. Her movements grew slightly slower. Quickly, hoping Raven was too absorbed in the duel to notice, I turned away. For a second, I thought I'd tricked Raven. We were switching positions, and the moment I was on the path between Raven and the lake, I'd win. It didn't happen that way, exactly. Raven widened her eyes when she saw what he was doing. Oh no, murmured. With strength I never knew I still possessed, Raven deflected my sword, pushing it away from my hand. The blade clattered to the ground. His strike came unexpectedly. With the edge of his sword, Raven struck my chest. Still dazed, the momentum sent me flying to the floor, and not even landing on my backsidemy elbows took the impact instead. Demonies. Raven Jadiaba was sweating a bit, but that didn't make his smile any smaller or more annoying. For a moment, there was stillness. Raven had defeated me. That meant, oh my gods, she could kidnap me. Even if I had the chance against her horde of monsters, I couldn't pull it off. The girl had cunningly forced me to swear by the river Styx, and right now, I didn't want to test the fury of a broken oath, no matter how amusing it sounded. But I couldn't let her take me away. If I let her go, we'd lose the war and our enemy, whatever that might be, would rise up. I knew the gods weren't exactly benevolent, but if they were leaving civilization to fend for itself, that was fine. Let mortals and mythology remain separate realms. It looks like, Raven muttered with a grin, her sword tipped dangerously close to my throat, Percy Jackson. I didn't think much about it. If I did, I'd regret it and freeze while she carried me, so better not do it. Like in the movies, I slipped one of my legs under hers and threw her to the floor. Ah, she gasped. If I had been holding Riptide when she fell, I could have defeated her. But since she'd already landed on the ground and was now in my pocket, there wasn't enough time to attack her. Raven was already climbing back up from the floor, so I sprinted straight toward the lake. If I made it to the lake, I could attack her. And it would be even better if the fight happened right in the water. My peripheral vision caught movement. Instinctively, I raised my sword to block the thrust. I glanced sideways, alarmed. Raven was running alongside me, and he was attacking me. How could I have expected to fight Raven in the underworld when she was supposed to attack me while I was running? I gazed at the lake with nostalgic eyes, muttering curses under my breath as I blocked Raven's attacks. You still won't quit? Raven remarked with a tone of wonder. I snorted irritably. The truth is, I was planning to surrender before you could defeat me. Don't you think we'd save a ton of time that way? I retorted sarcastically. She smiled at me. I'll be glad to see you using sarcasm when we take you hostage, he declared, thrusting another dagger at me. I hissed softly and blocked it with both hands, swinging my sword. Seizing the moment, I rolled to my left side toward the lake. Raven's blade had been meant for my right flank, but with my sword positioned to block it, this setup worked perfectly. As I started running, I kept at least a meter away from Raven. Once I was far enough, I dashed toward the lake. Feeling a bit tired, I jogged clumsily. I stumbled twice but couldn't stop. Raven kept stepping on my ankles, and there were only 10 meters left to reach the lake. It wasn't much of a distance. Just 8 meters. 5, 2. Raven pounced on me, damn masculated. I was struggling on the floor. I tried to get up, or at least move closer to the lake, but Raven kept desperately holding me back. I knew this wasn't just about keeping me as a hostage. The intensity of my struggle didn't justify the cause. There must be another reason. Raven tried to take it off me.
Pride.
Dignity. She refused to lose. What kept her from losing was her self-expectations. She took pride in believing she would conquer me, so I had to conquer myself to prove her right. No twisted logic here, right? I had my reasons to fight. The world would end, yes. But I also wanted to see my friends. I wanted my final battle to be against Anabeth. Hades. I wanted to see Anabeth again before I died. I quickly used my strength to switch positions with Raven, forcing her to struggle for freedom. With a leap, I leaped up and sprinted toward the lake, bursting through the barrier with a powerful thrust. I let out a sigh of relief the moment I stepped inside. The water felt refreshingly cool, and my skin welcomed the touch. There was an atmosphere around me that felt familiar. Not quite like the sea, but certainly recognizable. I knew I had to leave. I still needed to defeat Raven, and the siren's eyes weren't friendly, they were irritated, but here I was safe. All bodies of water were interconnected. If I followed the current, I'd eventually reach the sea. Here I was stronger, faster. Damn, if I wanted to, I could control everything. The place was a lake, filled with water. Here in the water I was secure. But then I thought of Anabeth, Grover, Tyson, Thalia, Nico. Even in my mother's memory, Hades, and even in Parvati and Seamus memories, was I really ready to leave them behind? I could keep drifting on the sea, but what would become of them? And the boy, Harry Potter, he wouldn't give up. If I let this slide, the whole burden would fall on his shoulders. Could I really do that? No, I decided. Couldn't. There was too much at stake, and I wasn't ready to lose. I looked up and was startled to realize I was about 20 meters above the lake's surface. I figured the water pressure must have been starting to bother a regular person by now. Or maybe it was the oxygen deprivation. I plunged into the water to push myself upward. I felt the current swirling around me, pulling me upward. In less than 2 seconds, I was on the surface. I made a face, as the momentum had already lifted me at least 2 meters into the air, but I managed to land on my feet. I heard water dripping around me. Didn't you say it was one? I asked, smiling. When the other one surrenders, Raven replied, or loses consciousness. I managed to crack a sly grin. You surrender? I demanded, forcing the lake to rise above my head. The siren wails pierced the air. I wondered why they weren't singing. Could they have made a deal with the school? Raven pressed her lips together. She knew she wouldn't back down so easily, but she also knew I was going to win. No, he grunted. I smiled. Muy bien. And I launched the lake toward her. Not exactly. The gods knew exactly how long it would take to clean him up and reconcile with the lake creatures, so I only threw a part, compact enough to knock him out with one blow. I let out a weary sigh and pulled Raven into my arms. I surveyed the crowd. I knew everyone would follow Raven's orders. They had to obey him. What I didn't know was what to do with her. I couldn't just hand her over to a monster. They probably would have eaten it. To my surprise, I spotted a boy at the corner. But when I tried to find them, there were more. A chill ran through me as I realized they were demigods. They were against us again. No, I couldn't figure it out. We might not have much contact with the gods anymore, but they weren't completely abandoning us. Why did they cross over? At the forest's edge, rows of demigods stood. They weren't too many, hardly as numerous as when I first arrived at Camp Mestizo, let alone now that we've grown in number. But I was worried. With caution, I approached the boy. He was the closest and seemed least likely to attack. He appeared strong enough to take on Raven, so I gave him the chance. At what? They have to leave, I shouted, ignoring the boy. Raven swore by the Estigio River. And you're under his orders. They must go. A boy stepped forward. His hair was dark, but it seemed to be tinged with reddish-brown. Pale skin and completely black eyes defined him. With a graceful stride, he walked toward a place where all the monsters could see him. It's time to go, he whispered. I couldn't fathom how he could issue commands. He was just a boy seemingly a year younger than Raven. Slim and slightly frail, his posture and tone of voice were meticulously crafted to command obedience. This wasn't supposed to work on its own. He probably possessed some kind of power too. He knew it was dangerous, though it didn't seem so at first glance. Slowly, the monsters retreated. We waited a few minutes. Slowly, each of the monsters and demigods who had crossed over withdrew into the forest. I was a bit worried they'd take refuge in the forest, when I thought it should be protected by the barriers. When they vanished, the first scream pierced the air. I might have worried it was a desperate cry or terrified wail, but it was more of a scream, a moan of sheer emotion. Alright, the girl who had screamed wasn't the only one. Around me, everyone started chanting, "Percy! Percy! Percy!" It took me by surprise, yet I felt a warm sensation in my chest. The recognition made me feel good, though not entirely comfortable, especially when a group of people lifted me onto their shoulders. It was oddly surreal. Just as we were about to step through the door, a man suddenly appeared out of nowhere. "Very well," Dumbledore congratulated. His eyes sparkled, and for a split second they locked with mine. "They've done an excellent job. Where were you during the fight? Did you run away?" A boy from the crowd accused him, landing some blows on the heads of nearby people. "I had another job to do," Dumbledore replied briefly. "More important than protecting Hogwarts?" The boy snorted. "This is essential to protect Hogwarts. Now, Mr. Crawley, if you don't want to clean the milk room for the next 3 months, I'd recommend you let me finish the announcements." The boy whispered something under his breath, but said nothing. "Students," Dumbledore began, "Trelawney has had a vision," he announced. "All indications are that something will happen at dinner." Dumbledore's eyes paused on me for a moment. "Please go clean up and come down to dinner promptly. It's important. We believe it's connected to Harry and the prophecy." If you've read my author notes before, you might remember I usually post chapters on the last 4 days of each month, and the first days of the following month if I forget. But this month, as a mix of an apology for last month and a Christmas gift, they'll be posting 9 chapters. The idea hit me on the 23rd. I should have posted 1 chapter that day, but I forgot. The next day I remembered, but I was sick, which kept me from posting until yesterday. I was still feeling sick yesterday, but I finished Grimm, the series, and started Split, another series. I decided it would be way more productive to wrap up this season. So far, I've opened my computer to search for the 2nd season on YouTube, since it's not on Netflix. Go ahead and enjoy it. Now I'll feel guilty if I don't upload a new episode. Until tomorrow, laughing face. Duello, Chapter 39. Duello, Harry's POV. To say I was confused would be an understatement. This woman would randomly appear at the door of the nurse's cabin and challenge me to a duel. I, how foolish of me, kept up the game as soon as I heard their banter. If I won, she and her crew would leave. If I lost, they'd kidnap me. When I stepped out of the cabin, Miranda hooked her arm around my shoulder and adjusted her position to let me go. Ian stood beside me, his eyes locked on me as he stood ready to stop me if I didn't give satisfactory answers. They had questions, that was obvious. "What spells? You know spells?" Ian asked suspiciously. I made a face. "I don't know," I whispered under my breath. Miranda let out a choked moan. "What?" he exclaimed. "I don't know," I repeated, more firmly after clearing my throat. "Then why, damn it, did you accept the loss?" he shouted at me. I looked at Ian asking for help, but I knew I couldn't get it. Normally, he'd just laugh it off. But today I wasn't going to stop her when I thought she truly deserved it. "Myra Miranda, you know it's necessary," I said firmly. "We can't hold out any longer. Once the duel begins, the whole battle will stop. If I win, they'll all leave. But if I lose," my voice faltered for a moment. "If I lose, they might have used this time to heal their wounds." Ian and Miranda shot me a glare that made my head spin. "You won't lose," Miranda declared. Ian nodded in agreement. "Besides, she's old. About 40 years old. You can bet you can beat her. He probably won't even use spell sunlight, will just hit you with his old lady's purse," Ian remarked casually. I heard a shrill cry coming from right in front of me. "I'm not old," the woman exclaimed. Ian replied without any reservations. The woman shot him a glare before throwing a grin at me. "Let's get started?" he asked. I opened my mouth to respond, but before I could, Anabeth stopped me. "Wait," he demanded, glancing at the woman. "What's your name?" The woman smiled, showing her teeth. "Bellatrix Lestrange." I had no clue why, but the name sent a chill down my spine. She's dangerous. A voice screamed in my head. Stay away from her. You must swear by the river Styx, declared Anabeth. Bellatrix let out a dramatic sigh. The Lord of Time and the Lord of Darkness begged me to avoid him if I could, but to act when they commanded. Anabeth beside me gasped. Fine, Athena's daughter. Bellatrix spat mockingly. Bellatrix Lestrange, swear by the river Styx that my forces will withdraw from battle if I win this duel. But this oath only holds true if Harry Potter swears by the river Styx that he'll surrender as our prisoner if I triumph. Anabeth gasped in shock, but quickly regained her composure. It's your turn, Harry, he whispered. I hesitated. What should I do? I asked. Anabeth rolled her eyes. You must swear by the Estigio River that you will honor the terms previously agreed upon. Feeling a bit silly, I cleared my throat and said, I, Harry Potter, swear by the river Styx that I'll stick to the rules we agreed on beforehand. Something stirred within me, around me. It wasn't physical, but it connected with me. I sensed something bad would happen if I didn't fulfill it. I'm not going to lose. I'd be in serious trouble if I did. A circle had formed around us. The closest to the coast was a semicircular formation of monsters and whatever those humanoid foes might be. Further away, the other half of the circle consisted of demigods. The entire formation spanned about 5 meters in diameter, and I could see the enemy side gradually receding. They feared being struck by the spells. I mentally urged the mixed-race group to retreat as well. I studied the woman intently. Bellatrix walked casually beside me, her face wearing an offhand smile. Everything about her radiated carefree ease, and that was what kept me uneasy. I strained my brain trying to recall something. It didn't matter. All I needed was something of memory. A spell. Damn it, I couldn't remember any damn spells. How was I supposed to defeat Bellatrix? In a split second, almost before I could react, Bellatrix jabbed her wand at me. She let out a cry I couldn't make sense of, and less than a second later, a purple light shot from her wand straight toward me. It was pure instinct. I knew this could only be attributed to my 2-week training at Camp Mestizo, yet now I truly appreciated having it. The place I only wished had lasted longer, just like during the rest of the search. I rode my sword, dodging the light, and quickly fixed my gaze back on Bellatrix. She stared at me, her smile never faltering when she saw the spell I cast failed. With theatrical flair, she brought the tip of her wand to her lips and blew. A faint image surfaced in my mind of those movie scenes where someone fires a gun and then blows smoke. Before I could even stop to wonder why she would do that, since the wand didn't have smoke, she pointed it at me again. Demons, he mumbled, as he resumed rolling. Bellatrix smiled at me. I knew you'd be here. You were trained like a demigod for 2 weeks, Bellatrix admitted. I never believed you could handle it that well when She added softly. Without waiting a moment, she raised her wand again. But luckily, this time I was quicker. With a precise kick, surprisingly accurate, I snatched the wand from her hand. The wand fell to the side of us. For a split second, everything froze. My foot remained raised near her hand. She still maintained that slight hunched posture she used when casting spells. In 1 second she pressed her lips into a line, and the next she slipped her leg under mine, knocking me off balance. Maldage breathed heavily as she lunged toward the wand. I stopped her a few centimeters away, kicking the wand farther with my foot. But that didn't stop her. With one of her legs, she kicked my torso, forcing me to let go. She sprang up from the floor and dashed toward the wand. But this time, I slipped under her leg, causing her to stumble. But she pushed me, sending me crashing into my rear. She trotted frantically toward where the wand was located. In just a couple more seconds, she'd have the wand. With a powerful motion, her hand gripped the Wanda's sleek, elongated black wand. It was exquisitely beautiful and deadly. Bellatrix pointed it directly at me, whispering in a slow, measured voice. Crucio. I felt pain, a numbing agony coursing through every part of my body. It burned and hurt in ways I could never have imagined. It felt like my skin was covered in cuts, and you just rubbed lemon and salt over them. It was utterly unimaginable. My back arched, and a gut-wrenching scream erupted from my throat. But I didn't feel it. The pain was worse than anything I'd ever known. My bones burned like fire. My skull felt like it was about to shatter into tiny pieces. My eyes went blank, and it felt as if hundreds of knives were stabbing through my skin in blazing red. When they pulled them out, I was bleeding alive. Suddenly, death seemed alluring. Harry, this is one of the 3 unforgivable curses. The others are Imperium and Avada Kedavra. Imperius would make your will obey mine. It wouldn't work on someone with an unyielding spirit or exceptional resistance. That's why I'm certain I could have used it on you. The other is Avada Kedavra. It just kills you. Bellatrix smiled carelessly. Harry, I'm using Crucio. That doesn't hurt you, she insisted innocently. You feel like they're torturing you, like they're burning you, like they're stretching your limbs in opposite directions, as if they were going to burn you alive and suffocate you, as if they were stabbing you with scorching blades, as if they were drowning you in lava or acid. Through the corner of my eye, I managed to see Miranda and Ian staring at me in terror, but right now, I couldn't focus on anything. This curse, the Cruciatus curse, feeds on the very sight of people suffering. And I wanted you to suffer. Don't worry, it'll be over soon. I'll use Imperius to make you surrender, and then you'll come with us. But I had to do this first, Bellatrix explained with a smile. I can't remember how long I'd been like this, lying on the floor, screaming until my throat burned. Of course, that pain didn't really bother me much right now. In a way, I was grateful for not knowing. It felt like being on a trip you're wide awake but can't fall asleep. For the whole time, I was, in a sense, dozing off, and suddenly the pain stopped. My skin, my entire body, still tingled, but the sensation had faded. I didn't dwell on it. When the agony lifted, I could focus on other things beyond the ache. The sand beneath me, strands of hair dangling before my eyes, damp from sweat. I felt my clothes clinging to my body. Every feeling I'd had was swept away by the pain. Like when so many people are talking at the same time and you can't make sense of anything. And now I feel it all over again. I heard myself exhaling with trembling breath. The dark clouds that had obscured my vision had lifted, and now I could see people clearly, the circle of people surrounding Bellatrix and me. There were multiple reactions. My inner self watched with anguish and concern. The monsters stared at me smugly, as if they'd enjoyed a spectacle. The wizards and demigods on the enemy side looked at me with pain and sorrow. Wizards? Jady. There were wizards. Yes, in a boarding school in demons. I growled, my arm trembling from the torture and exhaustion as I kept pounding my forearm against the sand. All right, Harry Potter. I want to try something different, Bellatrix admitted with a smile, standing before me and pointing her wand at me with a charming flourish. Then she whispered, Imperio. It was like a shock. I mean, that girl had tortured me before, but now I felt something wonderful. I felt incredibly relaxed, almost as if I could fly. Vaguely, I realized I smiled and casually threw myself into the sand, mouth open, gazing at the sky. I let out a relaxed sigh. Turn yourself in, a voice commanded from the corner of my mind. Just as I opened my mouth to comply, another voice cut in. You shouldn't do that, he exclaimed. Open your mouth and surrender. The other voice repeated with increased severity. 2 worlds depend on you, don't let them down. Bella is good. You should surrender yourself and leave it in his hands. The tension built up in my head, and I knew if those voices were real, they would be fighting. At the same time, they said, Haslo don ti do it. I growled between clenched teeth. I'm Rithrie. I won't give up, I shouted. Bellatrix murmured softly in surprise, stumbling back several steps. She had to spread her arms wide to regain balance. Her eyes blinked in daze, but then she locked hers with mine, gripping them tightly. With renewed determination, she moved closer to me, walking with purpose. She pressed herself against my side, aligning her nose with mine and our eyes with hers in defiance, before letting out a controlled sigh. Imperio, he declared firmly, waving his wand at me once more. That feeling hit me again. I'd heard it was like being drugged. You feel untouchable, invincible. That's exactly how I felt. But this time I was prepared. The moment that mysterious voice started trying to speak, grinding my teeth, I steeled myself. I won't surrender. Bellatrix felt renewed determination when her pride was wounded, when I resisted her so-called empire. But I drew my energy from the people around me, the ones I had to protect, from the fury of seeing my loved ones terrified. The expressions of the demigods were terrifying. They clasped their hands together in terror. The lovers whispered comforting words into their partners' ears. Friends held each other's shoulders, and brothers nervously held hands. Seeing them like this made me furious.
Tanto.
Quickly, I opened my right arm and hand, and exclaimed, Magia Ravdos! The sword materialized in my hand, almost as if someone had been controlling me or the blade itself demanded it. I pulled out the wooden staff from the back pocket of my pants and, without any fuss, slipped it into a small compartment on the blade. To my surprise, it fit perfectly. Without giving Bellatrix time to react, I lunged forward and aimed the blade at her neck. The woman stumbled backward upon finding the sharp blade near her throat, landing on her buttocks as she tried to stop herself with her hands. Do you surrender, Bellatrix? I asked softly, leaning down to look at her. Or should I leave you unconscious? Here's another one laughing face. So, I stayed until the 20th episode of the season, watched 2 episodes in Portuguese until they told me the show would lose its meaning if I didn't understand less than half of what was said. Hope you enjoy it. Laughing face. Rest. Chapter 40 Rest Part 1. Parvati POV. Percy triumphed and the monsters fled. Percy triumphed and the monsters fled. I chant in my mind. Percy triumphed and the monsters fled. But he couldn't forget that Voldemort was still out there. With Raven, the only thing we knew about was that he had those playful eyes. And everything pointed to him having another ally, one who was just as powerful, if not more so. And a whole army of half-divine beings with whom he wasn't entirely on the same side. Percy POV. To say he was relieved would be an understatement. The enemy forces had retreated, and my friends were now at ease. No Hogwarts student had spent more time than they did. The healthy ones carried the injured to the infirmary. Ravenclaw members began sketching diagrams of what had been destroyed and, not so discreetly, started brainstorming ways to improve it. Slytherin kept his eyes on the shoulder above him, looking suspicious, but they were also helping when they thought nobody was watching. He assisted with paperwork and tallying injuries and deaths. Meanwhile, the Hufflepuffs were cleaning up the castle debris and scattered trees left behind after the monster attack. The silent and respectful Gryffindors, some of whom were also collecting the bodies, the corpses, and carrying them to Hogwarts. 9 lives were lost. 2 Ravenclaws, 3 Gryffindors, 3 Slytherins, and 1 Hufflepuff. I wouldn't have expected some Slytherin to drop a rude, ill-timed comment, something like another word for bravery is stupidity. But I was relieved when nothing came out of it. Perhaps, just perhaps, this war didn't create a common enemy for Muggleborns and wizards, but also for every house. It would have been logical for houses to be more united after the Second Wizarding War, but at least it seemed to have made Gryffindor and Slytherin more suspicious and cautious. With a warm feeling in my chest, I recalled that trio. 2 Gryffindors with a Slytherin. It seemed like the Gryffindor and Slytherin were in a relationship. When I saw them, none of this situation seemed so serious. I hoped nothing would separate them. Well, if house pressures hadn't already done it, I couldn't imagine they would. As for me, I had a broken leg. I couldn't remember how I'd gotten it injured. Not even the fact that Raven's blow had hit my right shin. Nor did I recall the water trying to heal me when I entered the lake. Now I was in the infirmary. A woman was trying to force a purple needle into my mouth, but I kept pulling my lips away, fully closed, from the spoon she kept reaching out with. Mr. Jackson, he spat out in frustration, you've got to take the potion. Otherwise, you won't get better. I hesitated. I knew that even though I couldn't go to the lake right now or take a shower, tonight when I took a bath and, if the water did its job, my leg would be as good as new, provided the shower lasts long enough. If I don't get better by tomorrow morning, I'll take the medicine, I suggested. The woman hesitated, but after my earnest pleas, she finally gave in and went to the nursing station to treat more patients. I let out a sigh of relief. I tried to keep my footing, but a sharp pain in my calf made me lose balance when shifting weight to my left leg. Suddenly, Neville was beside me. Seizing the chance I'd open my arms to stabilize myself, he slid his right arm under my left and behind my back, letting me partially support my weight on the ground. "Thanks," I murmured with a smile. Neville gave me half a smile. "There's no way," he replied. The awkward silence persisted. "Actually," he began, "I came here to ask you something," he admitted. He raised an eyebrow, waiting for the story to continue. Neville took a deep breath and continued, "I came to ask about Harry. Did you know there was a search party?" "Maybe not. Only Dumbledore's army knew about it," he explained. "Was it the Dumbledore army, like in 6th grade?" I asked, trying to get Neville to keep talking. "Well, we formed a search party, though we only told half of them. Hermione and Ron were acting suspiciously around many people." Aha murmur. "Well, here's the thing, we tried every trick in the book. We managed to convince some of the Thestrals to fly over the forest for us. But we couldn't get deeper, because everyone agreed it was too risky to go down and investigate closer." I nodded silently. Hermione and Ron wanted to get closer, but we had to head back to Hogwarts when we spotted some monsters scattered around. We couldn't make out them clearly. We were too far away, and they vanished in the blink of an eye. I nodded again, processing the information. "Percy, I need you to tell me the truth. We might not have known each other long, but you're Harry's replacement," he said, making a face here. "So you must have done something big in your world. Just 2 questions, but I need you to answer them honestly." "Very well," I replied cautiously. "What is it?" "The first question is, could any of us have somehow prevented the attack?" he asked. His question took me by surprise. Could he possibly feel responsible? I knew Harry's closest friends had been Ron and Hermione, but I also knew he had other companions. Could it be that the rest of Harry's friends feel the same way? Who in school would ever think they could have stopped the attack before it happened? If anyone had, they wouldn't even want to imagine how Ron and Hermione must feel right now.
No, y concluda.
The only thing that could have stopped the attack would have been Voldemort defeating them. Then there wouldn't have been. The attack would never have happened without the need for it, I reasoned. Neville nodded in agreement. "So, what's the deal with finding Harry?" he asked. "I know they switched him with you. Do you have any leads on where Harry is? If we'd searched harder, maybe we could have found him." I looked at him with concern. They couldn't blame themselves for not finding him. The boy was on another continent. My God, they couldn't possibly find Harem or even figure out where to search for him without skipping the rest of the year. No, they couldn't. Not a chance. "I'm from another continent." Even if they'd plowed the forest, I snapped, trying to convince him there was no way. Something heavy lifted off Neville's shoulders, and for the first time, I saw him smile at me. Not just a slight curve of his lips. I knew Harry's friends were deeply concerned about him, and Neville would be glad to know he'd done everything in his power. Nothing he could have done had changed the outcome for the better. I wondered if my friends truly cared about me. What I meant was, I knew Thalia valued me deeply. While she might not have shared her secret out of obligation, I sensed her appreciation for my keeping her fear of heights under wraps. Nico treated me like an older brother. Though Bianca had assigned the task to me, it was he who ultimately accepted it.as for the rest of the camp. I wasn't entirely sure, but I knew that being a son of the 3 greats, my absence had made things worse for them. And Anabeth. She didn't even want to entertain the idea. I made a face at the thought. It wasn't that I didn't find her strange. She was literally a memory they couldn't possibly take away from Met. His whole experience had proven it. But her reaction, she'd be worried, probably even crying some strange incident. But the moment she saw me, she'd give me a good slap on the jaw at best. Her attitude demanded it. I smiled, despite the thought of physical harm to myself. "Anabeth, Percy," Parvati shouted from a distance. Neville and I had tried to pass through the nurse's door for several seconds, but to no avail. It seemed these people were more concerned about the sick than me, or maybe I was the one from another world. I wasn't blaming them, though there was a guy in the corner completely blue and purple. But the nurse's potions worked, so several others also tried to get out. I lifted my gaze. Trying to push through the sea of people, I saw Seamus and Parvati. I tried not to smile too much when I saw them holding hands. They were together. I'd only given them about a month. Dean Thomas owed me money. Still, I kept my mouth shut and decided not to mention it. Percy, Parvati repeated with a smile, scanning me for wounds. These are fine, she noted. And I wasn't kidnapped, I added with a smile, drawing disapproving glances from Neville, Seamus, and Parvati. Too soon for a joke? Okay. Neville. I heard a voice calling from afar, through the crowd. Neville. Neville lifted his gaze and locked eyes with a girl sporting platinum blonde hair cascading down to her hips. She held her wand aloft above her ear, her clear blue eyes locked on Neville. He recognized her instantly, though he couldn't recall where they'd met. "It's Luna," Neville explained. "I need to go." "We'll take him to the room," Seamus offered. I furrowed my brow. "I don't need help," I mumbled, though I knew the effect had gone off when Neville let go and I stumbled. Seamus quickly adopted the same stance as Neville had before. "Sure, you can obviously just climb the stairs and walk down the hallway to your room with— What do you have?" "Pantarilla rota." "Broken shin," Seamus continued, then furrowed his brow. "Shouldn't you have taken a potion to fix that? Or even something to immobilize it?" "Yes," I said. "No, you can't," Seamus corrected me as he rolled his eyes. With some difficulty, he managed to shift half my body weight onto his, while Parvati kept us moving. When we finally squeezed through the throng of people swarming inside and outside the door, we could finally move more freely in the hallway. From afar, a scream echoed. Right at one of the corners where, instead of leading to a dead-end corridor, it led to a staircase at the end. "Ginny!" Ron shouted, shoving the students aside on the stairs as he tried to get through. Ginny ignored Ron and deftly dodged people blocking her path, instead of pushing them aside. Yet, as she did so, she clumsily slipped on her black coat. She wore dark red jeans and a fitted sweater with sleeves that hung down to the thumb joints. It was clear she was wearing a white glove covering at least from the wrist down to below the knuckles. "Ginny!" Ron spat again, trying to push more people but watching as Ginny kept drifting further away. "Ron, I need to ask this," Ginny responded, placing her hand on his shoulder. In the distance, I saw Hermione hurrying down the corridor toward Ginny. "Ginny!" Hermione called out. "You need to stay in bed. That's the only way to cure the black tongue. Get plenty of rest and drink lots of fluids." And yes, I noticed it for the first time. Ginny had black hair, but when she heard Hermione scream, she covered her mouth with her hands. I thought I heard her mutter under her breath, "Scream harder." "Hermione, what's going on?" Seamus asked, looking confused. Ginny came to us gasping and yanked me against the wall. Seamus stumbled while trying to keep up with her movements and mine to prevent me from falling. "Percy, come," ordered Ginny. Instinctively, my hands grabbed Seamus's arm and Ginny's, desperately trying to keep my balance. "What do you need?" I muttered. "If all you wanted was to throw me on the floor for future reference points, a push is more effective than a stake." Ginny ignored my last comment. "I have a question," Ginny replied. Ginny looked expectantly at Seamus and Parvati, who had positioned themselves beside us. Seamus had let go of me as I was leaning against the wall, though it was a bit of a struggle. Parvati formed an O with her mouth and also looked at Seamus with anticipation. "What?" he asked, confused. "Goodbye," Ginny snapped, giving him a hard shove in the chest. Parvati raised her eyebrows as she yanked his arm away. Seamus murmured, understanding. Parvati rolled her eyes. "You're even more clueless than Percy," she grunted. "Hey," I whined, but doubted she'd hear me since she was dragging Seamus away. Sighing, I turned to look at Ginny and smiled. "What do you need?" I had a pretty clear idea of what I wanted, and was absolutely certain this had to do with Harry. "It's about Harry." "What did I say, huh?" She raised her eyebrows, silently encouraging her to keep going. She exhaled and opened her mouth. "I know you already remembered. Hermione told Ron and Ron told me. She also said she wouldn't come to ask you yet, that your memories might be fuzzy," he added with a wry smile. "I figured Ron didn't want you talking to me because of how he was screaming and chasing you down the stairs," I said with a clever remark. Ginny me ignored. "I want to know where Harry is." I made a face. I knew Ginny loved Harry. Though they might not have known each other for long, maybe just a couple encounters, her eyes would light up with worry whenever he was mentioned. A mix of darkness and fury, but above all love. Ginny was head over heels for him, and she sensed her anxiety wasn't just about his disappearance, it was also about the fear he might forget her. Something had happened, something that kept them apart for a while, even though they'd only been together for so long. Ginny was desperate, but he couldn't bring himself to tell her. She might be someone Harry could trust, but Harry might not have finished his work there yet. He might still lack those memories. If Harry remembered before earning enough trust from the Half-Blood camp, or even before he himself gained sufficient confidence in it, all of this wouldn't just be pointless, it would spark a war between the magical world and the mythical realm. And damn it, I had zero clue who'd win this war. What's worse, while we're tearing each other apart, Kronos and Voldemort are teaming up to crush us even harder. It was too risky, not just for the camp, but also for Hogwarts. No, I declared firmly as I stepped away from the wall. My left foot kept bouncing as I began moving forward, slow and awkward. I headed toward the stairs. I glanced at them through the corner of my eye. Only the gods could know how long it would take to climb them, or even if I could climb them at all. I groaned inwardly. What? Ginny asked, regaining her composure from the daze. I said no. I won't give you Harry's location, I confirmed. But, what? Why? Because it's dangerous. Why is it dangerous? Could start a war, I snapped, jumping up faster. The sooner this gets to my room, the sooner I'll finish reading the girl's book, I muttered to myself. I felt Ginny's gaze flash at me. Tell me, Percy, he grunted. I cast a sorrowful glance at him before feeling a slender arm wrap around my waist. Turning to the right, I saw Parvati standing there. She was leaning against the wall partially, but I steadied myself as she approached. Ginny, Ron called softly, wrapping his arm around her shoulders. I want him to answer me. Ron spat through clenched teeth. Hermione stood silently behind them. She knew she wanted to demand the whereabouts of Harry from me too, but she also understood that logic wouldn't allow it. It would be foolish of him to do so given the consequences, the risks. However, that didn't stop him from staying put with his arms crossed and a grumpy mohin. I glanced to my left and noticed Seamus standing beside me. Everyone was here. It's time to go, Ron whispered to his sister. Ah, he won't tell me where he is. Ginny choked out the word. Where's he at? Ha! Ginny's lips quivered as she struggled to hold back tears. It hurt to see this. It hurt to think Annabeth was going through the same thing. I'd break my heart seeing her like that. She shouldn't be crying for me, and I hoped she hadn't done it. He didn't need his dreams to know she'd done it. Ron dragged Ginny away, with Hermione following closely behind. They probably took her for a walk to buy me time to climb up to my room. There was a moment of silence, during which Parvati, Seamus, and I exchanged glances with eager anticipation. I glanced back at the stairs and let out an exhausted sigh just from that sight. Parvati let out a chuckle as she saw the worm doing it, while Seamus groaned, equally reluctant to climb the stairs. Let's cut to the chase, Parvati urged. The sooner we start, the sooner we'll wrap things up. Parvati glanced at the wall clock. It's 5:30. Let's say it takes us half an hour to climb the stairs. Aki, I groaned in agony. You have 8 hours to rest. Dinner starts at 8, and I'm certain you won't want to miss it, no matter how sick you are. Why are you saying that? You don't want to miss it, Seamus repeated without answering the question. Especially if the Second Magic War holds any significance. I watched them with amusement. Muy bien. With Seamus' arm and Parvati's helping me, we climbed the stairs together. I was planning to sleep through those 2 hours, hoping to dream about Annabeth. Olivio, Chapter 41. Olivio, Harry's POV. Bellatrix pursed her lips. No gruño. My vision turned crimson. I'd endured torture and beatings, yet she refused to surrender. If she couldn't break free when she should, I'd have to render her unconscious or kill her. After all this, was I even entitled to take her life? It wasn't that I didn't believe the world would be better off without her, but I couldn't bear the weight of guilt, no matter how justified it might seem. Take a life? Without thinking it through, I spat out between my teeth. Dismay. Bellatrix suddenly collapsed unconscious to the ground. She had been leaning on her elbows, but when they gave out, her arms fell limply to her sides. Jadid stumbled backward, sheathed her sword and sent it flying through the air, likely waiting for a chance to strike again. Was she killed? I stammered. Miranda rushed toward the body and began to kneel, but Ian stopped her. I'll do it, she whispered softly. With cautious care, Ian knelt over Bellatrix's body and reached his hand toward her neck. He pressed his fingers against a vein, lingering there for a few seconds before carefully maintaining the distance. His gaze lingered with a hint of disgust, though he couldn't blame her. The same emotion gripped him. He sensed she relished torturing not just me, but everyone in her path. Alive, Ian announced in a monotonous voice, his tone barely managing to choose between triumphant or sorrowful. Anabeth stepped forward with icy composure, standing unflinchingly before the horde of monsters, demigods, and wizards. Not a ripple of fear crossed her face. They must leave. Her superior made the promise, and since she's still alive, her vow by the river Styx remains valid. Get out of here now, because under Bellatrix's command and with the river Styx's oath she won't be the only one to suffer the consequences, he declared in a frosty voice. In a surprising turn, the monsters began to withdraw. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, and gradually, each creature took its turn returning to their island and boarding one of the rafts. When a raft became full, they were guided toward a yacht on the horizon. Anabeth shuddered beside me, stroking the hilt of her dagger and murmuring under her breath, Luke. She then lifted her gaze, causing her hair to cascade behind her shoulders. I don't know how they convinced Oceanus to cooperate again. She mused softly. There's something different about it. She kept talking to herself, but it felt different. Who is Oceanus? I asked, before I could even pause to think about myself. Anabeth looked at me in surprise, as if she hadn't realized I was still there. Oceanus is the sea titan. Without Calypso's permission, they wouldn't have gotten in without his help or any of the gods' assistance. Anabeth whispered. Her eyes narrowed as she watched the yacht and all the monsters that had attacked us drift into the distance. I'm sick to my stomach about how most of those we kill come back years later. And those we kill, they were manipulated to risk their lives. He assisted in the first Titanomachy to distract Poseidon and prevent him from aiding the defense of Olympus, while keeping Poseidon occupied defending his own palace. He also concealed the whereabouts of Princess Andromeda. The boat Luke was in, he continued, slightly drowning, to pronounce the name of Luke. Harry, Miranda called out from behind me as she ran toward me. Ian was following her a few steps behind. She stopped in front of me and repeated, Harry, I have to go, Anabeth muttered, slipping away from us. Are you okay, Harry? Miranda asked, scrutinizing me with intense scrutiny. I'm fine. I reassured him, pulling his hands away from my arms and shoulders as he kept checking if they were okay. Yes, I know, she agreed. But she couldn't continue, so Ian pressed on. We saw you in agony, Harry, Ian whispered solemnly. You writhed and screamed. You suffered, and we couldn't do anything. Your pain was real. The pain was real, I spat. Damn it, if it wasn't real. There were no wounds, of course. Ian made a face. I'm sorry, he apologized in a low voice. That's good, I murmured. Miranda wrapped her arms around my neck and gave me a warm hug. Need something? He asked once we parted ways. No, I'm fine. I heard Calypso has some deep thermal springs in the forest, in a cave whose entrance marks a rock, Ian said. The way he phrased it made me certain someone else had told him the same rumor, and he was repeating it word for word. I'd love to go, Miranda interjected, taking a small step forward. You two go ahead, I urged them, moving slowly toward the nursing room. No one had assigned me a bed, and let's be real, the whole idea of finding Anabeth, asking her where to sleep, waiting for her to find me a place, then walking there just sounded downright tedious right now. They'd have to put me in the nursing room for a while. No, wait, Miranda stopped me, gripping my wrist. I looked up at her from my shoulder. What do you remember? He asked. Do you recall anything? Was it just me? Or was there something in doubt and worry in his voice? I scanned Miranda's face, then Ian's. Both reflected those emotions. What's going on? I asked anxiously, sitting down on the floor. I lifted my knees and placed my forearms on them, waiting for Miranda and Ian to do the same. Ian sat down beside me, and Miranda did the same on his side. "It's nothing," Miranda whispered in a low voice. Ian avoided my gaze too. My concern obviously grew. "What's up, guys?" Ian opened his mouth, but no words came out. Miranda seemed to have the opposite problem, trying to keep her mouth shut. "If you no longer want us, that's fine," Miranda finally snapped. Ian made a face and closed his eyes. Not as if Miranda had misinterpreted everything, but as if that wasn't the way he wanted to explain it. "What?" I exclaimed. "What are they talking about?" Ian sighed deeply. "It's just that." Ian hesitated. "We know you were given ether. We were there. And we know that eventually you'll remember everything about your life. Your world, your school, the spells, your enemies, and your friends. Inside. And we know we can never replace them, and you no longer need us. So, we wanted to tell you that, if you want to leave us now, we're fine with that," Miranda repeated monotonously. "What? Why?" "No, I would never do that," I assured them. "Wouldn't you do that?" they asked in unison. Ian with a somber tone and Miranda with an optimistic one. "Of course not. They're my family. Now they're my family, just like the whole mestizo camp. But your world, Harry," Miranda reminded me, "we know they need you as much as we need Percy. You can't just leave them behind." "I won't do that, I promise. But I won't leave them to you either." We exchanged silent glances. A moment of understanding followed. They could never compare to my former friends, Hermione and Ron. I didn't remember them completely, but they weren't just replacements. They weren't like Hermione or Ron, they were special. Though different, I would do the same for them as I would for Ron or Hermione.
"I'm thrilled," Ian grinned.
"The nymph banquet still has time to go," he added cheerfully. "Hermes' crew told me we can't afford to miss this." Miranda Rio gave him a secret smile. With amusement, I wondered how long they'd been together. It wasn't much, judging by his behavior. Miranda was practically hanging from Ian's arm. I'll go to my room," I stammered, when I noticed their eyes remained locked with his. It felt like I was intruding on a private moment, not like they were facing me directly, which made me extremely uncomfortable. Miranda and Ian snapped out of their trance. "What? Wait," no, Miranda stopped me, gripping my wrist firmly. "You need to drink more ether. Remember how it was applied, right?" Will explained that. "I'm fine," I assured him. "You didn't cast any spells except the one that knocked Bellatrix out. You never remembered any spells until you were in a critical situation," Ian pointed out. I looked at him with irritation. "I'm fine. Ether will return my memories," I repeated. "Only if it's enough," Ian said after receiving an assistance look from Miranda, which made me roll my eyes. "The ether spread across your needsit didn't cure anything completely. You might start remembering things, but others will remain missing and you won't be able to shape them," Ian cautioned. I exhaled slowly. Right now, I felt an urgent need to say yes. I was there too, I knew the possibilities. I understood that even if Will had been half ethereal, it would only have worked if I'd focused specifically on a problem, on my memory issue. But now, since I wasn't concentrating on anything specific, it would completely heal me, at least until the ether's reach in my system. I didn't think that was enough. "I know," Ian whispered. Suddenly, I felt utterly drained. The problems now seemed unsolvably, at least not one we could solve right now, and the adrenaline from that earlier battle had worn off. I just wanted to crash. I suppose Miranda and Ian noticed my mood shift. "Oh no," Miranda interrupted, shaking my shoulders. I groaned, complaining with my eyes shut. "No, you've heard the rumors from Hermes' cabin boys already. We need to go have dinner. If that sunset," Miranda pulled her hand away from my shoulders and pointed at the sunsets properly. "And it does. Gods don't mess up routine things. I hope. Then when the sun hides, the horn will sound." Miranda discreetly took Ian's hand, and his smile lit up like a beacon. I mentally rolled my eyes. It's about time, I thought. But I was happy for them. "Let's watch the sunset before it's too late," Miranda suggested. I smiled softly and settled into the beach sand. I felt Miranda and Ian doing the same thing right beside me. It was a beautiful sunset, I admitted to myself. The sky was lilac at this moment wherever it stayed near the sun, unaffected by its light. But farther from the sun, the sky was about to turn starry, a deep blue hue. On either side of the sun, where light couldn't reach, the sky glowed pink. A vivid pink, yet not crimson. Then came the sun, that color you couldn't tell if it was orange or yellow. Though I was certain artists had a name for that shade of yellow, perhaps sunset yellow, though it didn't strike me as particularly creative. I caught sight of Miranda and Ian at the corner of my eye. They were embracing. Ian had one arm resting on Miranda's shoulder while the other rested on the sand, while Miranda wrapped her arms around his waist and leaned against him. A warm sensation surged through my chest, making me think that even though the ether hadn't worked, and probably wouldn't work to win the camp's trust, maybe this whole situation had served a purpose after all. They probably wouldn't have met if Rachel hadn't dropped that prophecy when the hunters arrived, had they not been chosen for the search in the first place. 3, 2, 1. Miranda whispered, and together we watched the sun set. Then the horn sounded, like a spring or a kid with high sugar. Miranda sprang up from the ground and dragged us toward the fire pit. When we reached the campfire and looked around, I felt a déjà vu. I probably should have realized this earlier, but it hadn't hit me 2 weeks ago. I figured that was what had changed. This time, instead of having picnic tables by the campfire like at the campsite, the tables formed a circle around it. Several children, mostly the younger ones, aged 10 to 12, were seated on logs around the fire. They didn't care who their children were and seemed peaceful, roasting their badmops. The rest had stayed on their tables, but every few minutes, they'd go to the fire pit and roast badmops. Others kept eating the food they had prepared. The campers, some of them carried cans of Coca-Cola. Apparently, since neither Chiron nor Denisio was present, some boys from Hermes, under Anabeth's permission, had taken a special taxi to the city with cans. He knew exactly what he had to do. Got a Draka? I asked Ian. He rummaged through his pocket. Well, yeah, but I'd like to. Thanks, I interrupted, snatching it from her hand. Keep her, Ian muttered. What are you doing? Ignoring him, I kept walking toward the fire. As I walked past Hermes' table, I whispered to a boy at the table. Drape a hose over the fire, I need a rainbow. When I passed Athena's table, I told Anabeth. You really want to come with me? He said, tugging her by the arm. When I reached the campfire, I tossed the coin into the rainbow. All I wanted was for it to work. I knew the school. Hog. There were barriers, and I felt myself forgetting the name. Hogwarts. I spat before I could remember. Oh, Iris, goddess of the rainbow, show me Hogwarts dining hall. Perhaps I had imagined it, but I thought I heard the crystalline laughter of that goddess of the rainbow. A giant rainbow-shaped message appeared above the fire, but there was nothing there. Anabeth Jadio, is Percy there? He demanded. At Hogwarts? Where are you, Harry? He growled threateningly. I took a slight step back, scanning her cautiously. I don't remember it, I explained with a pathetic tone. Anabeth was about to scream, but then she looked at the rainbow and gasped again. Harry, this is being recorded, he whispered. Everything you say will be broadcast through your chosen location when the barriers show weakness. I murmured. Then I put a smile on my face and looked at the rainbow. If this didn't work out, there would be a bloodbath. I'm sorry I didn't upload anything yesterday. I forgot about it, which is strange. Many times I feel guilty until I upload the chapter. But hey, today I'll upload 3 chapters, counting this one. I wanted to tell you that even though I haven't, I found the following episodes of Split. If I come across 2 other series I'm watching, they should last a few days. Laughing face. About Messages and Worlds. Chapter 42. About Messages and Worlds. Percy POV. Turns out I actually took forever to climb the stairs, even with help. But it was less time than I expected. 15 minutes. When I reached the top, I decided I couldn't endure another 15-minute climb with assistance, so I took a shower. Parvati had initially refused, saying it would make me fall in the bathroom. But Seamus and I were getting extremely uncomfortable with the conversation, so when Parvati issued an ultimatum that I had to shower while sitting on a chair, I agreed. Fortunately, when I stepped out of the shower, Seamus had already taken Parvati with him, and my leg was fine, so I fell asleep like a baby. For an hour and a half. Percy, Parvati called, shaking my shoulder to rouse me. Percy. I grunted against the pillow. It's time to wake up, Percy, he whispered. I heard a door slam shut and then nothing else, so I figured Parvati and Seamus must have left. With a quick snort, I settled back into bed more comfortably. Now that there was only me in the room, I felt completely at ease. Well, that's what I thought. In the blink of an eye, I felt water drenching my head. Normally, my powers would have made me waterproof, but apparently they also insisted I get out of bed. Maldage shot Seamus a colorful wink as he bolted out of my bed like lightning. Then I dried myself off and wiped the mattress clean. Right after that, I looked up and met Seamus and Parvati's eyes. What do you want? I barked. Parvati glanced at me briefly, but then she gasped and covered her eyes with a hand. What now? I groaned in frustration. Seamus kept chuckling as he watched the scene unfold. You're in your underwear, Percy, Parvati whispered. I rolled my eyes and reluctantly approached my suitcase, which contained my clothes. I slipped into black jeans and a button-up shirt. Are you decent? Parvati asked tentatively. I rolled my eyes again but said, yes, Parvati.
I'm decent.
With the utmost sarcasm I could muster. Parvati ignored the sarcasm and removed her hand from his eyes. Seeing me dressed, she let out a soft sigh of relief, while I kept rolling my eyes again. There are 10 minutes left before dinner, Seamus announced, gesturing toward the exit to hurry us up. We arrived 15 minutes early, Parvati said. We took forever climbing up, but figured we'd save time coming down. Plus, she added, scanning my leg, you seem to have healed already. I looked at my foot. Well, yeah, when I was showering with the water. Oh, yes. And that's how the conversation ended. I wrestled with whether to tell them. Let me be clear, I needed to unite the camps with Potter's help. But I had no clue how to start. I had to convince the wizards not just that Greek gods existed, but that they had mortal children, and that there was a camp full of them on Long Island's coast. But what if that's exactly what was making me lose his trust? We descended the stairs calmly. Parvati and Seamus were walking slower than usual, but I didn't rush them. Honestly, I wasn't in a hurry to reach the cafeteria. Once there, I'd have to tell them about the mestizo camp, my world. I made a face. I probably should also share my adventures with you guys. When we finally made it to the dining room, Seamus settled down beside me, while Parvati took his seat and leaned against the hollow of his arm. I tried to suppress my laughter when I saw Seamus' face turn crimson. When my laughter subsided, I looked around. Most students were already in the cafeteria, and then I remembered Dumbledore's announcement about Trelawney, the prophecy, and Harry Potter. My eyes rolled. No surprise this had happened. Most people would kill for a good rumor. I carefully got up from my chair at the table. I needed to speak with them. I wasn't sure if what was about to happen was really about me, or if it wasn't. Probably not, since I had no information about Harry. But everything pointed to me needing to talk. If I didn't do this and whatever happened meant I should have said something, then I'd be in trouble. If I was the one who would face this at dinner, then the prophecy would come true regardless of anything else. When I looked around, I noticed that while there were many people here seeking information, not everyone was certain that anything would actually happen. It was Trelawney who made the prophecy, and no one needed to be a genius to see she was a charlatan queen. Most of the crowd here was just there to make sure nothing materialized. When I finally made it to the teacher's table, I ran into some issues. Excuse me, I whispered under my breath, trying to slip past the teacher's chairs to reach Dumbledore. Okay, I'll go through. Just a little more. There were murmurs of what's Percy doing? And was he the surprise? The latter two carrying more disappointment than necessary, echoing through Hogwarts, though some students remained engaged. A few were explaining the battle's events to fourth-year and younger students, while the children listened with rapt attention. This scene brought a faint smile to my face. When I managed to reach one side of Dumbledore, I gave him a couple of taps on the back and gave a subtle shiver. Dumbledore glanced at me over his shoulder, and when he recognized me, he smiled. Oh, Percy, are you here too because of the surprise? According to Professor Trelawney's prophecy, there's not much left. In fact, there's very little left, he muttered. Something like that. I want to talk to the students, Dumbledore said in a low voice, trying not to draw attention. Yet I noticed the curious yet discreet glances from the teachers and the curious, shameless stares from the students. "What about it, Percy?" Dumbledore asked, his tone already knowing the answer, eyes gleaming. "From my world," I said softly. Dumbledore smiled faintly. "Very well," he muttered, rising from his chair and resting his hands on the table. "Kids," he called out, giving a couple of claps. If there was one person who wasn't eagerly awaiting the so-called surprise Dumbledore had mentioned, now they were staring straight at the teacher's table. "And at me, Percy has something." But Dumbledore couldn't finish speaking. Above the teacher's desk, a rainbow-edged shape appeared on the wall. At its center lay an image. Among the two people there was a boy. His hair was black and disheveled, with strands of it falling across his forehead but somehow managing to stay out of the way. A scar. The scar on his right cheek bore a peculiar lightning-shaped mark. His eyes glowed with an intense emerald green hue. But he didn't care about me. What took my breath was the second persona, young woman. Tall for her age with sun-kissed skin. Her golden hair cascaded down her shoulders in wavy strands, some strands partially covering her face as the wind stirred her hair. Her eyes were gray, an unusually stormy shade of gray, a distinctive hue of the goddess of wisdom, Anabeth, and just now it seemed certain when she narrowed her eyes toward Harry Potter, the scarred boy, if Ginny's moaning indicated anything at all. "Is Percy there?" he demanded. "Where is he, Harry?" he asked, growling slightly as he took a threatening step toward Harry. I made a face and tried to charm Harry. It had been ages since I'd been in that position, but the memory still lingered. "Anabeth was terrifying when you didn't know what was going on with her." "I don't know," he said, though his voice sounded slightly like a shrill cry. Anabeth locked eyes with Harry, as if scheming ways to extract information from him. I couldn't help but think she was doing exactly that, with a touch of mischief in her approach. Anabeth then shifted her gaze to the message and murmured softly. "It's a recording," he whispered to Harry. His eyes locked onto the iris message almost as if he could see me. "Whatever. In other words, it will be transmitted at your chosen location when a vulnerability is found in the barriers." "Are there weaknesses in the barriers?" a Ravenclaw asked on the verge of hysteria. Everyone ignored her. "Ah," Harry murmured. Then he managed a broad smile. He knew exactly what I did. He saw through it with his own eyes. A single misused word, a poorly phrased sentence, an applied prejudice, or even a laugh at the wrong moment, and everything went down the drain, leaving us locked in our own bitterest feud. And there are more sorcerers than demigods. But he knew Harry wouldn't act rashly. We needed to help defeat Voldemort, just as they'd assist us with Kronos. And even though they were more powerful, we remained half-god. Harry cleared his throat nervously. I felt a twinge of sympathy for him, even imagining what it would be like when the message ended, a thought that made me break into a grimace. "Well, hello," he began hesitantly. "I don't know if you're aware of the prophecy. There is one. It's our responsibility. That's why someone switched Percy and me." As Harry uttered the word goddess, the murmurs, already loud enough, grew louder. They thought the gods didn't exist. "It was Hera," Anabeth added. Then, with a hint of resentment, "the goddess of marriage and family." I felt a bit proud when she let out a slight sigh while saying, "Family. Hera," I muttered to myself. Of course it was her. She'd been meddling the whole time while I was here as Heraldine of Zeus. Good grief. Couldn't she be any more obvious? I finally understood why she kept insisting we call her by her first name instead of her last. "Percy should be with you all to make the prophecy come true." Anabeth locked eyes with Harry, but her gaze only returned to Ginny's jealous expression, as evidenced by the disgusted snort. After a tense silence during which Harry carefully moved away from her, I chuckled inwardly. She let out an irritated sigh and said, "I think you should read the prophecy." Harry made a gesture. "Don't you think we should let Rachel recite it?" he asked hopefully, but all he got was Annabeth's icy glare. "Very good," he mumbled. A few seconds later, Rachel briefly appeared on the screen. She flashed a smile toward Iris' message, and while it might have been my imagination, I felt she was looking straight at me. Harry coughed uncomfortably, and once again, I found myself sympathizing with him. Annabeth wasn't easy to get along with unless you knew her well, and from what I could tell, Harry hadn't spent much time with her. It would be a lie to say I didn't feel relieved. After all, he had accomplished so much in this world. At the very least something that held equal value to what I possessed in mine, just as I was in mine. And I was the son of Poseidon, one of the three great ones. For hours I'd been on edge, dreading the possibility that he might completely replace me. Not just partially, as Hera had suggested. Two great heroes crossing worlds. A bond that will affect both. To unite them is the only way to defeat the evil. I was relieved to recall the prophecy. If I remembered that foolish prophecy, it would likely haunt me for the rest of my life. I made a face thinking about my mother. She must be going crazy with worry. I'll call her as soon as I can. Harry continued in a low voice. They, in this world, are half-Greek gods. They're demigods, he said, raising his voice slightly. We need to stick together. He sighed heavily, and I noticed he might have been on some weird mission about an annoying prophecy. Percy, if you're here, you should know this. We just fought against different things. Species. Some were from my world, but others were demigods. Young ones. There were also monsters, but you probably know there's betrayal. Harry, Annabeth hissed, trying to silence him. I tried to avoid the creaking that threatened to pass through my lips. That wasn't something to say in a place where others could hear it. It would cause panic. I looked at the tables of different houses. They were already whispering to each other. And rumors. We need to meet as soon as possible. We're on the island of Calypso. According to our prophecy, the one about our search. We had 4 days to reunite. The first day was when we set out to search yesterday. The second day is today. And the third day will be tomorrow. But the crucial point is the fifth. The prophecy speaks of a punishment. Stop, Harry. Annabeth snapped, positioning herself between the Iris message and Harry. Unfortunately, her words triggered a lightning strike that destroyed the message. My hands ran through my hair, forming fists as I stretched it. Then, unable to hold back the frustration any longer, my forearms slammed into the wall while I spat damn. There was a moment of silence, and I was almost certain it was my doing. But it didn't last long. A minute later, whispers began. Mutterings were circulating among the students at home, sometimes between desks. Speculations, rumors. Some might be good, maybe, but I was damn sure there was a handful of bad ones. Dumbledore called out softly, "Percy," and placed his hand on my shoulder. I simply bent forward toward the opposite direction of his gesture, pressing my head harder against the table. I wondered how much force would be needed to boost dopamine. Wasn't that supposed to calm people down? Something like this was what Annabeth had said to me. Maybe I wasn't paying attention when she said it, but her hair had been fluttering behind her, and even though it was dusk, there was still some sunlight making it glow. I was completely distracted. "Percy," Dumbledore repeated. I let out a barely audible sigh. This wasn't right, collapsing in front of those I was supposed to protect. They'd be the ones who would bring me down. Their own leader doubting we still had hope. But I didn't want to hold on to hope. I wanted to surrender. And damn it, I didn't feel like a leader anymore. I was draining too much energy. Yet just as desperately as I wanted to quit the leadership role, I knew I couldn't pass it on to anyone else. Right here, right now, I was the perfect fit for the job. Godess Anabeth. This time when Dumbledore called me, I managed a smile on my face, hoping it wouldn't look forced, and straightened up. Slowly, I turned toward the house tables and crossed my arms over my chest, trying to appear more confident than I was, for their sake. Dumbledore shot me a suspicious glance for a second, but then he turned to the students and smiled. I wondered if her smile was also forced. "Students," he said softly, "Percy has something to share with you. If you have questions, this is the perfect time to ask and get answers, though I don't think they've been addressed yet." Then Dumbledore sat back down in his chair, and I made my way toward the teacher's desk in the front of the classroom. But without even getting off the platform where the desk stood, I stumbled awkwardly. He coughed uncomfortably, and his affection for Harry grew stronger with each passing second. "Well, I'm Percy Jackson, for those who don't know me." Suddenly, the whole place fell silent. and I had to admit I preferred when everyone spoke in hushed tones. I arrived 2 weeks ago, or something like that. I don't remember anything from before that. Then you don't have answers. A girl screamed from Hufflepuff's table. But when the whole Ravenclaw table turned to glare at her with eager anticipation, she slumped back into her seat. I have some answers, I admit. Not all of them. I can tell you that if there's such a thing as another world. I can tell you that if demigods exist. I'm one of them. I can tell you that Harry's safe. Unless he somehow managed to insult a god, then he probably isn't. But if he is, I was in that situation and I'm still alive. I realized things weren't getting better. Who is your father? The god. Someone from Gryffindor shouted. Where's the island of Calypso? Exclaimed a Ravenclaw boy when he noticed I wasn't continuing. He didn't know what to say. It wasn't my fault. My father is Poseidon, I told them. What is God? Asked a little girl near the platform, her eyes sparkling with innocent curiosity. She couldn't have been more than 11, I thought with tender affection. He's the god of the sea, I whispered, leaning against him, and storms, and earthquakes. If this were just any room, only the girl and I would have heard me. But it was Hogwarts, and the dining hall's acoustics were so good that everyone heard me. Is it bad? The girl asked in horror, her eyes wide open. The smile. Of course not. Do you think I'm bad? I teased playfully. The girl gave me a shy smile and nodded slightly. Besides, he's in charge of the horses and keeps watch over the sea and fish. Is that good then? He asked. I smiled and nodded slightly, not wanting to lie to him outright. Truth be told, that was one of the answers I didn't have. My father had done many things he shouldn't have, things that were considered bad. At first glance, he seemed like a villain, but he was a god, and compared to Cronus, he was a saint. Still, I didn't think he was good. I didn't want to tell the girl. He seemed happy, a bit too innocent for his age, and I didn't want to make him unhappy. His blonde hair reminded me of a calmer Anabeth than my own. I suppose the girl had a good handle on staying calm, but I liked my Anabeth exactly as she was. With careful effort, I climbed back onto the platform and tried to anchor myself to the ground. It wasn't easy, and it was 5 seconds of perfect calm, until a Ravenclaw girl rose from her seat, her eyes gleaming with curiosity, and asked in a firm voice, wasn't Poseidon one of the 3 greats? I could only ask myself, do the 3 great ones still exist for mortals, or in this case, for wizards? I frowned. Yes, they are the most powerful of the gods, the girl continued. Yes, I grunted again. Ravenclaw girl raised an expectant eyebrow, and I sighed in response. Right now, I'm the only son of Poseidon, I told them reluctantly. Did you know there are myths that say not only Zeus but also Poseidon got stuck in Cronos' stomach? I was nervous, she said anxiously. I was hoping she wasn't upset about me. After considering the information, maybe I should slap Thalia and Nico in the face. The thought made me chuckle slightly. I didn't know that, I said, adding, don't say the names of those mythological figures out loud unless it's necessary. Okay? Ravenclaw girl blushed slightly and murmured, I'm sorry. Who do you know? A Gryffindor asked. I looked at him with doubt. No. That's an unwarranted fear. In our world, names hold special significance. The names of titans and gods. It's dangerous to say them aloud. You might draw a bit of their energy into the area where you speak. And if it's an unprotected zone, monsters could come knocking, I told you. The Ravenclaws all nodded in unison, processing the information. Like Hermione, I found something truly chilling. Kids, I called them, trying to draw their attention. One by one, everyone looked at me. The 2 worlds must come together. Otherwise, there will be a war. Semi-divine beings against wizards. But while we destroy each other, Voldemort several shuddered at the mention of his name, and Cronus made a face at the cold Breezile attack us. And eventually we'll lose. Among their ranks are sorcerers and demigods. Traitors? A Slytherin boy accused. They're just confused, I snapped. We can't stand up to their monsters or wizards, but you guys can't handle our monsters or demigods either. We need each other, and we need to train together to win. Was there no one else to lead us? A Ravenclaw retorted cynically. Perhaps a son of Zeus? I pressed my lips together, my hands clenched into fists, and I blushed. If she ever did, but right now she's with the Artemis Hunters and hasn't defeated multiple Titans, I retorted, feeling a bit arrogant for pulling that last card. The guy really blew me off when he shot me in the face with his hand and completely ignored my response. Before he could cast a spell to restore his skin to green, Dumbledore stepped in. Kevin reproached. The boy crossed his arms but stepped back. I sighed, suddenly feeling as if I'd aged several hundred years. We're leaving tomorrow, I announced to them. They looked at me with a questioning expression. Where? Asked a Hufflepuff. I smiled weakly. To the island of Calypso. Preparations. Chapter 43. Preparations. Anabeth POV. The only thing that showed me this was just a dream were the blurry edges of my vision. It looked like a chalk drawing with someone's finger smudged across the paper. But he saw the center and that was enough. There stood Percy, standing proudly on a platform. Honestly, anyone would immediately label him as a troublemaker at first glance. That changed when you saw him like this, confident in his surroundings, when he knew what he was talking about. But when you truly got to know him, everything stayed the same. He wasn't some troublemaker, at least not exactly, nor was he the proud kid everyone saw. He was just Percy. It was evident from the way his hands were twisting in his back. We're leaving tomorrow, he declared firmly. Where? I thought with a twinge of dread. I hoped he wouldn't think of going to Camp Mestizo, where the barriers were weak. On the other hand, he might have forgotten everything about his past. Worse still, this could be in the future, several weeks before Percy regained his memory. By which time he'd already found a girlfriend and forgotten about me. Shut up, God! I shouted mentally. Where? A girl asked. Percy smiled gently. To the island of Calypso. The way Percy spoke his name made me shudder. Like something delicate and fragile, meant to be cherished, never shown to more than a few chosen ones. And it hurt me. Then the image vanished, the colors coiled around me, and the next thing I knew, my eyes were wide open. The sunlight gently bathed the cabin floor. It was one of those mornings I cherished as a child. When I was 5, on Sundays I'd wake up to sunlight flooding my hallway, where Dad would be there, serving breakfast. When that stopped and I fled, they replaced it with memories of Thalia and Luke. After they left, those memories gave way to hectic mornings where my brothers would rush from one place to another, whispering things under their breath. The summer of my 12th year, when Percy arrived, was a fresh wave of memories. Since that summer, he had been the one waking me up on those weekend mornings. Though the weekend didn't mean much to the camp. Now, after 2.5 weeks since they abducted my rock, I could finally start preparing. I knew he would eventually return. When exactly, I had no clue, but it wouldn't take more than a year. In the dream, Percy didn't seem much older than the last time I saw him. I took a deep breath and sprang out of bed. I rushed to the cabin's dressing room, stripped off my pajamas and pulled down my tank top. I grabbed some straps and threw on a shirt from the camp, paired with some mud-colored shorts. I had to wake everyone up. Maybe Percy would show up today. Miranda's perspective. We were in Calypso's dining room, and I feared Anabeth had finally gone completely mad. For some reason, she was wearing an enormous grin that made us all uneasy, and she kept eyeing us from the head of the table with a sly glint. Meanwhile, Calypso and Rachel stood at a corner of the room, their eyes twinkling with playful mischief as they stared our way. Great. The children of Aphrodite will take charge of fixing the cottages that Hephaestus' crew is building. This isn't just a dynamic team project, it's also a golden chance for them to bond and work things out. Thalia, you, your armor, and the demigods of Ares, Phobos, and Deimos must patrol around the island. This should be balanced enough to ensure a fair fight if it ever happens. The children of Hermes must undertake the journey. Normally I'd leave it to Hephaestus' workshop, but since they're already busy with work, it's up to you guys now. Hey Hypnos crew, go make the sleeping bags for all the campers. There are 268 of them. Harmony and Eris team up, head to collect fresh water. Somewhere in the forest, follow Calypso for the full instructions. Immortals of Iris and Nyx, please proceed to the area marked by Calypso. This will be our temporary dining pavilion where you can new campfire. Jake Mason has already drawn up some plans for you guys. Together, they'll decide the campfire's location. The cottage of Hecate will collaborate with Apollo's. They'll clear the beach, but try not to argue too much about how they envision the future. Pollux, the cabin of Demeter, the twins Thanatos, Nico and Ian will be tasked with examining plants. They'll identify which ones are poisonous, where to harvest fruits, or where to plant crops. The cabin of Athena will transport the weapons from the Mestizo camp. Everyone present, except Calypso, was staring at her like she was some kind of monster. She was certain Rachel was doing this because Anabeth had messed with the different methods of divination. But I had a better reason, just like everyone else. Anabeth had made us work with the cabin crew who would be hardest to manage. She seemed determined to put us in awkward situations. Yet she was damn sure she'd done it right. You put on some pretty polos. Thalia hissed, Nico joining in. Both men were stunned by the sight. Yeah, I did it, Anabeth admitted. But if we're going to work with a completely new world full of different ideas and personalities, I think we should at least be able to work together. We're family, after all. We don't know them at all, and we don't have much in common. We don't know how much they interact with the mortal world, and we don't connect with the mortal world as much as we do with our own. But the mortal world is the only thing we share. We need to learn to coexist with those people. Otherwise, war is inevitable, she sighed. Percy's back today, she murmured, but everyone heard her. Wait a minute, Nico exclaimed. I hope, I had a dream it will be soon. The sooner our social skills improve, the better for everyone. Please clean the beach. I don't know how they'll get there. With that, she turned around and walked out of the room. Needless to say, everyone here stepped up behind her to carry out the task they had been assigned. Harry's POV. I couldn't remember much about her. I remembered Hermione. She used every spare moment to read books or argue with Ron. She argued with him constantly. She always scored top marks, except when the subject was divination, which didn't involve much logic. In those cases, she would get a bad grade. Ron was a different kind of person. He had 6 brothers, all with fiery red hair. A bit of a tomboy, something Hermione found frustrating, but he had a good sense of humor. One of my first, if not the first friends I made in the wizarding world. The few things I knew about them were crystal clear. Unfortunately, that didn't make them any better. What stuck with me most vividly was the red-haired woman. Ginny, Ron's sister. She'd been in a brief relationship with her, but then something happened, and we broke up. Did we ever get back together? Couldn't remember. My fingers slipped between my hair strands, pulling at them with frustration. Instead of satisfying me, my memories now left me with more questions than answers. I threw myself onto the beach and buried my face in my arms. In the distance, I could faintly hear the cabins of Hecate and Apollo quietly arguing. They were probably trying not to cause. Much like the rest of the cabins, there was a lot of commotion over Anabeth. Whether out of fear or respect for her, he wasn't sure. Maybe both. Noble, a soft voice whispered beside me. Startled, I looked up. Calypso stood a few meters away with her hands clasped together. Her honey-colored hair was braided over one shoulder, and her caramel eyes gazed at me with sadness, though I wasn't sure if she felt the same way for me. More accurately, what I represented. Percy, I sigh with longing. Everything in this world seems to revolve around him. Wherever I go, I hear people talk about Percy and how he could have done it better than me. Of course he could have done it better. I grew up in this world. I grew up in my own family, but I couldn't help wondering if I should do it better. I mean, I'm here to replace him. I made a face. I could only imagine the shock Anabeth would have gotten if she'd said that out loud. It was a reasonable doubt. How much exactly should I replace him? What exactly were the gods asking me to do? Noble, Calypso repeated beside me. My gaze fell upon her. She was beautiful, yet seemed so sorrowful. I wondered what had befallen her. Yes? I asked. May I sit down? He asked softly. Yes, I said, slightly sidestepping her to make room. It was silly of me to dwell on it, since I had plenty of space to begin with. Yet she silently claimed the space anyway. She took a deep breath. Do you have a girlfriend, Harry? I looked at her in surprise but tried to respond as politely as I could. I didn't know how to act around the girl, nor did I even know what role she played in the myth. Yes, I have it. It was supposed to be Calypso sighed. He raised an eyebrow. Why? She didn't answer my question, just locked eyes with me through the corner of her eye. Her face turned toward the horizon where the sea met the sky, beyond which she couldn't see. I wondered how far that was. Not as far as Paris, I thought, and yet that didn't help her escape the troubles. What's your name? Harry? You can't remember many things, but do you remember her? Yes, I murmured, my gaze still fixed on the horizon. I don't remember her name when I woke up in the boarding school, I admitted, but I had a dream not long ago. It was with her. I turned to look at her and found Calypso staring intently at me, curiosity shining in her eyes. I think that was our first kiss. What was it called? He asked. I call her Ginny, but I think it's just a nickname. Her last name is Weasley, I believe. Her brother is my best friend, I told her. Though I probably should have felt awkward sharing this with a girl I only knew by name and face. I wasn't uncomfortable or nervous. I felt relieved, like I'd been waiting for some outlet to vent everything going on inside me, but I wasn't ready to ask for one. Your brother? Did he let you stay his boyfriend? Brothers are supposed to protect their sisters, Calypso told me, but it sounded more like a question than a statement, as if she wasn't sure the information was accurate. I don't think we had much of a problem with that, I told him. Maybe a disagreement. I'm not entirely sure. Was she like that? Calypso asked, continuing the conversation. She's red-haired. Her eyes are bright brown, like milk chocolate. Her skin is fair, like alabaster, with a few freckles on the top of her cheeks and at the tip of her nose. She's brave. Most people I know are brave, I said. Calypso nodded thoughtfully. I don't think it's good enough to replace Percy, I said. Then I frowned mentally. I hadn't planned to say that. Calypso looked at me intently. Everyone has high expectations for me because they swapped me with Percy, but I can't even remember my past. I don't know if I'm qualified to replace him. They talk about the guy like he's a god, or they talk about him like he's a lost family member. I don't know what to think, I continued. It's okay to have doubts, Calypso said after a long silence. They're expecting a lot from you, and those who have reasonable expectations are prepared for disappointment. I won't judge them. Their actions might not be right, but they have the right to do so. They're in turmoil, your leader's gone, and there's no guarantee that what happened was truly divine. This information is just cryptic messages. They exchange them with another guy who, for better or worse, relevant or not, shares traits with him like his jet black hair or those green eyes, though they're different shades of green. But, noble Harry, I won't judge you hastily either. Moreover, your eyes share a similar essence with his, not in color or tone, but in what they convey. Both possess that aura, that constant feeling, like melancholy, sadness, and resignation, as if they knew it was only a matter of time before a monster would arrive, and they couldn't defeat it. The only difference is that Percy's a full-blown monster. Yours? Yours is different. I don't remember anything. You can't know that, I mumbled. Calypso looked at me intently. You might not remember how you came to that conclusion, but you know it, just like Percy. Now I looked at her suspiciously. You speak as if you know him, I noted. You don't just know his physical features, but also his aura, or whatever that thing is. But Anabeth told me you haven't left the island in 5,000 years. How do you know Percy? Calypso took a deep breath and ran her hands over her legs in a repetitive motion, as if comforting herself. It's been ages. I can't even remember exactly how many days have passed here. Time doesn't really exist here. Living alone. There's no point in chasing the passage of time except to torment myself over the minutes I waste trapped on this island. But I do know Percy arrived in Ogygia at the start of summer, and this marks his first summer since it arrived and is now coming to an end, so I'd say it was about a year or 1 or 2 months ago. How did he get there? Calypso glanced at me briefly. Percy. She uttered the name as if it were sacred. Fell into the sea near my island. I thought he was dead, but the sea, while caressing the sand, carried his body to my island. When I noticed her feverish body and realized she was still alive, I took her to one of the guest rooms. She let out a bitter laugh, she said. I don't know why I have guest rooms. I don't have many visitors, and even fewer stay overnight. I asked some of my helpers to change her clothes, She was scalded on her extremities and filthy. Her hair was also singed at the ends, and Percy looked sickly. He was pale and too thin. I mixed ambrosia and nectar, carefully serving it to him while he slept, making sure he wouldn't choke on it. I gave him nothing else. I knew once he recovered, he'd leave me behind, but it was selfish of me to keep him. I felt guilty, but it didn't matter. He soon regained enough strength to wake up. For 14 days we remained peaceful. He even seemed happy that I watched him tend to my plants. I taught him about them, and at night we would gaze at the stars until we drifted off to sleep. For the first time in 1,000 years, time ceased to matter enough to stop me from struggling as much as to ignore it entirely. Why are you ignoring something that matters to you? I interrupted Calypso, intrigued. Calypso bit her lip, lost in thought. I've been obsessing over how much time passes. What am I missing? What's happening out there beyond my island? How long has it been changed? Would I change anything if I were there? The longer time passes, the more I realize I'm losing, so I try to ignore time. In a way, that's how I control what affects me. It's not perfect, but it's the best I can do. When someone visits, time stops moving and I finally feel it. To tell the story, to notice it, nights, days, summers, years. Sometimes I just recount them to remember what I felt last time. Why are you here? When did you start? I asked quietly, hoping it wasn't a question that had come across as too intrusive. 5,000 years, Calypso said, directing a forced half-smile from the side. Hermes told me this when he visited me recently. Every 500 years, the Moiras send someone. It's always someone I'll inevitably fall for. Always someone loyal. Always someone who must leave. She pressed her lips together, and I felt her suppressing a sob. They say the Moiras choose him, but it's a god who sends him and Aphrodite who plans it. She likes to use me to spice up her favorite relationships. Rarely does she have anything to do with it. The Titans are terrifying, hairy, noble, but the only thing that makes gods better is that they don't destroy everything in their path. They treat it like a disposable item. Calypso got up from her spot, turned around, and started walking toward a house. It wasn't a shack, more spacious and less rustic. That was probably her home. Percy left 2 weeks after arriving. He wouldn't abandon his friends, family, or the world just for a girl he'd met, even if that meant ending his troubles. The prophecy would be postponed. He'd stop growing here, proving he wasn't some demigod. And even if the prophecy came true, nobody would ever find us. Less than the Moiras had hoped. They wouldn't do its top working for the gods, and I'd be free from punishment. Though that didn't mean they'd let me leave this place. But he'd be with Percy. He'd have company, and time would come back. It didn't happen that way, but you can leave the island now. Didn't Percy's deal with the gods include that? I asked, stopping her mid-sentence. Technically, Calypso acknowledged, glancing at me over her shoulder. Why aren't you going out? I asked. I don't know, she admitted after a pause, then continued on her way. Ian POV. Ian. Miranda called out excitedly. In her hands lay a bouquet of plants. Part of it was grass, which seemed ordinary enough, but she doubted it was. There were pale pink, lilac blue, and deep blue-purple flowers. Twisted with tiny white blossoms, there were small black flowers, though not as large as the whites with orange spots. Those ones seemed to have a Halloween theme, I noticed. Guess what I found? He ordered with a wide grin. Plants? I asked absent-mindedly, glancing at the nymphs in the lake's depths. They'd moved from the mixed camp lake on our first day here. Finding it easy to get lost while heading to the island, they started earlier. I shot a quick glance across the lake. There stood Eris and Harmony's cabins. I felt sorry for them. Harmony's cabin couldn't argue it wasn't part of her nature. So, they had to endure what the Eris boys said without arguing, only correcting them. Hard as it sounds, you know. The Eris kids, on the other hand, tried to spark a discussion among the Harmony boys in vain. I noticed curiously that this somehow created a peace between them. The Eris guys argued with each other to stay calm, though as ironic and twisted as it may sound, while the Harmony boys seemed genuinely desperate. However, I also noticed they weren't working together. The Eris faction on one side, and the Harmony faction on the other. I made a face. I didn't want to be in their shoes if Anabeth found out. That girl was terrifying. They're such unusual plants. Miranda explained excitedly. These roses are for the skin. You mix them with... Her hand swept through the bouquet. Then she picked one of the blue flowers and swiftly pulled it out to show me. The stems with stones until they become creamy in texture. Then apply them to your wounds. It'll stop the bleeding in seconds. Here's the thing, he continued, tucking the blue flower back into his bouquet and pulling out the purple one. It's absolutely fascinating. If you squeeze its juice and let the drops settle in your eyes for 24 to 48 hours, it makes the iris, that color part of the flower. I interrupted Miranda, speaking with coldness. I know they're the irises. It makes the irises turn to the opposite color. Miranda continued, as if she had never been interrupted. Then what if they're chestnuts? I asked. They turn dark purple. These white flowers are baby's daisies. They're not exactly rare, but they make great bouquets. The black ones with orange spots. Those are truly unique. They're quite peculiar. They contain specific hormones that affect humans. If you apply them to your skin for absorption or just eat the flower, it'll temporarily enhance one of your senses. For 5 to 8 hours. You'll see better, hear better, maybe even develop temporary tactile sensitivity, olfactory perception, or taste buds. It depends on the type of hormones the flower carries, he explained. Brilliant, he commented, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Miranda looked up at her shoulders, searching for someone who might be watching us. When she found none, she turned to me with a mischievous smile and suggested, "Try one." I looked at her with a furrowed brow, and she responded with animated enthusiasm. I tilted my head slightly and pretended to think about it for a second before looking at her.
No, isnapat.
She pursed her lips. The purples. Those that change the iris's hue. I'll do it with you, añadió. No, he countered, moving toward a shrub. It looked green and normal at first glance, but if you got too close or made too much noise, it would prick you. I'd noticed that when it brushed against me half an hour ago. However, there was no other plant nearby that I was willing to approach, so I had to pretend to examine the plant to get Miranda away from behind me. Come on, he asked me. I exhaled, stretching my legs instead of staying on my knees beside the thorny shrub. I glanced sideways at Miranda before I stared intently at the purple flowers. I sighed again and, reluctantly, reached toward Miranda's bouquet. Miranda let out a few emotional chuckles. We haven't let them rest for 24 hours, so we don't know what color our irises will turn out to be. Then, in a formal tone, he continued, "Are you ready to give it a shot?" Rolled the eyes. "Pass me the flower now." With a smile, Miranda playfully placed the flower in my hand. Together, we squeezed the juice from our eyes. What if it's not the flower you thought it was? Well, there's one that's the same color and causes blindness. People often get confused about them. Miranda, she laughed. Anabeth POV. My toes were jammed with flip-flops as I made my way to the beach. The tide wouldn't rise until 8 hours later, so I had plenty of time. It felt strange. If the tide rose, the moon must be moving it, but we couldn't pinpoint its exact location. We should know, but it's impossible. If we calculated an approximate time, we could measure the night and day, determine when the tide would rise, and give a rough estimate. But time didn't exist here, not even as a functional purpose, no real meaning at all. The world outside had spent years, even millennia, searching for a way to measure time. Now, it couldn't function without him. It was sad. No matter what or when, you never realize how dependent you are on something so subtle, so imperceptible as time itself. I wondered how Calypso had managed to live without him for so long. I figured it wasn't that unimaginable. When you have no one to compare with, no one to sync up with. Suddenly, feeling utterly exhausted, I collapsed into the sand. My fingers sank into the damp sand, but it was too far away. A single wave wouldn't reach Moonless, it was bigger than the last ones. I gazed at the sky. Nothing was blocking my view of the horizon, allowing me to see a darkened expanse. It wasn't as dark as night, but darker than the early afternoon sky. The sun bathed the ocean, its light shifting the water's hue. In some areas, the depths glowed with deep azure. Yet as it drew closer, the color turned greenish, and on the shore, it finally transformed into turquoise. Painfully reminded me of her eyes. I sighed. If everything went smoothly, Percy would arrive here soon. A gentle wave caressed my feet softly. Pardon? A glimmer of hope? Or perhaps Poseidon's condolences? Or just a bad timing coincidence? Discussion. Chapter 44. Discussion. Percy POV. After announcing Voldemort's return and delivering that grand speech about how we two worlds should unite, one would expect that when someone says tomorrow we'll head to an island, they'd actually follow through. Well, that's not how it works. In fact, quite the opposite. The moment I finished speaking, the prefects from each house dragged me straight to Dumbledore's office. McGonagall, who had been with us, had transformed Dumbledore's desk into a round table, and now she was seated beside the school director. On one side sat Dumbledore, calmly sipping tea and stroking a phoenix with one hand. McGonagall, however, looked more concerned. She stood by Dumbledore's tea table with her arms crossed, staring intently at us. Meanwhile, the prefects of Gryffindor, Slytherin, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw were locked in fierce contention against me. The irony was that I was actually the center of it all. The last time someone claimed Voldemort had returned, no one took the accuser seriously, argued Cassandra Robinson, Slytherin prefect. Why should this time be any different when the accuser is even more questionable? You're absolutely right. Why should it be any different this time? Hermione conceded, but in the next instant her lips curled into an O as she covered them with her hand. Oh, of course. The last time turned out to be true. That doesn't mean it's this time, countered Remy Parks, the Hufflepuff prefect. If we take Voldemort's every warning seriously, people will start thinking it's a joke. This is a precaution we should take, declared Carter Forbes, a prefect from Ravenclaw. Well, eventually they'll get it right. Cass, are you writing the exact same spell in every exam answer? Hermione asked sarcastically. Keep that up. At least one of your answers should be correct. But what about the rest? Are we just taking chances? We can't send people blindly, especially when we know exactly what's going to happen. And it's not good, Cassandra replied with a stern tone. What do you think's going to happen? Carter asked. Cannibals attacking wizards? That's not exactly clever. You suggested it yourself, fool, snapped Zane Young, prefect of Hufflepuff. You're probably the one who's been acting up lately. We know this is enemy territory. Slytherin prefect Drew Lumineer interjected with a slight hesitation. Let's consider it. They aren't even recognized enemies, recalled timidly Ravenclaw headmistress Paisley Terrence, and they're offering us a truce. It's dangerous, Cassandra exclaimed. It's way riskier to wait for Voldemort to attack us. Ron insisted. We can defend ourselves, announced Remy. No, that's not true, Carter snapped. Of course we did it last time, Remy replied. Besides, we're not sure Voldemort will return. All we have is the testimony of two mediocre wizards and a pseudo-alien. Cassandra whistled. Hey, I protested. Parvati and Seamus might not be the best wizards, but they're good. And I wasn't some pseudo-alien either. We tell the truth. That's the thing, Cassandra spat at me. If I don't think you're telling the truth, I won't believe you even if you say you're being honest. We can't send them all at once, Carter offered. First Hermione, Ron, Parvati, Seamus, and a prefect from each house. Cassandra bufed. I'm not going, she declared. Then she shot a suspicious glance at Drew, and in the next second, she reached out and pulled him closer to her. He's not going either. Carter looked at her with irritation. The most sensible option would be to send the last 3 years of Hogwarts, the same students who fought just hours ago. They're old enough to decide whether to go or not, and those who choose to stay could help us, Hermione suggested. This is unreasonable, Cassandra screamed, flinging her arms toward the ceiling. It's not even cord. It's the farthest thing from cord you could imagine. Not a string. It's absolutely not a string. Ron stared at her. It's not proper, he told him bluntly. Shut your mouth. You poor excuse, Cassandra hissed. Cassandra, Drew interrupted, reproachful. I agree with Robinson, Zane declared. Not the insults, he clarified, glancing at Ron. But we shouldn't send anyone to that so-called Calypso Island. Percy helped us, Remy admitted, but we can't risk something this delicate. 3 generations of Hogwarts. No way, not even if the demigods don't kill them. The war will do it. Paisley stared at her intently. Are you speaking as the prefect or as part of that generation, Remy? Paisley asked gently. Remy shot him a cold, icy stare. I speak of this as the caretaker and guardian of my home, she replied. Paisley gave him a gentle smile. It's impossible to separate them. Not in your mind. Not when your death becomes part of your decisions, he murmured. Remy gritted her teeth. I did it, he grunted. You wouldn't be in this state if you'd actually succeeded, Remy, Paisley stated. Carter rubbed his temples. We have to do it, Carter insisted, elbows resting on the table. No, we shouldn't, Cassandra replied with exaggerated enthusiasm. Carter pressed his fingers deeper into her temples. Yes, we must. When we failed to act when Harry warned about the battle preparations, they were delayed by several years, let alone the deaths and betrayals that could have been prevented. Carter raised his gaze to glare at Cassandra. Betrayals whose roots are specifically from your lineage, Cassandra. Cassandra pressed her lips together and, with nothing left to defend herself, spat out. They haven't won a single Quidditch season in decades. Carter's eyes lit up. You've lost more than half the events you could have won had it not been for Harry Potter. Cassandra grunted. The subject was clearly a sensitive point. That doesn't matter, Remy said. What they say doesn't matter. Sending people to the island is dangerous. God forbid, there's not even any kind of transportation available. Like that's a problem. Hermione snorted. I'm sure it wouldn't be an issue for any of the branches, especially if we work together as we're supposed to. It doesn't matter how closely we work together, Cassandra grumbled. We can't go there if what's waiting for us is an ambush. Wait, that's not what's coming our way, Ron exclaimed. We're not expecting a surprise ambush, Carter moaned, clutching handfuls of his hair with his hands and rubbing his elbows across the table in frustration. Then what are we waiting for? Drew pressed. McGonagall's gaze followed the corner of his eye as she looked expectantly at Dumbledore. His hands nervously intertwined and untwined before he finally locked eyes with the professor and stepped toward us. He moved between Zane and Paisley, elegantly resting his hands on the table. Let's be clear, he suggested. I'll give you the options. First, get to the island. It doesn't matter how many people, just get there and be ambushed by demigods. I shot Professor McGonagall. Second, stay here and, if nothing happens, discover Voldemort's return was a sham. Nothing will happen, we won't waste time or resources. Zane, Cassandra, and Remy exchanged knowing smiles. However, there's a third option. If Voldemort is rising and we decide to go to the island, we'll find a camp where people are ready to strengthen us and let us strengthen them in return. The forces attacking us will be mixed, not just those we can handle. That would be a bad plan. The fourth and final option is to stay here. They'll send us what we can't handle, but we won't let them teach us it after all. Eventually, there will be too many losses, and the fourth-year students will be forced to fight. Then it'll be the third-year ones next. Gradually, we will be extinguished, and so will the Greek side. Voldemort and Kronos will rule the world, and it will only be a matter of time. Long before one of them rebelled against the other and destroyed everything. Wow, thought. That depressing way to put it. You're not the only ones with trust issues, I declared softly as I stepped out of the corner of the room. They had a war too. Just half a month ago. You had 2 months to recover. They didn't. They attacked the camp and had to flee to a remote island. They know sometimes you have to give in to achieve peace, and they had to do it because there was a chance I couldn't. Cassandra looked at me with gravity. Are you asking us to take risks? Sacrifice centuries of work on one heart, another civilization, or maybe even a potential plan we're destroying? You? He roared angrily. I looked at her coldly. In the end, you just need to weigh the consequences. Will they ambush you and give you a chance to fight back? Or will you be completely outmatched because you don't even know what's going on? I asked. It might have been a hallucination, but I thought I saw Dumbledore smile at the corner of his eye. It's time to vote, he announced softly. Seconds passed, and finally someone spoke up. Drew slapped his palm against the center of the table. I voted to go to the island of Calypso. Ogygia, I corrected with a smile. Whatever it is, he replied. smiling back at me while rolling his eyes. I do too, Hermione said, and together she and Ron placed their hands on Drew's. I'll take the risk too, Remy decided, pulling Zane's hand toward hers. It's the right decision, Paisley told Remy with a smile, placing her hand on the others as well. All eyes were on Cassandra. For a moment, she glared at Drew, her eyes blazing with fury. Traitor. But the glare eventually faded, leaving only lingering doubt. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, then laid her hand on the rest. Cetera, she whispered. Maintain peace, Dumbledore murmured. Give in when necessary. He glanced at Cassandra with a hint of pride. A goddess has already done that. Cassandra turned her gaze toward me and locked eyes with me intensely. He said it's a joint mission, Cassandra said. One of your goddesses wants us to work with the demigods, even though we only have your word that there won't be any betrayal. I trusted Percy, Hermione declared, rising from her seat and leaning against the table. He led us to victory against monsters we knew nothing about, or at least myths. This isn't a trap. We're not plotting a betrayal. Just come with me and keep your mind open. Harry will agree with me. I swear by my life, I blurted out hastily. Zane crossed his arms and leaned back against the armrest of his chair. For your life? He asked. We'll remember that. Before he could respond, a timid knock was heard at the door. Hello? Parvati's muffled voice called through the door. Have you guys decided what to do yet? A gentle smile crept across her face. Though she'd only known them for 2 weeks and a half, they were loyal me friends. Seamus must have been sitting in the 2-seater armchair Dumbledore had given them to wait in, while Parvati paced the hallway like a caged lion. Cassandra, who had already arranged her books in a tower, carried them on her arms and rose from her chair. As she stood up, she gave me a look. It was sad. There was resignation in her eyes, but also a glimmer of hope, and if I hadn't noticed, a hint of acceptance toward the decision. You could say she wasn't convinced, but she also knew that the risk of that option was lower than the other. No. The other option was too serious to even be considered. She walked to the door and opened it with one hand, holding the books in her other arm. As I was about to open the door, she announced to Parvati and Seamus, We're leaving tomorrow at the crack of dawn. He gave me one last look before leaving the room. Seconds later, Drew also stood up from his seat and looked at me with a serious expression. I hope you're right, he told me. I'll go inform Slytherin House. Slughorn will handle who's coming and who'll help build the transport. When I started shaking my head, he shot me a skeptical look. Got a plan? I smiled mysteriously. Just make sure to be in the lake by 4 in the morning. I hope it's big, Carter whispered under his breath as he walked out of the office, with Paisley following behind. Good luck, Paisley murmured as she walked past me. Remy glanced at me casually, while Zane didn't give me a full look. Are you sure you don't need help? Remy asked casually. She knew exactly what she was doing, pretending this new situation never happened, that she was offering assistance for something far less dangerous and serious than what we were dealing with. Just a truce. The smile. No, I'm keeping it under control with Parvati and Seamus, I told him. His eyes traveled to Parvati and Seamus, nodding in recognition before leaving the office. Dumbledore had vanished again, something that made me think this was becoming a recurring pattern, leaving me alone in the room with McGonagall, Parvati, and Seamus. After a moment of silence, McGonagall spoke. I trust you'll do everything in your power, Jackson, McGonagall acknowledged. You wouldn't matter in the other world otherwise. You can't reach where Harry got to through tricks, deceptions, and schemes not with gods watching over you. Your eyes shine just as brightly as his, which only makes me believe it more. But don't forget, Jackson, you're not in your own world. Here you're not as powerful as you were there, at least not as legitimately or openly recognized. Be careful, don't get cocky. Don't trust too much. And that's all there was to it. McGonagall walked out of the room. Okay, I exclaimed, turning toward Parvati and Seamus. Who can help me build a dragon mount chair? Parvati's perspective. In some way, Percy managed to convince us to build Hassan's mount. Given this request, I had a good idea about what Percy was planning, and I was certain it wouldn't turn out the way I'd imagined. So here we were, at midnight, facing the lake but within Hagrid's window's view, the one responsible for keeping us safe. If those snoring sounds from Hagrid's cabin meant anything, I couldn't help feeling uneasy. "How's your family?" Seamus finally asked me, since we brought 15 transformation chairs from the magical creature's care cottage. No one had mentioned anything beyond the spell of transformation under the breath. Now we're turning them into chairs 20 times larger. I might say that even if we managed to achieve what Percy wanted, we'd still be pretty stretched during the trip. "I only have my mother," Percy replied. "Well, my father too, but demigods don't interact much with gods. I haven't seen him much these years," he said with a hint of sadness. "But I'm fine. I have a mother who's healthy. She's not crazy, doesn't hate my father, and isn't hopelessly in love with him, so I'm happy. Not all demigods can say the same," he continued with neutral tone. "I guess the rest of the camp are my family too. It's not worth all the trouble we face being mixed race, but it's pretty close anyway." When he stopped, I cleared my throat. "My sister and I weren't exactly on the same page," I confessed. 7 years ago, we ended up in separate houses. She went to Ravenclaw while I joined Gryffindor. We always knew we were different, but being twins meant we stayed together. That's probably what changed everything. The rivalry between houses affected us deeply, and we kept trying to prove we were better. So we stopped seeing each other. Not that we've stopped loving each other or feeling connected anymore. I mean, if you see something happening to your twin sister, it's like seeing what's going on with you. But it doesn't matter. During summer breaks, I visit my parents' house. My sister Padma joins me too. Dad hates muggles, but Mom isn't into them. She's fascinated by their slang and sometimes their fashion. But most of the time, they're replaced by objects that mimic magic. It's like they somehow notice something's missing. That's why every summer, they take us to the movies once or twice. We live near a muggle town on the outskirts, so it's not that hard to get there. "It's a lovely tradition," Seamus remarked. "How are you?" Percy asked, then whispered another spell under his breath that instantly made the chair expand 20 times its original size. "My father is a muggle," he said. "My mother isn't. He just didn't tell me until after the wedding. They told me he was terrified and confused when that happened. But now," Seamus grinned between his teeth, "it's one of his favorite stories, and not just for them. We live in central London. That's where my father grew up, and every summer he tries to teach me what he learned during his years as a muggle child, since he spends the rest of the year in the magical world." Seamus shrugged. "That's fine. My mom loves watching and laughing like a madwoman at my dad's attempts to explain and my own efforts to understand." He finished with a roll of his eyes. "Sanray, that's nice too," I said to him. He gave me a half-smile before glaring at Percy with irritation. "I hope this works out, Percy," he told him. I too murmured Percy. The rest of the night passed in a pleasant and peaceful silence. Third person. Each house's prefects had 3 rows of seats. The first row for 5th graders, the second for 6th graders, and the third for 7th graders. With about 25 people in each row, that made a total of around 300 attendees, which was perfect since that was exactly the number of seats available. At that very moment, the house searchers, with the exception of Gryffindor, where it was Ginny who was replacing them, were boarding their broomsticks. Their faces and those of the other students said it all. They were thrilled to see the memory dragon again, since they hadn't been able to get a close-up look during the battle. Suddenly, the dragon soared over the forest and descended in deep purple hues into the nearest clearing. This was the very clearing that had been ordered to be opened, surrounded by the searchers. "Is it the memory dragon?" a Hufflepuff whispered to the boy across the aisle. "No, Dia," the boy replied under his breath. The girl let out a huff. "Oh no," Hassan muttered, a phrase that made more than one person gasp, earning them an irritated look. "What? Can't I speak?" Percy rolled his eyes. "Hey guys!" he shouted to the searchers, his voice cutting through the clear air to reach them. "I need you to adjust the leather straps around Hassan." "Did you call the dragon?" Ginny teased, still slightly annoyed by yesterday's incident. "I called myself Miss Weasley. If you're going to be Harry Potter's girlfriend, you'd better act decently even during tough times. Wouldn't you?" The dragon scolded. Percy could sense what he was doing. He was targeting Ginny's vulnerable spots like Harry, and her behavior as the youngest in the family but with subtle precision. Ginny pressed her lips together, grabbed one of the reins, and charged off with the broom to fulfill Percy's unspoken promise. Once the reins were fastened to the irritable dragon, Percy turned to the ranks. "I want to merge the 4th-5th grade class with the 6th and 7th grades," he told them without hesitation. And as expected, the protests erupted immediately. "We can't put the 4 houses together," Zane of Hufflepuff protested. "Know how many fights this would cause?" asked Carter from Ravenclaw.